Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2686. Yufang's first thought was Xian Qi. No, that kid should be dead already. That killing power couldn't lie. With Xian Qi's strength, he couldn't have blocked that power. If he was still alive, he would definitely be suspicious. Just based on his identity in the primordial space, he was suspicious. But he was dead, who else could it be? He always felt that something was wrong with today's matter. His plan had succeeded, but the other person's plan to frame the Yu family to deal with Mu Jun had also succeeded. Who was the one who came up with this plan? Who was the one who did it? He ran. Thinking of this, he looked at Uncle Mo. He always felt that there was a hand stirring the wind and clouds. Yufang, does Mu Jun's disappearance have anything to do with you? Master Wei spoke, his tone much harsher. Yufang looked at Wei Zhu. My lord, Luo Shan has colluded with others to frame my Yu clan. Are you going to help them deal with my Yu clan? Impudent. Wen Shi angrily rebuked. Uncle Mo shouted, Yufang, you're too impudent. Yufang's attitude wasn't right. Master Wei frowned. It seems that the Yu family is dissatisfied with me. Yufang replied, I wouldn't dare. It's just that Master Wei is helping Lord Luo oppress my Yu family. That doesn't make sense. How do you want to reason with them? Master Vader was calm. Yufang's gaze suddenly turned cold. I'm not talking. As his voice fell, the fragments of the gift technique that were scattered throughout space suddenly connected. In an instant, they formed a distorted void that surrounded Dimensional Master. Dimensional Master's reaction was not slow. He raised his hand and sent out a black energy attack. However, this attack was actually isolated by the distorted void. Lu Yin stared at the screen in amazement. Why did this look so much like a sourcebox array? This sourcebox array had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. During the Sovereign Tournament, the Prime Clear One had used progenitor Hui's clone to unleash this array, and it had suppressed Lu Yin to the point where he could barely breathe. If not for the Reaper's transformation, Lu Yin would have definitely lost. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the Yu clan actually made a move against Master Wei. Moreover, it was definitely premeditated. The power that had trapped the Dimensional Master came from the wreckage of the peripheral feeding technique. Those wreckages had been shattered by Luo Shan and should not have been of any use. Now that they had trapped the Dimensional Master, it was impossible to say that the Yu clan had not planned this. Luo Shan was also suspicious. Before Uncle Mo, Wen Shi and the rest could react, Master Wei was trapped. By the time they reacted and wanted to help, Yu Ting and Luo Shan had already made their moves, each blocking one of them. Uncle Mo stared at Luo Shan in disbelief. Lord Luo, what are you doing? Luo Shan did not say anything. Behind him, Yufang and Yu Ting both attacked Wei Zhu. It's time to change the skies of this hyperspace. The sudden change made hyperspace fall silent. He stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at the Yu clan trapping Master Wei. She instantly understood everything. No wonder the Yu family suddenly supported by Qian to deal with her. The main reason was to force Master Wei out and deal with him. No wonder Luo Shan was so cooperative. Even though it was just a collaboration, he agreed to it the moment she suggested framing the Yu family. He was just putting on a show with the Yu family. His goal was to numb Master Wei and then cooperate with the Yu family to trap Master Wei. Even Eulele being captured was just a show for He Ran and Wei Zhu to see. But why had Luo Shan done that? Lu Yin looked at the Yufang on the screen. This was a huge game of chess, and He Ran had been played from start to finish. The Yu family had colluded with Lu Yin, Bai Qian, He Ran, and Luo Shan to form the current situation. Lu Yin, Bai Qian, and he ran had all been chess pieces that the Yu family had used to deal with Master Wei. The Yu family, how ruthless. But would Wei Zhu be defeated so easily? The situation had already taken shape, and the final outcome would depend on whether the Yu family could defeat Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu had created the energy source and brought hyperspace out with his own strength. He had continuously researched cultivation techniques and turned hyperspace into one of the hexagon civilizations that was not inferior to the void god spacetime or the wood spacetime. At this moment, Lu Yin could finally see how strong Wei Zhu was. As Yufang and Yuting attacked, Wei Zhu relied on his black energy to easily block them both. Your Yu family is truly a pack of wolves. Yufang berated, my Yu family created the bestow technique. On the surface, you seem to respect us, but in reality, any elite that appears in my Yu family will be killed by you. Do you really think that we don't know how the Yu family's ancestor died? Do you really think that we don't know how you plan to scheme against Lele? Wei Zhu, you were the one who threw the heavens reflection manner to my Yu family. You were the one who continuously destroyed my Yu family's authority over the bestow technique. You were also the one who transferred the largest bestow of the bestow technique to an outsider, reducing my Yu family's influence and making us your puppet. Wei Zhu coldly replied, there can only be one ruler in hyperspace. Well said, someone shouted. The void tore open, and an elder walked out. Ruler, it's time for a change. It's my Yu family's turn. Uncle Mo exclaimed, Yu Xian. He stared blankly at the screen. Yu Xian. That prodigal son of the Yu family. How was that possible? Wasn't he dead? No one had expected that the dead Yu Xian would appear. Everyone knew that Yu Xian was a prodigal son who had squandered away all of the Yu family's wealth, causing the Yu family to decline for 2 generations before finally dying of depression. The appearance of Yu Xian made everyone completely dumbfounded. Even Wei Zhu was shocked. Yu Xian. You're not dead. Yu Xian laughed. If I'm not dead, how can you be at ease? If I hadn't been a prodigal son, my Yu family would have been gone a long time ago. Wei Zhu, today, I, Yu Xian, will change the world. Black energy surged from his body and transformed into a blade of light that slashed towards Wei Zhu. The Yu family had 3 black energy sources. The one with the most energy had originally been Yufang's, but now it had been Yu Xian's. Yufang had given his black energy source, which was enough to deal with Luo Shan, to Yu Xian so that he could attack. Wei Zhu shook his head. I was the one who created this energy source. If you want to defeat me with it, it's impossible. How long can your bestowment technique seal me? The black blade of light descended, piercing through the distorted void and slashing at Wei Zhu. Wei Zhu's originally nonchalant expression suddenly changed. The blade of light had caused his upper body to split open. His pupils constricted as he stared at Yu Xian. You? Yu Xian laughed. This body is just a backup. The person you truly valued escaped, leaving you with an opening. If not for that, my Yu family would not have been able to rebel against you no matter how unwilling we were. At your peak, you were far from being a match for my Yu family. Do you really think that we don't know that you have the power of an extremely strong powerhouse? No one knew Wei Zhu's true strength, except for the Yu family. They had never underestimated Wei Zhu and had always believed that he was an extremely strong powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he have created this energy source? Only the Yu family knew how difficult it was to create the bestowment technique, and this energy source was even more difficult than the bestowment technique. Wei Zhu had to be an extremely strong powerhouse. Unfortunately, this powerhouse had even greater ambitions, which resulted in an even greater opening. Wei Zhu roared, "You're courting death." As he spoke, the hyperspace suddenly trembled, and an indescribable feeling descended upon everyone's heads. This feeling caused everyone to feel uneasy. They could not see anything, but it was difficult to describe. Lu Yin looked up and felt as if he had seen an inconceivable scene. This was a materialized thought. How could there be a materialized thought here? Was this not Huizu's power? This was an ability from the technocracy that could trap a half-martial ancestor and allow the technocracy to see through everything. This was clearly Huizu's power, so why could it be seen in the hyperspace? Wei Zhu and Huizu. What was their relationship? Lu Yin had not expected to see a materialized thought in the hyperspace. Back in the technocracy, Lu Yin had learned that the materialized thought was Huizu's innate gift. Huizu had left behind a materialized thought that was similar to the rune lines left behind by the rune progenitor. They had both acted when humanity was at its most dangerous and helped humanity avoid a calamity. However, were innate gifts the same? There were. The Lu family's direct descendants had innate gifts like General Platform and the Divine Seal Catalog, but those were from the same bloodline. Huizu and Wei Zhu. How could they have the same bloodline and origin? How could they have the exact same innate gifts? Not only that, but there was also the bestowment technique that was similar to the sealed sourcebox array. This made Lu Yin even more suspicious. Could Huizu have been here before? Lu Yin's suspicions only lasted for a moment. He saw that Wei Zhu had been exposed within the screen and wanted to rely on his materialized thought to break through the bestowment technique. Lu Yin took the opportunity to envelop the Elder's laboratory with rune lines and attack. There was a loud boom as the Elder's laboratory shattered. The bestowment technique continuously absorbed the source boxes and was about to unleash an attack that even extreme powerhouses would be wary of. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines and directly appeared beside the bestowment technique. With a single palm strike, it shattered. Without the protection of an extreme powerhouse, the bestowment technique would be nothing more than a target. At the same time, Wei Zhu suddenly looked in the direction of the Elder's laboratory with an ominous glint in his eyes. He had been keeping an eye on that place since the beginning, and nothing could happen to the Elder. Now, that place had actually been broken through. Fortunately, the Elder was not there, so he could temporarily put the matter aside. The materialized thought was like a consciousness being injected into the sky. The moment it appeared, a formless energy continuously corroded Yu Xian, Yu Fang, Yu Ting, and even Luo Shan. All of the bestowment technique's carriers under the Yu family's control shattered. Luo Shan was astonished. Was this Wei Zhu's power? This power was troublesome for him. As expected of Wei Zhu. The materialized thought made it difficult for them to move, but the bestowment technique that had trapped Wei Zhu had already been broken, and he would be able to break free soon. How long are you going to wait? Yu Xian roared. Wei Zhu's gaze changed, and his heart sank. There was still someone else. It was definitely an expert, or else Yu Xian would not have spoken at this time. Who was it? He did not see that behind him, a broken fragment of the bestowment technique's carrier moved. It turned into a stream of light and struck Wei Zhu's back without him noticing. In an instant, Wei Zhu's pupils contracted. The shadow spread like a spider's claws from his shoulders, waist, and even his legs, covering his entire body. Wei Zhu was furious. Shaoyin, Supreme God. Wen Shi and Uncle Mo hurriedly tried to save Wei Zhu, but it was already too late. They could not even connect to Wei Zhu, let alone save him. Yu Xian bombarded him with black energy again. Wei Zhu's body cracked even more. Reincarnation time and space actually interfered in our battle. You have violated the Six-Party Society's agreement. Supreme God Shaoyin, you will not have a good ending. Wei Zhu roared. Yu Xian shouted, Wei Zhu, you're crazy. Which eye of yours saw Supreme God Shaoyin appear? At the bottom of the stairs, he was completely powerless. Supreme God Shaoyin. It was actually him. Why? Luo Shan and Supreme God Shaoyin were like this. It was obvious that the people who cooperated with her were all working together with the Yu family to deal with Wei Zhu. Could it be that their cooperation from the beginning? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2687. Lu Yin saw it as well. They couldn't see Divinity Shaoyin himself, but Wei Zhu couldn't speak carelessly. The power that covered his body definitely belonged to Divinity Shaoyin. No matter how powerful Wei Zhu was, even if he could rival 9 mountains and 8 seas, it would be difficult for him to surpass Divinity Shaoyin. Warp Dimension mainly focused on developing cultivation techniques and researching sequence particles. If a Grand Empyrean was comparable to a primogenitor, then 3 Grand Empyreans were likely comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. This wasn't a power that Wei Zhu could resist, not to mention that this power was almost a sneak attack. Lu Yin couldn't understand what Divinity Shaoyin was doing, but he could tell that Wei Zhu was done for. His defeat wasn't unjust. The Yu family had prepared far too much for this day. They had been preparing since Yu Xian's generation, or perhaps even before that. The Yu family, Luo Shan, Divinity Shaoyin, He Ran, Bai Qian, and himself. How could an ordinary person break through the plans of so many people? This was an extremely terrifying scheme. From now on, Lu Yin would be 120% careful when dealing with the Yu family. As he thought about it, a black energy source appeared in his hand. There really was a black energy source here. Sensing the boundless black energy, Lu Yin grabbed it and left. Even if Wei Zhu was defeated, he wouldn't be defeated too quickly. He had to take advantage of this time to do as much as he could. In the distance, Wei Zhu's screams shocked everyone who heard them. Countless people in Warp Dimension despaired. Once Wei Zhu died, no one knew what Warp Dimension's future would be like. Uncle Mo couldn't save Wei Zhu, so he left without hesitation. He had to at least take Wei Zhu with him, or else he would only be waiting for death. Luo Shan watched Uncle Mo leave and didn't stop him. All he had to do was act with the Yu family from the beginning and help them set up the trap. As for how the Yu family would deal with Wei Zhu, that had nothing to do with him. Divinity Shaoyin, how are you going to explain yourself to the Grand Empyrean for interfering in Warp Dimension's battle? Wei Zhu bellowed. Yu Xian sneered, nonsense. Only my Yu family has been dealing with you since the beginning. He then continued to attack. Wei Zhu's body continued to break apart, and the shadows that covered his body continued to tear his body apart. He couldn't even use his thoughts, as if they had been frozen. On the other side, at the bottom of the stairs, He Ran helplessly looked at this scene. Once Master Wei was defeated, she wouldn't have an easy time either. How could this be? How could the Yu family hide so deeply? How laughable. She thought that she had always been fighting with the Yu family and had always been suppressing the Yu family. Who would have thought that she had always been a chess piece of the Yu family? No, if she stayed here, she would only be waiting for death. Master Wei was bound to lose. She couldn't die. He Ran shouted, Ku Jian. Ku Jian hadn't been far from He Ran, and he was also immersed in shock. When he heard He Ran's shout, he hurried over. Milord. Take me away. He Ran's face was pale. Ku Jian looked at the screen. Leave. Could he walk? Once he left, it meant that he would never be able to return. Ku Jian, take me away. He Ran shouted angrily. Ku Jian instinctively wanted to obey He Ran's orders, but reason told him not to leave. He was different from He Ran. He Ran had to leave. She was the enemy of the Yu clan, a person of the maintainer. However, Ku Jian did not have to belong to the maintainer. As long as the Yu clan was willing to accept him, he would be a member of the Yu clan. Once Dimensional Master died, he could only rely on the Yu family. The Yu family would not be worried about him because Ultra Space Dimension belonged to the Yu family. He hesitated. He didn't want to leave and wanted to stay in the ultra-space dimension. If he left, he wouldn't be able to replenish the white energy and would lose his current status. Rand's expression changed. Kujian, take me away. I still have a white energy source. I can give you another one. Kujian looked at Rand, not thinking about whether he should leave or not. He was thinking about how to express his loyalty. He could capture Rand and give her to the Yu clan to prove his loyalty. Wait, that wouldn't work either. How could the Yu clan accept a traitor like him? Kujian was stuck in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. At that moment, a hand pressed down on Kujian's shoulder. Looks like you want to betray Sister Rand. Kujian's expression changed and he turned around in shock. Xianqi. Rand also looked at him in shock. Xianqi. You're not dead. Lu Yin smiled. Sister Rand, do you want me dead? Rand looked at him in confusion. What's going on? What's going on? Xianqi wasn't dead, which meant that he was deliberately framing her. Was he also working with the Yu clan? But why did he leave Luo Shan's things with the Yu clan? Right, Rand felt bitter. Luo Shan had always been working with the Yu clan, and this had all been a show. Kujian stared at Lu Yin. You were sent by the Yu clan. His thoughts were the same as Rand's. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You guessed wrong. He then exerted force with his hand, and there was a crack as Kujian's body was pressed to the ground. Kujian subconsciously used the white energy to resist, but he still couldn't escape from Lu Yin's grasp. Kujian was shocked, and he endured the boundless pain as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You! Lu Yin casually flung Kujian away, and there was a thump as Kujian's body was sent flying into the distance. If you didn't betray Rand, I might have thought more highly of you. Unfortunately, you're just a traitor. Lu Yin pointed his palm at Kujian from afar and bent his fingers. The white energy source left Kujian's heart and flew into Lu Yin's hand. Another one. Rand looked on calmly. She couldn't understand what Lu Yin represented, and his actions didn't seem to belong to the Yu clan. Who are you? Rand asked. Being able to defeat Kujian so easily wasn't something that could be done in just a few years. Had this person been hiding all this time? She suddenly thought of a ridiculous guess. Had this person and Zijing been plotting against her from the start? How was that possible? Lu Yin looked at the screen and saw that Master Wei was on his last struggle. He took a step forward and looked at Rand's perfect face. He raised a hand and placed it on Rand's face. It was smooth to the touch, and he praised, "What a good mascot. My above heaven sect needs it." Rand's expression changed again, and her mouth fell open. You're from the above heaven sect. Don't you have a grudge with that Lu Yin? Lu Yin smiled and put Rand away into Mount Supreme. He then stepped forward and disappeared. The next moment, Uncle Mo arrived, but all he saw was Kujian's corpse. Rand had already disappeared, and he couldn't find her. Before looking for Rand, Lu Yin had wanted to take Bai Qian with him. After all, the Master Vindicator had failed, and neither Rand nor Bai Qian had any value. However, he couldn't contact Bai Qian, which made him uneasy. Bai Qian should be under the Yu clan's control, and since he couldn't find her now, he could only wait until after this battle and use Xianqi's identity to find the Yu clan. No matter what the Yu clan thought of Xianqi's identity, they couldn't do anything about it. This identity involved many powerhouses. If not for Lu Yin's warning, Su Heng, Su Leng, and even Su Wuji might have appeared the moment the Master Vindicator pretended to be dead. Nonsense. In outer space, the Master Vindicator's resistance grew weaker and weaker. The shadow covering his body was like a devouring monster, making it difficult for him to move. Your Yu clan colluded with outsiders to plot against the Master Vindicator. Yu Xian, how can you face your ancestors? Will this Master Vindicator still be the original Master Vindicator? The Master Vindicator bellowed. Yu Xian and the rest remained unmoved. The shadow grew even more sinister. I can die, and you can obtain the Master Vindicator, but you will never obtain the complete Master Vindicator. I know what your Yu clan wants, but you'll never be able to enter. You'll never be able to spy on that cultivation technique. Never. Yu Fang's eyes trembled. The Master Vindicator was naturally referring to the research on the sequence particle, which had been hidden by the Master Vindicator. If the Master Vindicator said this, then did it mean that no one else besides him could find it? Where's Uncle Mo? Yu Tang, go find Uncle Mo, and he ran. You must capture them. Yu Fang barked. Yu Ting hurriedly broke away from Wen Shi and went to find Uncle Mo. The Master Vindicator bellowed, no one but me can open that place. You'll never be able to obtain it. Once the cultivation technique is developed, I'll appear again, and your Yu clan will be exterminated. Reverend Shaoyin, I want you to die. There was a violent explosion as the Master Vindicator self-destructed. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying power was produced that tore through the void, causing a huge void to appear in the Master Vindicator. Everyone retreated. When Luo Shan saw the void, fear was hidden in the depths of her eyes. She retreated faster than anyone else and didn't even dare to tear through the void to leave. The void devoured a large part of the starry sky, and the one closest to it was the Reverend Shaoyin. Even though he didn't appear in front of the world, everyone knew that the power was definitely the Reverend Shaoyin. Other than the three reverends, who else could immobilize the Master Vindicator? The Master Vindicator had been forced to commit suicide. The Reverend Shaoyin didn't expect the Master Vindicator to commit suicide. He was almost sucked into the void, and even though he managed to escape, he was heavily injured. He appeared far away, his golden robe torn apart as he coughed out blood that corroded the void. The Reverend Shaoyin stared coldly at the void and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lunatic. The Master Vindicator was the ruler of the Master Vindicator after all. Who would have thought that he would commit suicide so decisively? Even Yu Xian and the others didn't expect this. They thought that the Master Vindicator had a backup plan. I can only say that the person who escaped back then caused too much damage to the Master Vindicator, Yu Xian lamented as he looked at the void. Yu Fang said, not only did that person injure the Master Vindicator, but he also brought great losses to the Yu family. Yu Xian let out a long sigh as he watched the void shrink. This Master Vindicator belongs to the Yu family. With that, they returned to the Zio world. The Yu family's manpower spread throughout the Master Vindicator were fully mobilized. Under Eulelei's command, they purged the Master Vindicator's loyalists while maintaining order in the Master Vindicator. Even though this was a rebellion, the Yu family had been preparing for this for a long time. It was enough to stabilize the situation in the Master Vindicator in the shortest time possible. Yu Xian and the others returned to the Zio world. They could control the situation in the Master Vindicator, but they had to consider the Reverend Shaoyin and the others. These people didn't help for nothing. Eulele stood in the middle of all the surveillance screens, constantly giving out orders. This great victory of the Yu family had turned her into a true princess of super space-time. She no longer had her previous sloppy appearance. It was as if she had been reborn, becoming beautiful and intelligent. This was the real Eulele, not the crazy woman who only knew how to research cultivation techniques and shed dandruff. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2688. Can't find them. Eulele kept looking at the screen as he spoke to Yuting. They can't just leave the hyperspace. Dimensional Master's last words also said that no one else knows about the research site of the hidden sequence particle, and he ran is no exception. Find them. What's going on? Yu Xian and Yu Fang returned and asked. Eulele said, Uncle Tin can't find he ran and Uncle Mo, Yuxian frowned. Help him find them. Search the hyperspace. We have to find them. What about divine sovereign Shaoyin? Yu Fang asked. Eulele looked at a screen and zoomed in. Divine sovereign Shaoyin was on the screen, and he seemed to sense that the Yu family was looking at him. He met Eulele's gaze and said something before tearing through the void and leaving. He can't openly interfere with the hyperspace's matters. Dimensional Master revealed his identity, so he has to go back, Yu Fang said. Eulele said, he said that First Jian is already here. He then looked at Yu Xian and Yu Fang. Where's Bai Qian? Yu Fang replied, she's under my control. She's a gift for First Jian. They're here, Eulele reminded. A screen opened, and a spacecraft appeared outside the celestial traversing realm. It wasn't fast, and it slowly entered the celestial traversing realm. Bring Bai Qian here, Yu Xian said. Soon enough, Bai Qian was brought out. She had been under the Yu family's control since long before Lu Yin had identified he ran as a spy. The Yu family had calculated every step, and they had been on guard against Lu Yin. After all, Lu Yin was from the primordial space. The spacecraft flew steadily through the celestial traversing realm. Inside were the Yu family servants, but there was one person who stood out. It was a young man with a smile on his face. At first glance, there was nothing special about him. He wasn't as handsome as Qingfen, nor did he have Dimensional Master's domineering aura. However, anyone who saw him would subconsciously be unable to look him in the eye. It was as if this person stood there, representing the highest. He was First Jian, the disciple of reincarnation spacetime's Grand Empyrean. He was known as the perfect young sovereign. He had created countless cultivation legends in reincarnation spacetime and refreshed countless people's understanding of cultivation. He was also a genius that even Grand Empyreans praise. He was given the surname Chu. Originally, there should have been a large number of miniature bestow techniques, which were the embodiment of the Yu family's foundation. It's a pity that they were all destroyed in this battle. If these things were used in the battle against the eternal race, they would have been enough to defeat them, Chu Jian muttered to himself. It seemed like no one else could hear him, but everyone in the Yu family could hear him. Yu Fang disdainfully replied, what a hypocrite. He didn't even reject our cooperation. If Master Vader were to die for the sake of humanity, then he would at least be able to kill an extremely strong corpse king. Yu Xian continued, back when I visited the Heaven's Reflection Manor, I noticed that the reincarnation spacetime was the most hypocritical, but they were also the most powerful. Once the research on the sequence particle succeeds, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. We have to find Zijing and the others, Yu Fang said. Don't waste time, bring him here, Yu Xian said. Yule tapped lightly with his finger, and the spacecraft suddenly sped up. The people inside didn't understand what was happening. Only Shao Zun shook his head. I wanted to see the scenery of the celestial traveling world. What a pity. With that, he stepped out and disappeared. This disappearance actually caused the Yu family to be unable to find a trace of him. Until he appeared not far away from Yu Xian and the others. The Yu family members looked at each other in shock. This Shao Zun's speed was too fast. Even they couldn't react in time. It was only after he arrived that they realized that there was an outsider. Although they didn't activate the black energy, this Shao Zun wasn't an extremely strong person. Senior Yu Xian, congratulations on coming back from the dead. Chu Jian smiled at Yu Xian. Yu Xian smiled. I'm the one who should congratulate Shao Zun for getting what he wanted. With that, he looked in a certain direction. There, Bai Qian stood quietly like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. Chu Jian looked over and saw Bai Qian. His eyes flashed with passion. Bai Qian calmly walked over. No one had expected the Yu family's scheme. Although she had guessed that the Yu family would deal with Master Vader, she hadn't expected it to be so fast. They had thought that they were insiders, but the Yu family's plan had been completed a long time ago. She hadn't expected it, nor could she have expected it. And behind all of this was the Yu family, Chu Jian, and Xiao Yin. Luo Shan was pulled in by them. Otherwise, how could the Yu family pull Luo Shan in? "We meet again," Chu Jian said to Bai Qian. Bai Qian looked at Chu Jian. "Master Vader has been defeated. I'm probably useless now." Chu Jian replied, "You're mine." Bai Qian was confused. "What do you mean?" Yu Xian smiled. "Bai Qian, you should thank Xiao Zun. If it weren't for him, you would indeed be useless. But now that he values you, your future is immeasurable." Bai Qian looked at Chu Jian in shock. Chu Jian smiled. "I couldn't forget you from the first time I saw you. Come with me, Bai Qian." Bai Qian hadn't expected this at all. She knew that he Shu had always liked her, but she had never thought that this Xiao Zun, whom she had only met once, would like her as well. Suddenly, she figured it out. Could Tu Ke's reason for inviting him over be the same as her wanting him to defile He Ran? To let this Xiao Zun defile her. "Xiao Zun, we can do what we promised you. If you help us deal with Master Vader, the Yu family will give you the black energy source and the bearer of the gift technique. We also promise to help you with something in the future. As for Bai Qian, just treat it as a gift from the Yu family," Yu Xian said. Chu Jian looked at Yu Xian. "Senior, you fulfilled my conditions, but you haven't fulfilled Senior Xiao Zun's." Yu Xian and Yu Fang exchanged glances. "You were the one who brought Divinity Xiao Yin in, so we only agreed to your conditions. As for how you managed to convince Divinity Xiao Yin, that has nothing to do with the Yu family." Yu Lele stared at Chu Jian. He knew that this guy was up to no good. Both Divinity Xiao Yin and Luo Shan had been pulled in to deal with Master Vader. Chu Jian laughed. "I don't have enough face to invite Senior Xiao Yin and Senior Luo Shan. The one who asked them to help deal with Master Vader was your Yu family, or more accurately, Ultra." "Chu Jian, what are you trying to say?" Yu Fang's tone turned cold. Chu Jian said, "The energy source and the method to create the gift technique." Yu Fang's expression darkened. "You want to steal Ultra?" Chu Jian shrugged. "It's just the method to create it. How can that be considered stealing Ultra? We don't want anything from Ultra. Aren't you asking too much? The energy source and the gift technique are the foundation of Ultra's survival. Giving it to you is equivalent to robbing Ultra of its purpose," Yu Xian said. Chu Jian smiled. "Let's not beat around the bush. Do you really think we can't understand what Master Vader said before he died? I'm not interested in knowing what Ultra is researching. I don't think you can get it that easily. I just want the energy source and the method to create the gift technique. That's all. It's not just me. Divinity Xiao Yin also needs it. Everyone knows the rules of the Six Direction Society. This time, Senior has broken the rules and might even be punished by Master. But even so, he still wants to help you. You should pay a sufficient price, otherwise, I really don't know what Senior would do." This was a threat. It was inconvenient for Divinity Xiao Yin to show himself, so Chu Jian could only threaten them. The Yu family had already seen Divinity Xiao Yin's strength. This kind of threat was very effective after Master Vader was killed. Bai Qian watched calmly. Xiao Zun's schemes were no less than the Yu family's. Although he didn't want Ultra, he could create another one if he got what he wanted. Everyone said that Xiao Zun could replace one of the three sovereigns in the future, but based on his current ambitions, perhaps he didn't want to be one of the three sovereigns. He wanted to be a ruler like Master Vader. Perhaps this was why Divinity Xiao Yin was willing to help him. After all, he had the highest chance of replacing divinity Shao Yin among the three sovereigns. Lotus Sovereign's influence was too great. Divinity Shao Yin couldn't compare to her, and the other one couldn't be replaced either. Yu Xian sighed. Shao Zun, is there no room for discussion? We can tell you how to create the gift technique, but we don't know how to create the energy source. Chu Jian laughed. I believe you. If divinity Shao Yin doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. Yu Xian looked at Chu Jian helplessly. We've already formed a friendship by working together to deal with Master Wei. If Shao Zun has any orders in the future, the Yu family will definitely not refuse. Shao Zun, you should know how valuable this promise is. Chu Jian clasped his hands behind his back. I'm very grateful for the Yu family's promise, but it won't move divinity Shao Yin. You mentioned divinity Shao Yin in front of every sentence. Do you really think that he can threaten the Yu family? Yu Fang's tone was cold. Chu Jian raised an eyebrow. Do you mean that you've thought of a way? He then sighed in admiration. If the Yu family can scheme against Master Vader, then they can scheme against us as well. Then, Senior, show me what you've got. Yu Fang stared at Chu Jian. Sometimes, some things aren't necessarily good for everyone. We've given you what we promised, and the Yu family still owes you a favor. Isn't that good? Chu Jian smiled. It's not likely that you'll be able to get rid of divinity Shao Yin without paying a price. Yu Fang looked at Yu Xian helplessly. Yu Xian exhaled and retrieved something from his cosmic ring. It was a palm-sized object that looked like a weapon. When he saw it, Chu Jian's expression changed, and he looked deeply at Yu Xian. Why do you have this? Yu Xian replied, Is it enough? Chu Jian took a deep breath and laughed. Yu family, ha ha ha. As expected of the Yu family. Not only did you scheme against Master Vader, but you've also schemed against us. It seems like you've already thought of a backup plan. Alright, it's enough. With this, we'll be able to answer to divinity Shao Yin. Yu Xian put the item away. If we had any other choice, we wouldn't have used it. After all, we only have one chance. Chu Jian looked at Yu Xian with bright eyes. I'm looking forward to your promise. You've given me a lot of confidence. To be honest, the value of this promise doesn't lie in that item, but in the brains of the Yu family. Thank you for thinking so highly of us, Shao Zun, Yu Fang said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2689. Chu Jian looked at the nearby Bai Qian. Let's do as we agreed. I'll take Bai Qian with me. Thank you. Yu Xian and the rest watched on calmly. Neither he ran nor Bai Qian had any value to them, and Chu Jian's gift was their only value. Bai Qian watched as Chu Jian approached him and frowned. This situation was completely unexpected. What about Lu Yin? Where was he? He was probably a pawn of the Yu family, but this pawn was far from what the Yu family had seen. Suddenly, Chu Jian stopped, and his gaze turned from passionate to shocked and then to incredulous. Similarly, Yu Xian, Yu Fang, and Yu Lu all looked in Bai Qian's direction with pale faces. Bai Qian turned her head and glanced behind her. Unknowingly, a silhouette appeared and stood there. This was a man, an extremely unfamiliar man. However, Bai Qian recognized him with a single glance. This man was none other than Wei Zhu. Not only Bai Qian, but Chu Jian, Yu Xian, and the rest recognized him as well. That aura and gaze were exactly the same as Dimensional's, and that indescribable feeling only belonged to Dimensional. How was this possible? Wasn't Dimensional dead? The atmosphere was silent. Everyone looked at the man behind Bai Qian. The Yu family members' hearts sank. They were wrong, Dimensional wasn't dead. Dimensional was still alive. They had been tricked. Dimensional wasn't dead at all, he had been faking it. Yu Xian, you're very smart, the man said. His voice was calm, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Your Yu family is very smart, you actually schemed against me and made me lose one of my bodies. Luckily, I hid this body from everyone for so many years, or else I really would have been finished. Impossible. Yu Xian was shocked. That body of yours has the power of an extreme powerhouse. How could you have two bodies at the same time? And that body has the ability to materialize thoughts. That's your unique innate gift, and it can't be changed even if you switch bodies. That's you. The man smiled. That's what you know of me, including your Yu family's ancestor. Yu Xian's eyes narrowed. He understood, they were the ones who had been tricked. From the very beginning, Dimensional Lord had deceived everyone, including the Yu family's patriarch. He had been hiding a body. The Yu family had studied Dimensional Lord for countless years, but they had only confirmed the body that he was willing to let others know. They had also confirmed the power that others knew. Innate gift. Why must you confirm that it's an innate gift? Did I tell you that it's an innate gift? The man said again. Yu Xian's fingers trembled. His body and talent were all fake. They were all illusions created by the Dimensional Guardian. This was a trap that the Dimensional Guardian had set up to guard against everyone, a trap that was enough to revive him. The Yu clan's scheme was successful this time. If not for Master Wei's countless years of planning, the Yu clan would not only have taken control of ultra spacetime, but they would also have chased away Reverend Shaoyin and the others, replacing Master Wei as the ruler. Unfortunately, they were one step behind. It wasn't that Master Wei was brilliant, but that this scheme was set up too early. It was so early that even the Yu family's patriarch didn't expect Master Wei to have such a hidden card. Chu Jian bowed to Master Wei. Congratulations on clearing the chaos, Senior. This junior is impressed. Dimensional Lord looked at Chu Jian coldly. Since when did you have the right to meddle in my ultra spacetime's business? Chu Jian didn't care and smiled. If I win, we won't interfere. If I lose, I'll go to Master and ask for punishment. Senior, please don't be angry. Master will definitely give me a punishment that will satisfy you. Master Wei narrowed his eyes. If it wasn't for the Grand Empyrean, you would already be dead. I understand. In that case, it's not convenient for me to listen to what you're going to say next. I'll take my leave. Chu Jian bowed again, straightened up, and looked at Bai Qian. He thought for a moment, but didn't say anything and left. Master Wei didn't stop him. He couldn't touch the Grand Empyrean's disciple. The more he understood the Grand Empyrean, the more he didn't dare to touch him. In the Six Direction Society, no matter how much people hated him, they couldn't touch him because he was the Grand Empyrean's disciple and the perfect young master. Even Reverend Shaoyin had to be polite to him. After Chu Jian left, Master Wei looked at the three members of the Yu clan. He waved his hand and a corpse fell from the void. It was Yu Ting. Yu Xian, Yu Fang, and Yu Lei were silent as they watched Yu Ting die. I could tell from Yu Ji that the Yu clan is a traitor, so I've been thinking of ways to weaken your clan's influence. Unfortunately, you still made a move in the end. Don't blame me for that, Master Wei said coldly. Yu Xian said bitterly, you've been weakening my clan. Ancestor Yu Ji also knew that you had the intention to destroy my clan. You and my clan are destined to be one. Master Wei sighed. Now that I think about it, Yu Ji was willing to die. Every generation of the Yu family, as long as an elite descendant appears, would think of a way to kill them. They were all willing, all for this day. Yu Xian pretended to be a prodigal son, and Yu Lei pretended to be crazy. It was all an act. Your Yu family is really something, and your scheme succeeded. I really did lose a body to force out my trump card. Everyone is a pawn of the Yu clan. Unfortunately, it would have been great if you had sincerely helped me. With your clan's help, the research on the sequence particle would have been much easier. Yu Fang sneered. You want my clan to participate in the research on the sequence particle? What a joke. Master Wei looked up. Your clan's ending came from Yu Ji. He was the one who showed me your traitorous nature. He was the one who forced me to make a move against the Yu clan. You want to become a ruler like the three sovereigns and suppress my clan, yet you turn around and criticize our ancestor. Hypocrite. Yu Lei shouted. Master Wei didn't care and looked at Yu Xian. I didn't see wrong. The weapon you used to threaten First Jian was the weapon of Heavenly Lord Victor. Bai Qian was shocked. Heavenly Lord Victor. So that was the case. No wonder First Jian had backed down and was certain that Divine Lord Shaoyin would do the same. There were 3 sovereigns and 9 saints in the reincarnation time-space. Among them, Heavenly Lord Victor was the only one who was called a Heavenly Lord and had been recognized by a Grand Empyrean. His battle prowess was extremely strong, and everyone who knew him only had one word to describe him: invincible. Just like his title, Heavenly Lord Victor, he would win every battle. First Jian was the disciple of a Grand Empyrean and could very well replace one of the 3 sovereigns in the future. However, he definitely couldn't be Heavenly Lord Victor. That was an existence that even Master Wei feared. He was a peerless expert. How could Yu Xian have Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon? Yu Xian took out another item and opened his hand for Master Wei to see. His eyes were filled with reverence. That's right, this is Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon. It can be exchanged for a Heavenly Lord to attack once. Master Wei, do you think you can use this body to block Heavenly Lord Victor? You should know that no rules can bind Heavenly Lord Victor. He is the only one who dares to say no to a Grand Empyrean. Master Wei stared at the item in Yu Xian's hand and nodded. I don't fear Heavenly Lord Victor, but I don't want to fight to the death with him. His promise is worth it for me to let the Yu family go. Yu Xian sighed. But... Master Wei looked at Yu Xian. Heavenly Lord Victor's promise must be fulfilled. He used it to help me transcend time, but Yu Xian, will die. No! Yu Fang shouted. Yu Xian shouted, fine. Yu Fang looked at Yu Xian. Grandfather. Great-grandfather. Yu Lei couldn't help but shout. Yu Xian raised his hand and sighed. The Yu family must pay the price for betraying Master Wei. I was the mastermind behind this betrayal, so it's worth it to pay the price with my life. Yu Fang clenched his fists. We can ask for Heavenly Lord Victor's help. Yu Xian smiled bitterly. He had only been trying to scare Master Wei. If he had really made a promise in exchange for Heavenly Lord Victor's help, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Master Wei, and he wouldn't have been able to pass the Grand Empyrean. At that time, it wouldn't have been Heavenly Lord Victor fighting Master Wei, but Grand Empyrean suppressing Heavenly Lord Victor. Moreover, once this promise was used up, who would be afraid of the Yu family in the future? Divine Sovereign Shaoyin couldn't take this lying down. This promise couldn't erase this betrayal. He and Master Wei were both aware of this. In fact, Yu Fang and the others were aware of this, but they were unwilling to accept this. The Yu family had been plotting for too many years. Ancestor Yu Ji, who had created the bestow technique, had already started planning. They had spent their entire lives researching Master Wei, sending people to their deaths, and plotting. In the end, they had reached their current situation. They hadn't lost to Master Wei, but to time. If Ancestor Yu Ji had created the bestow technique earlier, even if he was from the same era as Master Wei, he would have known that Master Wei had this body. Master Wei left and took Bai Qian with him. When he left, Yu Xian had also died. He had committed suicide. Heavenly Lord Victor's weapon had been given to Yu Fang. This was the Yu family's trump card for self-protection. They wouldn't use it easily. Yu Xian's death could only be said to be a partial price. After this, the Yu family would completely lose their right to speak in ultra spacetime, including the right to control the bearer of the bestow technique. These weren't things that the Yu family could touch. They would become idlers. At this moment, Master Wei brought Bai Qian to the bottom of the stairs. He saw the dead Ku Jian, but he couldn't see He Ran. He investigated ultra spacetime and used his consciousness to search, but he couldn't find He Ran. Where did He Ran go? Master Wei frowned. He went to the Yu family again, wanting to get an answer from Yu Fang. However, Yu Fang didn't know that their goal this time was to use the excuse of capturing He Ran to lure Master Wei out. As for He Ran herself, it wasn't important. However, when Yu Fang heard that He Ran was missing, the first person he thought of was Xian Qi. The Yu family didn't know why Luoho's item had appeared in Zio world. Luo Shan was helping Chu Jian, not the Yu family. He didn't have any connections with the Yu family, so there were some things that he didn't need to explain to them. Because of this, no one had noticed that the Yu family was working with Luo Shan, and Master Wei hadn't been alarmed. Now that he thought about it, the only person who had the opportunity to place Luoho's item in Zio world was Xian Qi. This was in line with Yu Fang's guess. Xian Qi was related to Mu Jun's disappearance, which was why he had helped He Ran frame the Yu family. Otherwise, why would Xian Qi help He Ran? Although Yu Fang guessed that it was Lu Yin, he didn't say anything to Master Wei. He hated Master Wei, so why would he help him? Besides, it was useless to say anything. No one knew whether Xian Qi was dead or alive, so no one would link him to Lu Yin. However, if it really was Xian Qi, Yu Fang's eyes flashed. His vigilance was correct, and this Xian Qi was definitely not ordinary in the Genesis space. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2690. In the Ionian Kingdom, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released He Ran. He Ran looked around, but she couldn't recognize where she was. Who are you? He Ran asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin returned to his original appearance. Above one sect, Lu Yin. He Ran's expression changed. She had guessed Lu Yin's identity the moment she had been captured, but she had never expected him to be Lu Yin. You're that above one sect's Lu Yin from the Genesis space. Lu Yin smiled. Long time no see, Sister Ran. He Ran smiled. It was a self-deprecating smile that was somewhat bitter. She had thought it through. From the very beginning, Xi Jing had deliberately been captured and brought to hyperspace in order to bring this person here. From the very beginning, the Six Paths sect had been schemed against by this person. To think that they had looked down on the Genesis space, thinking that the above one sect was just a frog at the bottom of a well. To think that she had never cared about Lu Yin, but he had been standing right in front of her for a long time and had played her too many times. How many people from the Six Direction Association had been played? How many powerhouses had been among them? She thought back to the things that this person had said and done. She had thought that this person was stupid, but she had been the stupid one. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind, and the more she thought about it, the redder her face became. She looked at Lu Yin with even more hatred. She was perfect. Her appearance, figure, personality, temperament, and intelligence were all perfect. However, this perfection was completely destroyed by the man in front of her. This man must be laughing at her. He had been laughing at her from the beginning. Lu Yin's expression kept changing as he looked at He Ran, and he praised, "It was the right decision to make you the above one sex mascot. You're so beautiful that you'll be useful if I keep you." He Ran glared at him. "You're mocking me." Lu Yin replied, "I'm just looking for an excuse to keep you here." Ran glared at him, wanting to say something, but she couldn't say anything. She had nothing left, and Uncle Mo couldn't find this place. Her greatest support had been the Dimensional Guardian, but the Dimensional Guardian had most likely met with disaster. The Yu family's scheme had been flawless, and she had lost everything. At this moment, Ran was disheartened, and she didn't know where she should go. "Why did you capture me?" she asked in a dejected tone. Lu Yin replied, "I told you to be a mascot. You're really beautiful, and it's a pity that you're dead." Ran felt bitter. She was only useful as a mascot. "Of course, if you have any other uses, you can tell me. It's better to increase your own value than to have no value at all. For example, you can tell me Zijing's location," Lu Yin said. He didn't know what value Ran had. In fact, this woman was just a caged bird raised by Master Wei. Beautiful, beautiful, but useless. Although she was a little scheming, decisive, and far-sighted, it was useless outside of hyperspace. Ran replied bitterly, "I don't know where Zijing is. It's a parallel spacetime, and the flow of time is different. Other than the elders and Master Wei, no one else knows." "Then you're really worthless," Lu Yin said casually. Ran was sad. Master Wei was dead, who would help her? She herself didn't have any cultivation. The only thing that was valuable was his understanding of hyperspace and the resources he might have, that was all. The main reason Lu Yin had captured her was because she had always been high and mighty, and her aloof temperament needed to be profaned. Bai Qian's words still had an effect on Lu Yin, as he watched the goddess from the 9 heavens being desecrated by him. This feeling was truly enjoyable. Blasphemy didn't necessarily mean taking advantage of her. At this moment, Ran was trying her best to increase her value, which was also blasphemy. He was trying to make a goddess fall to the mortal world. Ran didn't know what Lu Yin was thinking. She was only thinking about what she should do. She didn't want to die, but she didn't want to live in humiliation either. She glanced at Lu Yin. This person had definitely captured her for that purpose. She was very confident about this point. Who wouldn't like her? This person was definitely the same. However, this person was the above heaven sect's Tao master and could be considered the ruler of the primordial space. He wasn't much weaker than Master Wei and was worthy of her. However, she couldn't let him off so easily. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had seen through Lu Yin's thoughts. In the next moment, she knew what she should do. People who controlled everything looked down on the weak. They needed people who could help them. When she thought about this, Ran took a deep breath and suppressed her complicated thoughts. Her temperament changed, and she looked at Lu Yin coldly. "What do you want?" Lu Yin was puzzled. This woman had been uneasy, angry, and afraid just a moment ago. Why did she suddenly change? Why was she like when she was on the stairs? Even her gaze was the same. Lu Yin was at a loss. Was this woman really that mentally strong? That made sense. If she wasn't mentally strong, how could she have nurtured an extreme powerhouse like Uncle Mo? How could she have wrestled with the Yu family? However, the stronger she was, the more Lu Yin wanted to conquer her. Go to the above heaven sect and be a mascot. It's best if you have some other value. Otherwise, you won't be able to be a mascot for long. Ran sneered inwardly. This person was clearly trying to trap her and force her to throw herself into his arms. Perhaps this was also a test. How childish. Whatever. Her cold temperament seemed to lead Lu Yin down the stairs. This woman was just as cold. How interesting. Lu Yin looked at Ran. This temperament was very suitable for the above heaven sect. He then brought her to the above heaven sect and placed her beside the cauldron. "You can be a mascot here. Smile more when you have nothing to do." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Right, Bai Qian is also one of my people. That last sentence stunned he ran. Her high and mighty temperament instantly disappeared, and she stared blankly at the above heaven sect stairs. Bai Qian was also one of his people? Did that mean that this person had already schemed against hyperspace? Had he also calculated that Bai Qian would be chosen by the dimensional guardian to compete with her? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one could predict the dimensional guardian's thoughts. But why was Bai Qian one of his people? Coincidence? That was even more impossible. She did not believe in such a coincidence. Lu Yin's last sentence caused Yiran's expression to change. No matter how much this woman pretended, she was still a mortal and not a true goddess. She had no emotions, so she would just be a mascot in the future. However, he had to be wary of the people from the reincarnation spacetime and prevent them from recognizing Yiran. Yiran's appearance caused the above heaven sect to boil over. This woman was too perfect. Even Lu Yin was moved by her, let alone others. The moment she stood beside the cauldron, countless gazes focused on her. Even those who had not come to the above heaven sect came over, using all sorts of reasons to take a look. Yiran was calm and composed. She ignored everyone and just stood beside the cauldron, contrasting well with the statue of the progenitor on the stairs. In the above heaven sect's main hall, Lu Yin looked down. Yiran had attracted countless gazes, which was within his expectations. Chess piece, no, sir, no, path master. When moved closer to Lu Yin and drooled, look, I'm not young anymore. I think that woman isn't bad. Why don't you give her to me? I'll bring her back and train her properly. Lu Yin raised a brow. Where's Chi-Chi? Wang Wen blinked. What Chi-Chi? I'm going to talk to the Sea King, Lu Yin said. Wang Wen was scared off. Then, Chu Yuan arrived. While Lu Yin had been at the Six Paths Society, his cultivation had risen rapidly. He had already gone from 3 to 5 tribulations. It had to be said that this Tao disciple of the above heaven sect was extremely powerful among his peers. His battle techniques and secret techniques combined with his innate gift made him unrivaled. His temperament had also improved, and he was becoming more and more aloof. That woman is very suitable for me, Chu Yuan said as soon as he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. So? Chu Yuan answered seriously, so, I think that I should raise an outstanding descendant. Stay away from her, Lu Yin said. This guy was high and mighty, and he had looked down on Lu Yin the first time they had met. Yiran was even more aloof. What kind of child would these two raise together? Lu Yin didn't even dare to think about it. After Chu Yuan was Long Yun. This sword sect cultivator was casual and frivolous, but he had taken a liking to Yiran and was also sent away by Lu Yin. Then, the little mountain god flew over, followed by Kuang Wang, De Chiu, and even Ku Wei, who was far away in the astral beast domain. When Chi-Chi came over with that cheap fish to propose, Lu Yin completely exploded. That cheap fish wanted Yiran. Was he crazy? He had retorted to the fish for the first time, and then he sent someone to send Chi-Chi to the astral beast domain and ordered Ku Wei to teach the fish a lesson. He had to make the fish realize his mistake. Lord Fish needs a beautiful two-legged beast. You'll regret it if you dare talk back to Lord Fish. Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with tears, as she didn't want to go to the astral beast domain. Lu Yin was speechless, as Yiran was too attractive. Was it wrong to make her a mascot? Young Master. Master Shan arrived and bowed respectfully. Lu Yin looked over. How are you feeling? In order to deal with Madman Lu, Master Shan and the others had gone through their origin tribulation at the spatial entrance to stop by Wang Yuan and the others. After being imprisoned for so many years, Master Shan and the others could not have succeeded. They had been prepared to die, and they had only done so because of a single sentence from Lu Yin. Master Shan smiled. It's nothing serious. Young master, you don't have to worry. Lu Yin raised a hand, revealing a black energy source. Place this in your heart and activate the black energy inside. It'll be enough to fight against a progenitor. Combined with your defenses, I believe that you'll be able to protect the above heaven sect. Master Shan's eyes widened, and he looked at the black energy source in shock. Is there such a thing? To them, an energy source that transcended time was an unimaginable power. It was a shortcut to the progenitor realm, and no one had ever thought that it would be so easy to reach it. When Lu Yin had first come into contact with a civilization that transcended time, he had not dared to believe it either, but now, he was used to it. Master Shan was the most suitable person to accept the black energy source. First, he was loyal enough that he would risk his life to undergo his origin tribulation at Lu Yin's request. Second, his power was most suitable for protection, as he had been known as the half-progenitor with the strongest defenses. As for Lu Bujing and the others, they were all preparing to break through to the progenitor realm. It would not be good to give them the black energy source, as it would lead them astray. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2691. The four-side scale, including the Six Directions Society, had a clearer understanding of the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing and the others had long since been targeted, but Master Shan was different. Who would target a cripple? They would never have dreamed that this cripple could display the power of a progenitor. This was what it meant to be caught off guard. Master Shan didn't refuse, as he considered himself a servant of the Lu family. He could accept anything that the young master bestowed upon him. When he sensed the black energy, his eyes turned red. Which cultivator didn't want to break through to the progenitor realm? That was the lifelong dream of every cultivator, but it had been impossible from the moment he had been imprisoned, especially when he had promised the young master that he would use his origin tribulation to stop by Wang Yuan and the others. He had never thought that he would still possess such power. Thank you for your gift, young master. Master Shan bowed deeply. Lu Yin helped him up. I'll have to trouble Master Shan to protect the above heaven sect. Master Shan solemnly replied, Don't worry, young master. Even if I die, I won't let the above heaven sect suffer any harm. It's not that serious. The most important thing is still your own life. Lu Yin smiled. From then on, the above heaven sect had gained another powerhouse. Master Shan was different from those who had used the black energy in the hyperspace dimension. He had cultivated step by step, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Although he had failed, his battle awareness wasn't any weaker than a progenitor's. Coupled with his battle techniques, Master Shan wouldn't be any weaker than the martial ancestor or secret ancestor. In the hyperspace dimension, He-Ran had disappeared, and the most fearful person was He-Shu. With He-Ran in power, He-Shu could do whatever he wanted in the hyperspace dimension. He didn't care about anyone, and he even dared to scheme against Bai Qian. However, now that He-Ran had disappeared, he had to flee. Otherwise, the people he had offended in the past wouldn't let him off, especially the Yu family. He didn't know that Master Wei was still alive and that he had given up the Yu family's authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid. Did you find it? He-Shu barked, anxiously staring at Xiao Wu who was rushing over. Xiao Wu replied, I brought it all. You brought all the resources from the three places. He-Shu snatched the cosmic rings from Xiao Wu's hands. There were more than 10 of them, and they contained the resources that he had collected over the years. He-Ran was promoted to an extremely high position by Master Wei, but she still nurtured Uncle Mo to fight against non-existent competitors just to stabilize her position. He-Shu was very similar to He-Ran in this aspect. They were good at preparing for a rainy day. Under He-Ran's care for so many years, he had forcibly hidden away a large amount of resources, including a white energy source. This white energy source belonged to the Mu Duo family. Back then, the Mu family had been swindled by a person surnamed Bai, and that person had been instructed by He Shu. He Shu relied on He Ran's influence to do many things. Some were discovered by others, while some were not. Looking at the resources in the cosmic ring, He Shu's breathing quickened. With these, he could live well even if his sister wasn't around. The first step was to find Shao Zun. It was a pity that Shao Qingfeng was dead. Otherwise, it would have been the best choice. He Shu tore through the void and was about to leave. As for Xiao Wu, he was already about to leave, so there was no point in bringing this dog along. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness, and his vision blurred. An intense pain spread through his heart, as if insects were biting him. Not good, he had been poisoned. He looked back and tried to mobilize the energy source in his heart, but Xiao Wu was faster. Or rather, he had been waiting for this moment. A sharp blade pierced through He Shu's body, and blood flowed along the blade. In outer space. From a distance, the two of them seemed to be hugging each other. He Shu's face was pale, and he stared at Xiao Wu in disbelief. You. Why? Xiao Wu sneered. If I don't kill you, I'll always be your dog. He Shu's energy dissipated. He was far stronger than Xiao Wu, but he had been poisoned, so he couldn't resist at all. I've never thought of you as a brother. Xiao Wu laughed and pulled back his blade. He didn't hesitate to slash again, this time diagonally down He Shu's neck. Who sent me to the beast arena? The blade slashed down again, and blood spurted out and swirled around He Shu's body. Who humiliated my sister? The stench of blood filled Xiao Wu's nose, making him even crazier. He slashed down again. Who ordered the beast arena to torture me? Who is the one laughing in the beast arena? Who is the one who wants me dead? Who? Slash after slash, slash after slash, Xiao Wu vented all the resentment he had accumulated over the years. He used to be a dog, so he could endure it. However, ever since he was sent to the beast arena, he was no longer a dog, but a wolf. A wolf that wanted to devour its master. He Shu was cut into 1,000 pieces and turned into countless fragments that scattered through outer space. Xiao Wu panted heavily. His face, body, and even his blade were covered in He Shu's flesh, making him look extremely cruel. Xiao Wu loosened his grip on the hilt, grabbed the cosmic ring, and left. From that moment onwards, Xiao Wu would no longer exist in the hyperspace dimension. Far away, Dimensional Master Wei brought Bai Qian with him as he descended from an enormous vessel for the art of bestowment. Ultra Spacetime only has 3 of them. One is in the flowing cloud space, one is on the front lines, and one is right here. Do you know why the Yu family didn't use this bestow vessel when they rebelled? Dimensional Master Wei asked. Bai Qian respectfully replied, I don't know. Because they can't move. Dimensional Master Wei looked into the distance. Hyperspace is the only civilization in the parallel universe of the Six Directions Association that can defeat the Eternals. It's because of this vessel that more than half of the large source boxes that we found in the past have been preserved here. We once tore apart an extremely strong Corpse King with our attacks. Look ahead. Bai Qian looked over. She knew where this was. This was where hyperspace and the Eternals fought, similar to the Rainbow Wall of the 3 Sovereigns. However, there were no Corpse Kings as far as the eye could see. There was clearly a large empty area in front of them, which should be the Eternals' territory. However, the Eternals had not come because they were afraid of hyperspace's cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were not people. What they had to pay was resources, not cultivators. This was hyperspace's greatest advantage over the Eternals. The foundation of hyperspace's civilization has always been cultivation techniques. Even if I have an extremely strong cultivation base, even if cultivators of the same level are far stronger than energy users, I will not change hyperspace's direction, Dimensional Master Wei said. Bai Qian remained calm and did not speak, waiting for Dimensional Master Wei to continue. He went missing. It wasn't the Yu family's doing, and I can't think of anyone else. When I fought with the Yu family, the Elder's laboratory was destroyed, and a black energy source was stolen, Dimensional Master Wei said. Bai Qian's eyes twitched. It was Lu Yin. It had to be him. The Yu family's betrayal hurt hyperspace greatly. Fortunately, the Yu family borrowed the power of the Shaoyin divinity and Luo Shan. They relied on hyperspace's power to fight against me. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Even so, hyperspace still suffered great losses. At the very least, we lost the Yu family's foundation. Under these circumstances, outsiders cannot see this. If He-Ran was here, she would still be in charge of hyperspace, but she's not. Give me a reason to replace her, Dimensional Master Wei said with his back to Bai Qian. He wanted Bai Qian to replace He-Ran, but his attitude had changed ever since Bai Qian had cooperated with the Yu family. Now that He-Ran had gone missing, someone had to replace her. He didn't have any newcomers, so it could only be Bai Qian. The reason was simple: He-Ran had not gone missing, but rather, she was suspected of being a spy. This was something that Xian-Qi had confirmed, so he would let outsiders think otherwise. This would also increase Dimensional Master Wei's prestige, as anyone suspected of being a spy was an enemy of humanity. Bai Qian bowed to Dimensional Master Wei. I was the one who placed Luo Ho's item in the Zio realm. Dimensional Master Wei turned around and looked at Bai Qian in surprise. It was you. Bai Qian replied, yes. How did you get it? How did you do it, and why? Dimensional Master Wei asked 3 questions in a row. His attitude towards Bai Qian had changed because she had cooperated with the Yu family. If she had not, then it would have been logical for her to replace He-Ran. Bai Qian replied, Xian-Qi has never trusted the Yu family, and He-Ran has always had the advantage when competing with me. If I want to make a comeback, I can only rely on external help. The Yu family cannot do that, so Xian-Qi is my only choice, so, Bai Qian had thought about this excuse for a long time, and she had decided to push all the blame onto Lu Yin, while she had cooperated with him. Dimensional Master Wei listened quietly, and after a while, he said, the Yu family allowed Xian-Qi to see that He-Ran had framed him, so he used this opportunity to cooperate with Xian-Qi. Xian-Qi then took advantage of the situation and allowed you to act when He-Ran asked him to frame the Yu family. Bai Qian replied, I did this to show you that I am not cooperating with the Yu family, but that we are just using each other. He-Ran has approached the Yu family several times, and although she has not cooperated with them, she has still lowered her head. Dimensional Master Wei smiled, that's right, she's afraid. The Yu family is a colossus, and once they fully support you, even with her personality, she can't guarantee that she will win, even if she understands my intentions. It's a pity that Xian-Qi is dead, or I would have liked to see this genius. The only mistake He-Ran made was trying to suppress Xian-Qi and frame him for exposing Luo Shan. She forced the Yu family to expel Xian-Qi, which caused Xian-Qi to be displeased. She wanted to be high and mighty and wanted everyone to submit to her, but she didn't know that humans are the most complicated. Whether it's cultivation talent or scheming, this person is top-notch. There aren't many people who can fool the Yu family, and even I was tricked. Bai Qian continued, Xian-Qi might not be dead, as he already knew that the Yu family was not simple. He should have left himself a way out, but the Yu family is too powerful. They forced Xian-Qi to frame He-Ran and even captured me. We are powerless to resist. Dimensional Master Wei nodded, since he already cooperated with you and framed the Yu family, he naturally has a way out. I hope he's not dead. He did not suspect that Lu Yin had captured He Ran and destroyed the elder's laboratory. Everyone's impression of Lu Yin was that he did not have such strength. Ku Jian had been easily killed, and the elder's gift technique had been destroyed as well. Only an extreme powerhouse could have done such a thing, and it was impossible for Xian Qi to have such strength. Dimensional Master Wei was not Yufang, and he did not make inferences based on the results. Yufang had been able to deduce many things from Lu Yin's abnormal actions and origins without any evidence. This was something that most people would not be able to do. Dimensional Master Wei was now suspicious of Chu Jian. This perfect young master had been watching hyperspace all this time, and he could not rule out the possibility that he had secretly acted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2692. Looking behind him, Master Vader's gaze turned cold as his consciousness materialized once more. The entire hyperspace once again felt the fear of being controlled. Yufang raised his head. Master Wei's strength was unfathomable. If the Yu clan failed this time, they would never be able to make a comeback in the future. Uncle Mo walked out from a corner of ultra space-time. He looked at the starry sky with a frightened expression. Suddenly, the materialized thoughts converged in front of Uncle Mo in the shape of a funnel, forming the appearance of Dimensional Master. When Uncle Mo saw Master Wei, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Do you have any clues about He Ran's disappearance? Vader asked. Uncle Mo's expression turned ugly. No, Ku Jian was killed by a single palm strike. That palm strike was extremely powerful, and even I can't do that. It must be an extremely strong person. Hand over the energy source, Vader said calmly. Uncle Mo's expression changed, and he looked towards Master Vader. Master, this lowly one hopes that with my current strength, I will be able to find you. This lowly one. Hand over the energy source. Master Vader frowned. Even he could not find the culprit, much less this Uncle Mo. This person's black energy source was given to He Ran by him. He Ran was the one who nurtured this person. Now that He Ran was missing, it meant that he couldn't find her. He couldn't let this black energy source go to waste. Uncle Mo gritted his teeth. He had guessed Master Wei's intentions. Asking him to hand over the black energy source was equivalent to giving up on He Ran. No, Master could not just disappear like this. He had to find her, but without the black energy source, how could he find her? Uncle Mo placed his hand over his heart, and a black energy appeared on the surface of his body. He tore through the void and was about to leave. He could only find He Ran if he protected this energy. Otherwise, how could he find He Ran if he didn't even have the strength of an extreme powerhouse? Master Wei coldly snorted, "You don't know the meaning of death." As he spoke, he materialized his consciousness and attacked Uncle Mo's brain. It was as if his entire head had been smashed to pieces. His action of tearing through the void stopped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Master Wei looked down from above. Seeing that you have served He Ran wholeheartedly, I will spare your life. With a wave of his hand, the black energy source in Uncle Mo's heart flew up and landed in Master Wei's hand. Uncle Mo despaired. Ruler, I beg of you. Let me find my lord. I'll definitely find him. Master Vader casually tossed a white energy source to Uncle Mo, go find it yourself. With that, his body materialized and his consciousness disappeared. Uncle Mo grabbed the white energy source with great difficulty. This amount of energy was far from enough, but he knew that the reason why the Dimensional Master did not kill him was because he hoped that he would be able to find some clues. As long as there were clues, he would be able to tell the Dimensional Master. He would not give up. He had to find the Lord. Master Wei took the black energy source and gave it to Bai Qian. From today onwards, you will take He Ran's place in charge of hyperspace. This energy source will help you, and I've also taken care of the Yu family's threat for you. Bai Qian was grateful. Thank you, ruler. Master Wei looked at Bai Qian. Back then, I thought highly of you because you not only had Iran's perfection, but also the potential for cultivation. Don't disappoint me. Bai Qian's eyes flashed. Got it. Not long after, Dimensional Master officially announced that Bai Qian had become the overseer of transdimensional space. All parties in hyperspace paid their respects. Yu Fang looked at the screen and said bitterly, I never thought that she would be the one to win in the end. This person that he had always viewed as a chess piece was now sitting high above the 9 heavens, while the Yu family had completely fallen into the abyss. Iran's fate was unknown, and the situation of the entire ultra-spacetime had suddenly changed. Bai Qian went to the place where Iran had been and looked at the high stairs. She walked up one step at a time and slowly sat down. This place's line of sight was not too high. Countless voices of worship entered Bai Qian's ears, but she was not too excited. Back on Earth, she had been the most elite, and she had been the first to reach Neptune. Everyone on Earth had looked up to her, and after leaving Earth, she had increased her cultivation with Starsabil's help and joined Astral, one of the Astral Combat Academy. Even the challengers from the cosmic ocean were no match for her. Although it seemed like Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of a legend, she had not lagged behind by much. Later on, she did not know what had happened, but Lu Yin had left everyone in the dust and was far beyond her ability to catch up. However, compared to her peers, she was definitely at the peak, including those who had come from Earth. No matter what opportunities they had, they could not catch up to her. If Lu Yin's experiences were a resplendent legend, then she was like Lu Yin in the shadows. Even though she stood at the peak of hyperspace, she did not have an arrogant attitude. There was still someone above her, and that person was her goal. However, she still had to put on an act, or that person would become suspicious. The next moment, Bai Qian's temperament changed. She became lofty and incomparably holy, like a goddess. This temperament was exactly the same as Iran's, and with her beautiful face and valiant temperament, she could be considered perfect. Greetings, Your Excellency. The worker came and bowed respectfully. Bai Qian was indifferent. Are you willing to help me, Mr. Worker? The worker was moved. I am willing to serve Your Excellency. Bai Qian's lips curled up, and she opened her hand. The black energy source slowly floated in front of the worker. The worker had climbed up step by step from the bottom. Without the support of a noble family, he was like Tu Ku and could use the white energy source. Now that Bai Qian had given him the black energy source, it was also an opportunity. She could trust this person. It was also because of this worker that Lu Yin had been able to inform her in time and prevent her from being bullied by Xiao Zun. The worker looked at the black energy source floating in front of him and his breathing quickened. Are you confident? Bai Qian asked indifferently. The worker took a deep breath, and his old face became much younger. He straightened his back. I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency. I believe that I can use the black energy source a long time ago. He then reached out to take it and placed it in his heart. A violent and uncontrollable power wreaked havoc in his body. The worker's body trembled, and he almost fell over. He stepped forward with his right leg and slowly squatted down, beads of sweat dripping down his face. He was trying to withstand this power. This was an opportunity, and only by grasping it would his family be able to escape their previous predicament. Otherwise, once he left the decision-making team, his family would be liquidated. His family was not a proper noble family to begin with. There was a low roar as the black energy erupted and surrounded the worker. The worker exhaled and distorted the void as he sensed the boundless power within his body. Was this the black energy? Was this the power of an extreme powerhouse? He bowed excitedly to Bai Qian. Your subordinate is willing to serve Your Excellency to the death. Bai Qian nodded. The worker consciously hid himself in the void, just like Uncle Mo. At this moment, Bai Qian finally had the capital to back her up. An extreme powerhouse was her capital, but this capital was far from hers. Lu Yin's side was her true capital, and he should be returning soon. Half a month later, Lu Yin returned to the void god spacetime, and as soon as he returned, he was shocked to learn of the events that had transpired in the hyperspace continuum. He had not learned much about the hyperspace continuum during this time, and he had assumed that the Yu family would definitely win. However, the results had left him shocked. The Yu family had actually been defeated, and the Dimensional Master had returned and appointed Bai Qian to control the hyperspace continuum. All of this felt like a dream to Lu Yin. He had actually come here to investigate Bai Qian's whereabouts, but he had not expected her to suddenly take over He Ran's place. Capturing He Ran had been the right decision. However, the Yu family's schemes had actually been defeated. The Dimensional Master had concealed himself even more deeply than the Yu family. Lu Yin was glad that he had not participated too much, or he would have been unlucky as well. The Yu family had invited the Shaoyin divinity to take action, but the Dimensional Master had suppressed them instead. The Dimensional Master's strength should be comparable to 3 divinities. This was the true strength of a hexagon. Even the Dimensional Master, who was not proficient in cultivation, was mysterious and unfathomable. After Lu Yin returned to the void god spacetime, he quickly greeted Su Heng and Su Ling to prevent them from worrying. He then went to the hyperspace continuum to understand the current situation. It was still the same staircase with blooming flowers, but the one sitting at the top was not He Ran, but Bai Qian. One was looking down, while the other was looking up. Life was truly strange, and Lu Yin had not expected Bai Qian to actually win. He had been worried about Bai Qian since he had tried to contact her before capturing He Ran, but he had not been able to contact her. Xian Qi, thank you for your help. The Yu family has been defeated. From now on, you will be the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture's Prefecture Master. Bai Qian smiled and looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. Lu Yin raised a brow. Did this mean that she had already revealed everything to the outside world? If that was the case, then the Yu family already knew that he had schemed against them. Had they told the Shaoyin divinity that he had killed Xiao Qingfeng? Actually, He Ran's framing of the Yu family had been part of the Yu family's plan, but they had not known who had placed Rahu's item in the Zio realm. Now, they must have known. Lu Yin's thoughts raced, and he looked at Bai Qian. Where's He Ran? Bai Qian replied, I don't know. She's missing. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. What a pity. She's pretty good to me. Bai Qian smiled. Pretty good. Looks like you admire her a lot. Lu Yin shrugged. Just a so. So, how should I address you? Lady Bai Qian. Bai Qian replied, anything. You can also call me Sister Bai. Lu Yin smiled and looked to the side. I didn't expect you to be here as well, Lord. Lord walked out and beamed at Lu Yin. My Lord thinks highly of me and gave me a chance to protect you. Lu Yin nodded. I didn't expect Lord to be able to use a black energy source. The hyperspace horizon really is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lord Justice replied, it's just using it, but it's still far from what the future prefecture master can achieve. Lord Justice was very grateful to Lu Yin, and he could faintly guess that the reason he had been valued was because of Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Bai Qian had an inexplicable relationship. Not long after, Lu Yin left, as there was nothing more to be said. Yi Futian went to the Zio realm. He wanted to confirm the Yu clan's thoughts. Yu Fang might have guessed something, but Master Wei didn't know. This meant that the Yu clan didn't say anything. Yi Futian had to make a trip there. The main reason was that the Yu clan hadn't told Xiao Qingfeng's death to divinity Xiao Yin. When they met again, things had changed. What surprised Lu Yin the most was Eulele. She had changed from her previous sloppiness to a completely different person. She was clean and tidy, and her gaze was deep. "If I didn't know you, I would have thought that you were a fake ukulele," Luine teased. Ukulele looked at him calmly. "We've been waiting for you for a long time." Luine asked, "You know that I'm still alive?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2693. Yufeng replied, "We've activated the super analysis mode here, so even the maintainer can't monitor us. If you have anything to say, just say it." Luine found it strange. Your Yu family can actually use the super analysis method. Master Wei didn't confiscate it. We've lost more than half of the Zio realm, and my Yu clan has also lost control of all the carriers of the feeding technique. I've even been chased out and can't research it. From then on, the Yu clan can be considered to be in dire straits, Yul said. Luine looked at Yufeng. "But I can see that you guys are still in good spirits. I'm curious, how did you guys manage to survive under Vader's attack?" Yufeng stared at him. "Bai Qian didn't tell you?" Luine shook his head. Yufeng's tone was calm. "You've been working with Bai Qian for a long time, right? It was Bai Qian who placed Rahu's items in the Zio realm. You're Lu Yin's subordinate." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Don't spout nonsense. Lu Yin and I are irreconcilable enemies in the primordial space." Yufeng sneered. "Perhaps. How is he Ran?" Luine asked. "Isn't he Ran missing?" Yufeng looked at Luine with a mocking gaze. "Others might not have thought of you, but I knew it was you. Xian Qi, you've hidden yourself well. From the very beginning, you approached my Yu family and tried to get us to invite you to the hyperspace continuum. You've been scheming against my Yu family, against Ran, and against everyone else. I don't care how illogical the process is, but my guess is that you've been scheming against the entire hyperspace continuum." Luine didn't say anything, and he just looked at Yufeng, wondering if he should silence him. The most disgusting thing about this guy was that he didn't follow common sense and only followed the results. Who could stand that? Don't be in such a hurry to deny it. My guess is that you're helping Luine scheme against hyperspace. Maybe it's not just hyperspace. I heard that you're doing well in the Three Monarchs universe and have Chun-Li's full support. Can I guess that you're also helping Luine scheme against the Three Monarchs universe? The funny thing is that the Yuan sage keeps saying that the origin space is stagnant and doesn't know anything about the outside world. However, he doesn't know that you are already plotting against the samsara spacetime, Yufeng said. Lu Yin's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Yufeng. This guy had no evidence to back up his theory, and he had only been able to make conjectures based on the results. "This isn't the first time I've suspected you. Do you know why I arrested Bai Qian when you identified he ran as a spy?" "It was to guard against you," Yufeng said with a solemn expression. "To be honest, if you're really as I've guessed, there really isn't anyone in the entire hyperspace who can stop you from doing things. Master Wei and Divine Sovereign Shao Yin can, but I can't tell them. I can only hide Bai Qian, and when Bai Qian is gone, you'll capture he ran. I'm sure it was you." Lu Yin stood up and slowly walked towards the place where the Yu family had been monitoring the entire spacetime continuum. He did not say anything, but from the looks of it, Yufeng had indeed not told deity Shao Yin that Lu Yin had killed Xiao Qingfeng. Yufeng continued to speak. His speculations were close to the truth, but some of them were wrong. For example, he had speculated that Su Heng and Su Leng knew the truth and were his helpers in the Void God spacetime. Both sides had reached an agreement. He had also speculated that every civilization in the six-party society had sent people to help Lu Yin, and he had even boldly speculated that a Yuan sage was helping Lu Yin. Yufeng made many speculations, and he continued to observe Lu Yin as he spoke. However, he was disappointed, as Luyin didn't show any reaction at all. After Yufang finished speaking, Luyin simply said, "There's no evidence." In the past, the Yu family did not need evidence to speak, but now, they couldn't even leave the space-time continuum. They were completely isolated by the dimensional guardian. After all, who would be able to hear them? Luyin was even considering whether or not to silence them. "Xian-Qi, we're in a cooperative relationship. We were in the past, and we are now," Yufang suddenly said. Luyin looked at him. "What qualifications does the current Yu family have to cooperate with me? What do we have to do if we cooperate? Do you still want to scheme against the dimensional guardian?" Yufang seriously replied, "In the past, the Yu family could do some things, but there were also some things that they could not do because they were too obvious. Now, however, there are some things that they can do. No one cares about the current Yu family, but the Yu family still controls some things. For example." Luyin was curious. "For example, Shao Qingfeng's death. For example, you're from the primordial space, but I'm not sure about the other space-time continuums of the six-party society. For example, this." Yufang took out Celestial Champion Star's weapon. Luyin looked at it, puzzled. "Have you heard of Celestial Champion Star?" Yufang asked. Luyin's expression changed. The publicly acknowledged leader of the three sovereigns. How could he not have heard of Celestial Champion Star? That was the leader of the three sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime. Although he was nameless, he was known as the Lesser Sovereign. There were only greater sovereigns and lesser sovereigns, and Celestial Champion Star was a lesser sovereign. This is the promise that Celestial Champion Star gave. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't go against principles or the interests of humanity, it can be done. Celestial Champion Star values promises the most, and one of his promises is worth 10 powerhouses combined, Yufang said solemnly. Luyin was shocked. 10 powerhouses was an exaggeration, but if the legends of Celestial Champion Star were true, then this person was definitely comparable to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The promise of such a person was invaluable. "You use this to force the dimensional guardian away?" Luyin asked. Yufang replied, "Not just the dimensional guardian, but also First Encounter and Sovereign Shaoyin." First Encounter. Luyin raised his brows. Why did this name sound so similar to Chu Yuan's? Eulele was disgusted. That Shao sovereign from the reincarnation spacetime is said to have an absolutely perfect cultivation talent. Even extreme powerhouses are shocked by his cultivation talent, but he's actually a despicable person. I don't know why the greater sovereign accepted him as a disciple. Luyin didn't care about the greater sovereign's disciple, he only cared about the name First Encounter. Why was it called that? Did it have any meaning? Chu Yuan was the primogenitor's disciple, and First Encounter was the greater sovereign's disciple. What was the relationship between the greater sovereign and the primogenitor? Why were all their disciples surnamed Chu? What did the word first represent? Was it the beginning of the world? This surname was not ordinary, and the greater sovereign status was even more so. Xian-Qi, even though my Yu clan has been defeated and lost everything, our understanding of ultra-space and time is incomparable to Bai Qian's. Besides, Victor the Celestial's promise isn't something that just anyone can obtain. Victor the Celestial's promise can't be changed. He only promised my Yu clan once. That's enough for me to cooperate with you, right? Luyin looked at Yufang. There's nothing to cooperate with. What your Yu family wants to do has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to hand over the heavens reflection matters. I need the Yu family's cooperation in capturing the spies. There's no need to say anything else. Luyin quickly left the Zio realm and returned to the Void God spacetime continuum. Although he hadn't explicitly said it, Yufang knew that he hadn't rejected the offer. Lu Yin hadn't thought that the Yu family would still be useful to him. Elsewhere, Eulele was worried. Father, we promised the Dimensional Guardian that we would use this promise to benefit the hyperspace continuum. Bai Qian heard it too. Yufang looked at Eulele. I know. He then turned and left without waiting for Eulele's reply. Sometimes, it was better to shoulder some things on one's own. As long as Xian Qi could help the Yu family survive this crisis, nothing else mattered. The Yu family couldn't stay in the hyperspace continuum and wait to die. His target of cooperation wasn't Xian Qi, but rather the primordial space. After returning to the Red Domain, Lu Yin met up with Su Heng and Su Leng. Both of them had a bad attitude towards the Yu family, as they believed that the Yu family had forced Lu Yin to identify he ran. I told you that the Yu family has a bad reputation and that you had to be extra careful. Fortunately, you were smart enough to see through the Yu family's plans. Otherwise, things would have boded ill for you, Su Ling reprimanded. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've made you guys worry. It's my fault. I never thought that the Yu family would be so scheming that they would betray the Dimensional Guardian and even drag in Sovereign Shaoyin and Luo Shan. That means that half of the Six Paths gang is involved, and I'm just a pawn of the Yu family. Su Leng snorted. Those fellows only know how to scheme, but they still ended up dead in the end. Did they really think that a space-time ruler was that easy to deal with? Su Heng sighed. Even now, I still don't know how the Dimensional Guardian won. Actually, the Yu family could have won with their schemes. Sovereign Shaoyin, Luo Shan, and the Yu family had a total of 5 powerhouses, but the Dimensional Guardian still self-destructed in front of everyone. I can only say that some things are fated. He then looked at Lu Yin. Bro, don't get involved in the affairs of the hyperspace continuum in the future. Dimensional Guardian isn't that simple. That's right. Su Wuji returned and said to Lu Yin, if you hadn't warned us beforehand, the 3 of us would have killed our way into the hyperspace continuum. The Eternals would have benefited then. Su Ling rolled his eyes. They would definitely go to the hyperspace continuum for revenge, but Su Wuji might not. Who knew what that old fellow was thinking? The group left after berating the Yu family for a bit. You should just stay in the Void God spacetime and raise your cultivation. Think of a way to fulfill your promise to the new inn, Su Wuji said. Lu Yin shrugged. That's difficult. I'm currently the prefecture master of the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture. Su Wuji was shocked. Prefecture master of the Hyperspace Horizon Prefecture. Lu Yin suddenly asked, Prefecture master, do you think I have a chance of becoming the prefecture master of the Six Direction Association's Horizon Prefecture? Su Wuji sneered. Don't say such stupid things. It reminds me of Yu Xian. He wanted to unify the Horizon Prefecture and become a behemoth outside of the Six Direction Association. What a joke. However, reality has proven that he was just putting on a show for the Dimensional Guardian. Even his act of scattering all of his family's wealth and suicide were all fake. But I'm real. If that day really comes, will the prefecture master support me? Lu Yin asked seriously. Su Wuji thought about it. If that day really comes, he grinned at Lu Yin. Let someone else be the prefecture master. Whoever wants it can be the prefecture master. Lu Yin laughed. Su Wuji laughed happily as well. The next day, Lu Yin received another invitation from the Mutiankong Prefecture's Horizon Prefecture, asking him to head to Mutiankong to assist in the investigation of the spy. Lu Yin rejected the invitation once again, as he became even more wary of the Mutiankong Prefecture. He had only just returned, and the Mutiankong Prefecture had already known about it. It was obvious that they were watching him. It would be fine if they really wanted to investigate the spy, but if it had something to do with the Freedom Palace, then Lu Yin would have to be careful. Logically speaking, the Freedom Palace should not have come looking for him. The stone was in Luoshan, and Chenlu had been the one to hand it over. Lu Yin had not even shown himself from start to finish. However, the Mu Tiankong Prefecture's actions made Lu Yin wary. Perhaps that Mr. Dahang had the ability to manipulate fate, but what could he do? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2694. Thinking about destiny, Lu Yin returned to the Eternal Kingdom and then to the Fifth Mainland. He and Bai Qian had agreed to meet on Earth. On Earth, it was still the same beach. Under the setting sun, the waves rose and fell, and there were many people playing around. Lu Yin reclined on a chair and leisurely sipped on his drink. The second, third, and fourth days were the same, and Bai Qian only arrived on the fifth day. You can come here as you please. Lu Yin asked. Bai Qian replied, Master Dimensional doesn't have time to keep an eye on me. One of his bodies was destroyed, and he's urgently looking for a replacement. Lu Yin took a sip of his drink. Once you reach a certain level, you'll also be his body. He wants both men and women, right? Bai Qian nodded and reclined as well. A woman's body changes very quickly, and she'll get a new one every 10,000 years. A man's body is different and can be used for a long time. The Yu family used this habit of Master Dimensionals to scheme against him. Back then, a man that Master Dimensional favored escaped and left a flaw in Master Dimensional's plan. Otherwise, if that body was still around, even the Shaoyin divinity wouldn't have been able to do anything to Master Dimensional. Lu Yin was curious. You were able to escape. If you stayed behind, wouldn't that be the same as escaping as well? Bai Qian shook his head. We all have Master Dimensional's methods in our bodies. As long as he confirms that we've escaped, we'll definitely die. That makes sense, Lu Yin said. Bai Qian looked at Lu Yin. You've also left control methods in many people's bodies, right? Lu Yin did not deny it. Don't worry. Low-level methods. Bai Qian bluntly answered. Lu Yin raised a brow. Other than that, how do you control your enemies? Bai Qian replied, It's simple. I just need to create stronger enemies for him. Troublesome. Maybe. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. The two of them had different thoughts, and there was nothing to discuss in this regard. For now, Master Dimensional doesn't trust me. I can't find Zijing's location, and I don't dare to. I'll try my best to understand transcendence as soon as possible, so there's no rush. Lu Yin replied, I didn't call you here for Zijing. You left Earth with Starsabil's invitation, right? Bai Qian replied, yes. Where's the invitation? Lu Yin Qian. Bai Qian did not understand why Lu Yin was asking for it. With his current Starsabil, he had long since disregarded of course. You want it? Lu Yin. Bai Qian touched his cosmic ring. If even Bai Qian's invitation letter was gone, then it would be very difficult to find Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. Fate was always a thorn in his side. Not only was he afraid of fate, but he was also uneasy about the future. If Starsabil and Mr. Zhu saw his future through fate and spread the news, then he would lose his foundation in the Genesis space. Everything would vanish into thin air, and he would become the target of the Hexagon Society. When he saw Bai Qian retrieve the invitation from her cosmic ring, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and accepted it. Bai Qian was puzzled. Many people in this spacetime have received invitations, but you value them so much? Lu Yin replied, I have my reasons. You can go back first. Bai Qian didn't ask much. She really couldn't leave hyperspace for too long. After Bai Qian left, Lu Yin hurriedly headed to the Neoverse, where he saw Xiao Shi, who was currently cultivating the fate laws with Skymender. He did not have much time to chat with them, so he quickly brought them back to the above heavens sect. At the same time, he had his fate daughter arrive. At the same time, he tried to contact Xianzhou, but he couldn't reach him no matter how hard he tried. Hiding from him. Forget it, it was fine even if he couldn't find Xianzhou. Perhaps Xianzhou was with Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. Xiaoshi, how's your progress? Lu Yin asked from the back mountains of the above heavens sect. Xiaoshi had a mushroom head, and she looked blankly at Skymender. Skymender bitterly replied, Path Master, do you think that Fate is a mushroom head? Impudent. Fate daughter arrived and sent a thread at Skymender, but Lu Yin intercepted it. He flicked his finger, causing the void to distort as the thread mysteriously disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already been severed. Fate daughter was shocked. This was impossible. Although Lu Yin had always had the strength to fight against progenitors, that had been with the help of various external forces. Against her, it would not be so easy for him to suppress her with his own strength. If the two of them really fought, she did not believe that she would lose. However, in that instant, her thread of fate had been severed. It had been cut off by a power that she could not see. Fate daughter was a disciple of fate, and she was one of the 12 heavenly gates. During the era of the sect of heaven above, she was almost guaranteed to break through to the progenitor realm. She was a powerhouse at the peak of the half-ancestor realm, and ordinary half-ancestors would not even be able to retaliate against her. She could even fight against ordinary progenitors without panting. By relying on fate's laws, even Qianlu, who had been a peak half-ancestor, would not be her match. Thus, whether it was Fate daughter, Lu Bujing, Kai, or Hen Xian, all of them were very arrogant. However, Lu Yin's move just now had stunned Fate daughter, and she could not figure out what was going on. She even forgot to attack Skymender. Lu Yin looked at her coldly. Do you know where this is? Fate daughter frowned. She was afraid of Lu Yin, but she also remembered why she had attacked him. She angrily glared at Skymender. He insulted Master. Skymender hurriedly apologized. I did not insult fate. It's just that this child's learning of fate's laws is going too smoothly, so smoothly that it's unimaginable. Besides, he can even read the Book of Destiny. Fate daughter suddenly stared at Xiaoshi. You can read the Book of Destiny. This was the first time Fate daughter had heard of Xiaoshi's existence. Skymender had been one step ahead of her, but only by one step. Xiaoshi was afraid of Fate daughter and hid behind Lu Yin. Fate daughter did not understand. You've only just started cultivating fate's laws. How old are you? How could you possibly understand the Book of Destiny? She then looked at Lu Yin. Path Master, this. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her from being so agitated. To Fate daughter's knowledge, only Fate could understand the Book of Destiny without cultivating it. Skymender had thought the same back then, but now, Xiaoshi's image had completely overturned her understanding, and she could not accept it. Lu Yin gave a simple explanation of Xiaoshi's situation, and Fate daughter was stunned. Could this brat really understand the Book of Destiny? I don't believe you. Show him, Fate daughter said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Show? How could that be possible? The Book of Destiny had been burned, and Fate daughter would definitely be furious if she found out. He hurriedly gave Skymender a look, but Skymender was not stupid. Path Master, what instructions do you have for us? Could it be that you found Starsabil? Starsabil successfully diverted Fate daughter's attention, and she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out Starsabil's invitation under everyone's gazes. Fate daughter's gaze trembled. I've seen that slut's power. She then took the invitation and used Fate's laws to search for Starsabil, not daring to waste any time. Skymender acted at the same time. Lu Yin had brought Xiao Shi along because it was convenient. One more person meant one more source of strength. After all, fate's laws were mystical, but now it seemed that there was no need for Xiao Shi to act. Lu Yin had never understood what fate's laws were or where it came from. It was only after this trip to the Six Direction Society that he seemed to understand a little. The so-called fate's laws allowed one to see through the past and present. It was a power that could affect the universe's laws. The universe's normal operation had given birth to humans, and humans had not adapted to the universe. This normal operation had countless laws, and fate's laws could pry into these laws and see through the past and present. However, this only allowed one to see through the past and present. How could one see the future? If fate's laws could really see the future, then it meant that the future had long been predetermined. Was it just as Saruzin had said, that the trajectory and karma had all been predetermined? What kind of power was needed to arrange the entire universe's history and karma? As she thought of this, the Lady of Fate suddenly opened her eyes. The end of the thread flew out and extended endlessly. Found it. At the same time, on a very ordinary planet in the solar system that had not even developed an ancient civilization, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, filled with panic and unease. Not good. The next moment, an indescribable pressure descended, as if coming from this planet. Lu Yin borrowed progenitor Chen's power to scan the entire fifth mainland. When Fate Daughter found it, Lu Yin also saw it. It was Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu wanted to tear through the void and escape, but the pressure from this planet was difficult for him to resist. This was the power of a progenitor. Mr. Zhu, where do you want to go? Lu Yin descended and appeared in front of Mr. Zhu. Starsabil was in the distance. The next moment, Fate Daughter and Butian arrived as well. This planet was actually right next to the Heaven sect, which was located at the edge of the solar system. This meant that Mr. Zhu and Starsabil were right under their noses. This result made Fate Daughter furious, as she had never been able to find them. Slut, where else can you run to? Fate Daughter was furious and did not care about her image as she cursed. This was the first time she had been forced into a corner like this. Starsabil did not care and looked at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, you still managed to find us. Mr. Zhu sighed. I can't avoid what's coming. Mr. Zhu and Starsabil were brought back to the mountain behind the Heaven sect by Lu Yin. Since he had found them, Lu Yin was relieved. How dare you trick me? Fate Daughter hated Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. When she had first appeared and found Starsabil, she had been told that Mr. Zhu was dead. She had not thought much of it, but she had never expected that she had been tricked from the very beginning. She could accept being threatened and berated, but she could not accept being tricked. She was Fate Daughter, the successor of Fate. She should have seen the past and present, but she had been tricked. Fate Daughter, get out, Lu Yin said. Fate Daughter frowned. Me? Lu Yin looked at her and waved his hand. All of you, get out. She's someone related to my fate, so why should I leave? I want to know why she's hiding and the truth about the bead. That involves my master. Fate Daughter was unwilling to leave. At this moment, Master Shan arrived and slowly walked in front of Fate Daughter. The young master has asked you to leave. Fate Daughter's face turned cold. Master Lu, there's no reason for you to ask me to leave when it involves my fate. The young master does not need to reason with you. An illusory mountain appeared in front of Master Shan. This was his inner world. Although he could not become a progenitor and had failed his tribulation, which had resulted in irreversible consequences, he had still managed to cultivate his inner world back. Fate Daughter did not care about Master Shan at all. She did not fear anyone at the half-ancestor level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2695. The current Master Shan was different. As the black energy spread out, the illusory mountain became solid, and the mountain rumbled as it crashed towards Life Maiden. Lu Yin was curious as to what kind of power Master Shan could display. Life Maiden attacked and stabbed her destiny line into the mountain, but it was stopped. She was shocked. How could this be? She could actually feel the power of a progenitor. You're a progenitor. Master Shan took a step forward and pushed his Lady Ming away. Don't spout nonsense, or you'll never know anything about destiny. Lu Yin's voice rang out the moment Life Maiden was pushed away. Life Maiden's emotions were complicated, as she could not understand Lu Yin at all. He had been able to break her destiny line without the help of a progenitor, and now, he was hiding another progenitor. Where had he gotten all this information from? Regardless of whether she was willing to admit it or not, the current above heaven's sect was becoming more and more powerful. Unless Life Maiden wanted to betray the Genesis space, she could not reveal anything about Lu Yin. Butian was much simpler. Lu Yin had sent him away with a single glance, and Xiao Shi had been dragged away as well. Senior Butian, that little girl's personality is really bad, Xiao Shi whispered to Butian. Butian hurriedly told him to keep quiet. Life Maiden heard this and stared at Xiao Shi. Where's the Book of Destiny? Xiao Shi was about to speak when Butian covered his mouth. It's with the Path Master. Life Maiden's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived and excitedly brewed a few cups of tea for someone. Xiao Shi looked at Zhao Ran and was bewildered. His eyes widened as he followed her. Life Maiden frowned. Who's that mushroom head? Butian smiled bitterly. I really don't know, but his talent in cultivating destiny is extraordinary. Life Maiden looked away and towards the back of the mountain. She wanted to know what the Starsabil sect was planning. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. At this point, there's no need to beat around the bush. Tell me, what's going on with the Starsabil sect? Why is Mr. Zhu pretending to be dead? Who's behind the massacre at the Astral Combat Academy? What's the deal with the beads? How much do you know about destiny? Mr. Zhu sighed. From the moment you found me, I was destined to tell you the answer. Actually, I'm the bead. Lu Yin was not surprised, as he had already guessed it. There are 13 pearls of destiny, and you are one of them. Mr. Zhu nodded. Starsabil is my host. Lu Yin looked at Starsabil, but she remained calm. The Starsabil sect was founded by Mr. Zhu in order to select Starsabil as its host. We've long known of Fate's existence, and it's not just a legend. Fate will return, Mr. Zhu suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Will fate really return? Mr. Zhu took a deep breath. Destiny is not dead, or I would not exist. My existence is based on destiny's laws. If destiny is dead, then I cannot exist. Lu Yin asked, the symbol ancestor's power is also on the fifth mainland. Are you sure that he's still alive? Mr. Zhu shook his head. It's not the same. The symbol ancestor changed the heavens and the earth, while destiny. He looked at Lu Yin. Steal the heavens and change the earth. What do you mean? Lu Yin didn't understand. Mr. Zhu smiled bitterly. If I knew what it meant, I wouldn't have been found by you. I would have reached the ancestor realm long ago. I don't want to become the pearl of fate and be manipulated by her. I want to become an ancestor, I want freedom, and I want to find those three. Something. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. The three things that Undying Yushan is looking for. Mr. Zhu replied, to be precise, the demonic scripture, or rather, the three things that the netherworld ancestor is looking for, a sword, a pearl, and a tree branch. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled as he recalled Undying Yushan's dying words. The demonic scripture had controlled him to search for 3 things, and those 3 things were very likely to be on Earth. That's why you've been staying in the solar system. Why are you looking for those 3 things? What do those 3 things mean? Lu Yin knew that Earth was extraordinary. Jiang Chen had always appeared on Earth and could freely travel through parallel spacetime, which was very unusual. Mr. Zhu was vexed. I don't know what those 3 things mean either. The demonic scripture is searching according to the will of the netherworld ancestor, but I'm searching according to destiny's will. We don't want to search for them, but we have to. Those 3 things are definitely not ordinary. I'm certain that as long as I can find them, I'll transform and no longer be a pearl that destiny plays with. Undying Yushan gave me the direction, but why can't I find them? Lu Yin frowned. In Earth's parallel spacetime. That's the only explanation, Starsabil said. If they weren't in a parallel spacetime, Undying Yushan would have found them long ago. Mr. Zhu replied, those 3 things are unique, and they can't be found in every parallel spacetime. However, it's destined that we won't be able to find them. Lu Yin looked into the distance. If they were in Earth's parallel spacetime, then that should be where Jiang Chen was. It wasn't that they couldn't find them, but that they had to rely on luck. No one knew when Jiang Chen would return. The Starsabil sect was the greatest secret of this era. Before Lu Yin had undergone the Grim Reaper transformation, the Grim Reaper and Destiny were just legends that could not be confirmed or acknowledged. No one had even mentioned them. However, the Starsabil sect had always known about the existence of Destiny, and they even knew that Destiny would eventually return. Mr. Zhu hadn't done anything wrong, and it was normal for him to think for himself. However, now that he had been found, he could no longer be free. A pearl was still a pearl. If an ordinary person knew about the existence of Destiny and that he was just a part of a story that had been arranged, would he resist? Perhaps, perhaps not, but if the ending of this story was not what he wanted, would he still resist? The answer was definitely yes. To Mr. Zhu, Destiny would eventually return, and his ending was to become a pearl that was worn on Destiny's wrist. He could not accept such an ending, so he wanted to resist. He had pried into Destiny's cultivation method and used his connection to Destiny to search for the 3 items. He wanted to rewrite Destiny and break through to the progenitor realm. He wanted to even suppress Destiny and control his own life. Unfortunately, he had failed in the end. Looking at the 10 pearls in his hand, Lu Yin did not know what to do. Wearing them on his wrist made him panic. After all, Mr. Zhu was also one of them, and he was an independent existence. Would the other 9 pearls also be independent existences? Wearing them on his wrist was like having 10 independent existences staring at him at all times. Just thinking about it made him panic. More importantly, these pearls were too obvious. Once Destiny returned, he would be the first to be found. Lu Yin did not know what to do if he did not wear them. Tell me what to do with these pearls, Lu Yin asked as he stared at the pearls in his hand in a daze. Starsabil was very calm. I don't know. If I did, I wouldn't be the host. Lu Yin looked at her. You don't want to be the host. Starsabil was bitter. To Mr. Zhu, Destiny is an enemy that competes with him for time. It's the same for me. Everything I do is based on Mr. Zhu. Including when you divined me back then? Lu Yin asked. Starsabil looked at Lu Yin and said, Mr. Zhu divined that humanity would face a great calamity in the future, and he told me to find someone who could help humanity overcome this calamity. I didn't know how to find that person, and in the vast sea of people, I could only screen them through that question. Mr. Zhu told me that the person who could not be divine might be the person who could save humanity from this calamity. That's why I found you. What I said before was not a lie. I really couldn't divine you, so I divined the results of the tournament of the strongest. The first point was the results of the tournament of the strongest, and the second point was the battle with Night King Jinwu. Lu Yin interrupted her. You've already told me these things. Tell me something I don't know. Starsabil looked up at the sky. The fifth mainland knows too little about the above heaven sect, and they don't even understand destiny. They don't even believe in the existence of destiny. In my opinion, they aren't enough to help me break free from Mr. Zhu. Starsabil paused and looked at Lu Yin. I need to find someone who can help me break free from Mr. Zhu, even if that person is very weak at the time and has experienced many hardships. I don't care about humanity's calamity, and I don't care about what Mr. Zhu wants. I just want to control my own destiny. Everything that I told you before was true, and I've said everything that needs to be said. The only difference is that my goal is not the so-called calamity, but myself. I need you to help me break free from Mr. Zhu. Lu Yin frowned. That's all. That's all. Starsabil was magnanimous as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared into her eyes, but he could not see anything. This woman seemed to have told him everything, but Lu Yin could no longer trust her. He did not know what else Starsabil could hide, and with the gap between them, there was no point in hiding anything. In any case, he no longer trusted this woman, so he found the Fate daughter. She's yours. Starsabil's expression changed. I can't go with her. The Fate daughter's gaze was cold. Since when did you get to choose? Starsabil stared at Lu Yin. I've broken free from Mr. Zhu, and I can't be controlled by the Fate daughter anymore. Lu Yin ignored her and looked at the Fate daughter instead. I don't care how much you hate her. I still have use for her, and I don't want her to change too much the next time we meet. The Fate daughter raised a brow, but she did not refute. Ever since she had arrived in this era, she had gradually become more restrained. She had once been a genius who had dared to kill Lu Bujing during the above heaven sect era, but now, she did not dare to go against Lu Yin's words. She could only sullenly accept Lu Yin's reprimands, and this anger was destined to be vented on Starsabil. Who's that mushroom head? The Fate daughter asked. Lu Yin was puzzled. Where's Little Shi? Skymender answered, he chased after Zhao Ran. Zhao? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Why was Little Shi chasing after Zhao Ran? As he thought about it, his domain spread out, and he quickly found Zhao Ran and Little Shi. At this moment, Little Shi was circling around Zhao Ran and constantly talking about something. He seemed to be rather excited and happy, but Zhao Ran had a blank expression on her face. She did not even notice that the tea she had poured had spilled out, and she just stared blankly at Little Shi. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside the two. Skymender and the Fate daughter also followed him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2696. You really don't remember me. It's me, it's me. Xiao Shi circled around Zhao Ran, looking happy and disappointed at the same time, almost dancing with joy. Zhao Ran licked her lips. I forgot. Sorry, I'm out of stock. Xiao Shi patted her mushroom head. What about this? You said it was cute. Zhao Ran's eyes lit up. It is. Right? Xiao Shi was happy. When Zhao Ran saw Lu Yin and the others arrive, she cheered, Your Highness, you're back. Ah, I spilled the flower tea. I'm sorry, I'll make some more. Lu Yin asked, Zhao Ran, do you know him? Zhao Ran looked at Xiao Shi and then at Lu Yin before shaking her head. No, but he's really cute. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was depressed. Brother Lu, she should know me. She's the first person besides Xiao Qi to say that my mushroom head is cute. She even gave me a present. Zhao Ran apologized. I'm sorry, my mushroom head is really cute, but I forgot. I'm sorry, I'm out of stock. Xiao Shi hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, you're not out of stock. You're my friend. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm out of stock. I'm sorry, you're my friend. Look, mushroom head. Ah, it's so cute. Right, who are you? It's our first time meeting, I'll make you some tea. Lu Yin was speechless, it was starting again. Xiao Shi blinked, somewhat at a loss. Bu Tian looked at Lu Yin and then at Zhao Ran. He had always felt that this maid was strange. Forget it, Xiao Shi, she doesn't remember you, Lu Yin said. He then showed Zhao Ran something hanging in front of his chest that contained her memories. Zhao Ran quickly remembered and then apologized to Xiao Shi, I'm sorry, I'm out of stock. I don't remember. Your mushroom head is really cute. Xiao Shi couldn't answer and was disappointed, you really don't remember. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Forget it, no matter what, you're still my friend. I'll take good care of your present. Xiao Shi then took out a bead from her cosmic ring. When they saw the bead, Lu Yin was stunned. Destiny, Bu Tian, and even Starsabil were stunned. A bead? An identical bead? What? Another bead? Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that another bead would appear out of nowhere. Xiao Shi waved the bead in front of Zhao Ran, do you still remember? This is your gift to me. Zhao Ran blinked blankly. Lu Yin accepted the pearl and took out another 10, all of them identical. They were one of Destiny's 13 pearls. He looked at Xiao Shi and asked in surprise, Zhao Ran gave you this pearl? Little Shi nodded blankly. That's right. When? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Xiao Shi thought for a moment. It's been many years. Right, when I was very, very young, when I just started to remember things. How long has it been since you obtained the bead and found the big book? Bu Tianwen. Xiao Shi calculated. It's been many years. Lu Yin looked at the bead in his hand and then at Zhao Ran in a daze. Zhao Ran still had a blank look on her face, as if she couldn't remember anything. Your Highness, would you like some tea? I understand now. This child was able to read the Book of Destiny because he was wearing this pearl. Although he didn't train in Destiny, the pearl itself belonged to the Book of Destiny. As for fate, the wearer will definitely be tainted by fate's aura. Over time, one will naturally be able to see it, Bu Tian answered. Lu Yin understood as well and relaxed. Xiao Shi wasn't Destiny, but why had Zhao Ran given him this pearl? Where had Zhao Ran gotten this pearl from? Life's daughter stepped forward and stared at Zhao Ran as if trying to see through her. Zhao Ran and Life's daughter looked at each other in confusion. Would you like some tea? Why do you have this pearl? Life's daughter asked. Zhao Ran looked at the pearl in Lu Yin's hand. I don't have it. You gave it to this kid, Life's daughter continued. Zhao Ran blinked. Is that so? I don't know him. Sorry, I'm out of stock. Life's daughter raised a brow. Bu Tianwen was helpless. She forgets things and doesn't remember what happened. Lu Yin waved his hand. Zhao Ran, go make some tea. Zhao Ran nodded and quickly ran off. She didn't like Life's daughter and her gaze was uncomfortable, but it was fine as long as she drank her tea. Life's daughter looked at Lu Yin. Are you sure she really forgot? She's not faking it. Lu Yin replied, I met her when I first stepped into the cultivation world. She had been like this since then, and it's been a few decades now. Life's daughter turned around and looked in the direction that Zhao Ran had left. You said that Destiny gave this pearl to a child. What's the situation with that child? Lu Yin asked. Life's daughter replied, I told you, I've never seen that child. Is it a boy or a girl? I don't know. Do you suspect it's her? Impossible, how could she have lived from Master's era until now? Life's daughter asked. Lu Yin looked in Zhao Ran's direction. Impossible. He would never forget that Zhao Ran had once been with the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor had even said that he wasn't the person that Zhao Ran was waiting for. Zhao Ran had lived for a very long time, so how long had she lived before meeting the desolate ancestor? Lu Yin thought back to everything related to Zhao Ran. She was always able to find Xian Jiu and force him to scold her. She was naive and only liked to study flower tea, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Who was she? She couldn't be Destiny, could she? Brother Lu, my pearl, Xiaoshi said shyly. Lu Yin was serious. Give it to me as a gift. Xiaoshi was stunned. Ha! Lu Yin smiled. Can I? Xiaoshi didn't want to give it to him. That's the gift she gave me. I wanted to borrow money from you, but you didn't, Lu Yin said. Xiaoshi pursed his lips. You said I didn't have enough money. In the end, you didn't lend it to me, Lu Yin repeated. Xiaoshi looked at the pearl reluctantly and gritted his teeth. Then I'll give it to you. Thank you. Lu Yin smiled. He felt like he was stealing a child's gift. Don't worry, I'll get someone to promote Mushroom Head and fulfill your lifelong wish. Do you want me to find you an ambassador? That he ran isn't bad, you can talk to her yourself. She's with the cauldron. Xiaoshi became excited at the mention of promoting Mushroom Head. Really? Lu Yin nodded. Countless people in the above heaven sect like he ran. As long as she's willing to be your ambassador, the entire universe will accept her. I'll go find her now. Xiaoshi ran off to find he ran. Lu Yin looked forward to it. He put the beads away, and now that he had 11, he decided to put them away. He would find an opportunity to store them in Mount Supreme in the future. Fate Lady took Starsabil and left the above heaven sect. Lu Yin didn't care how Starsabil was treated. He had already warned her, so she wouldn't go overboard. He felt like Starsabil had left something unsaid. As for Butian, Lu Yin still had him stay behind to teach Xiaoshi. Even though he had taken away the pearl, Xiaoshi's cultivation of destiny was already on the right track. It would be a pity if he didn't continue. As for Zhao Ran, she was just like before. He didn't know how to treat her for the time being, so it was better for her to be a maid. The main thing was that he couldn't find an opportunity to change. Perhaps one day, she would recover her memories. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Xiaoshi find he ran through his domain. Not long after, he saw he ran lose her composure and saw many people trying to curry favor with her while cursing Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi was so frightened that he scrambled away. However, he didn't give up and continued to stare at he ran with a determined gaze. Although promoting Mushroom Head was difficult, he had to succeed. He ran looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Lu Yin could temporarily wait for the Six Paths Society. With such a huge incident in hyperspace, he wouldn't be able to do much even if he went. He might even attract the attention of important people, especially the Dimensional Guardian. Lu Yin didn't want to be exposed. He thought about it for a while and suddenly thought of a possibility. Destiny had given one of the pearls to forefather Tianyi. If the pearl was still in the hands of the Lu family, could he use it to divine the location of the Lu family? Although Xia Xinji's clone could help Lu Yin locate the Lu family, this person was still Xia Xinji's clone. Lu Yin felt uneasy, and it would be best if there was another way to locate the Lu family. Lu Yin hurriedly contacted the Lady of Fate to inquire about the possibility. The Lady of Fate's answer was affirmative. As long as the pearl is in the hands of the Lu family, the more pearls you have, the more likely you will be able to locate the Lu family through destiny. That is, of course, if the Lu family is still around. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. After so many years, he finally had a way to locate the Lu family outside of Xiaoshenji's clone. His greatest wish was to lure Lu Yin back. Now, he had 11 pearls, and he knew that Astral 3 stargazing deck had drifted to the 6th mainland. It seemed that he would have to make a trip there. Only by gathering all 12 pearls would he have the greatest chance of locating the whereabouts of the 13th pearl. That pearl might very well be the location of the Lu family. Lu Yin knew quite a bit about the 6th mainland. After all, he had used his Dai's 6 pips to merge with a 6th mainland cultivator's body, and he had even seen the 6th mainland's Dao source sect. Going to the 6th mainland was not difficult, but it was not easy either. The 6th mainland was not in a parallel spacetime, but rather the same spacetime as the 5th mainland. Otherwise, Lu Yin could just casually find a cultivator from the 6th mainland to tear through the void and head there. He activated the serious art, and the human domain was under his control. With a single thought, Lu Yin appeared at the border between the human domain and the technocracy. He wanted to enter the 6th mainland through the Starfall Sea. There were very few corpse kings in the Starfall Sea, and the Eternals had been expelled. Although they could travel down the Mara River, they lacked progenitors. Even if the Eternals came from the 6th mainland to the Starfall Sea, it would be meaningless. Lu Yin, on the other hand, could enter the 6th mainland through the Mara River. Just as he was about to leave, his attention was drawn to the technocracy. The technocracy no longer had a physical consciousness. Although it was still developing, it was much slower than before. In the past, the technocracy had fought against each other. One side had the 6th mainland, while the other had the cosmic tree. Both sides had frantically gathered resources to create mechanical ants to deal with the Eternals. Now, the 6th mainland had been occupied by the Eternals, and the cosmic tree knew the truth about the technocracy. Of course, they had no resources, and the technocracy had fallen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2697. After arriving in the technocracy, Lu Yin thought of the Hui ancestor, the materialized consciousness, and the dimensional master. What was the connection between them? Previously, he had thought that the materialization of thoughts was the ancestor Hui's talent. Since the dimensional master also had it, and not only did it come from the self-destructed body, the backup body also had it. In that case, it might not be a talent, but a type of power. Could the ancestor Hui be related to the dimensional master? Lu Yin casually thought about it and then stepped forward, appearing at the edge of the Starfall Sea. He did not disturb the cultivators stationed here and directly entered the Starfall Sea to find the Mara River. When he looked up, the Mara River was incomparably majestic, as if it had split the 5th mainland into two. He was not unfamiliar with this place, as he had seen the symbol ancestor go against the flow when he had traveled through spacetime. He had led the rune-lined civilization into the 6th mainland and brought disaster to the 6th mainland. Today, he would go against the flow as well. The void distorted as Lu Yin manipulated the spatial lines, causing his body to instantly vanish. Regardless of whether it was space or the Mara River, everything was clearly visible to him within the spatial lines. He was able to teleport, instantly leaving the Starfall Sea and reaching almost half of the Mara River's height before continuing upwards. Along the way, he saw a corpse king that was at the level of a half-ancestor. It was guarding this place and keeping an eye on the Starfall Sea. Lu Yin did not touch it, as doing so would attract the attention of the Eternals. The boundless river was like a waterfall from the 9 heavens, covering everything in sight. When Lu Yin jumped again, he arrived above the Mara River and saw the endless river in the distance. This was the 6th mainland, a place that the 5th mainland had once hated. The 6th mainland had attacked the 5th mainland from here, and the 6th mainland had fled to the 5th mainland from here as well. The symbol ancestor had once fought to the death here, and progenitor Chen's blood had dyed the heavens red. Liu Yin's figure flashed, as he did not know where stargazing deck was. Right now, he needed to find the humans. When the sixth mainland had fled, they had taken the cultivators with them to preserve the sixth mainland seed. There were too many people left, and it was impossible to say for sure. It was impossible for all of them to have been transformed into corpse kings, so there was definitely an eternal kingdom here. Liu Yin's guess was correct, and after searching for a while, he found the first eternal kingdom. It was located in the Black Blood realm, where the Mara River intersected. There was definitely more than one eternal kingdom in a huge region. The purpose of the eternal kingdoms was to allow corpse kings and humans to coexist. The Eternals were trying to find a way to coexist, but Liu Yin found it laughable. Sentient beings and emotionless beings could never coexist unless one was absolutely dominant. What the Eternals wanted was absolute dominance. After searching for a while, Liu Yin still couldn't find any clues about stargazing Liu. However, Liu Yin did see some signs of war. Were there still humans in the sixth mainland who were fighting against the everlasting race? Hidden in the void, Liu Yin watched the battle between the corpse kings and the humans on the distant continent. Many human cultivators fought to the death, sometimes winning and sometimes being defeated. The sixth mainland already belonged to the everlasting race, and there were too many everlasting experts here. Of those who were fighting against the corpse king, the strongest were emissaries. They should have broken through in the past few decades, and any half-martial ancestor corpse king could easily wipe them out. But the war lasted for a long time. It wasn't just this place, there were many other battlefields in the sixth mainland as well. These battlefields were the front lines of the humans' resistance against the Eternals, and the humans had even gathered together to build settlements. Looking at this, Liu Yin recalled the hyperspace dimension's description of the drifting cloud space. Experiments. The Eternals were also giving these people hope. Perhaps it wasn't an experiment. Perhaps it was. He didn't know. These people could have been wiped out in an instant, but the war had dragged on. Perhaps countless years later, the people of the colony would think that they had been able to hold off the Eternals. Little did they know that the Eternals could wipe out everything with a single thought. Liu Yin thought of the fifth mainland and the Six Direction Society. Would they be in the same situation? A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that they had done well. They thought that there was hope, but was it all because of the Eternals? Liu Yin quickly dispelled this thought as soon as it appeared. It was too pessimistic and terrifying. If that was the case, then what was the point of their existence? Toys. He would rather believe that the humans had truly held off the Eternals and that this was a long and drawn-out war, not an experiment. He couldn't help them in this war. Just as he was about to leave, the void suddenly tore open in a corner of the battlefield, and a woman walked out. She wielded a 3-foot-long sword that glowed with a white light that resembled scales. She instantly split the battlefield in two, and wherever she passed, the corpse kings were destroyed. Liu Yin looked at the battlefield. This woman's sword had the destructive power of an emissary, and it shouldn't have attracted his attention. But for some reason, when she appeared, the battlefield and even the heavens changed. It was as if all eyes were focused on her. She was dressed in white and wielded a 3-foot-long sword that tore through the dark battlefield. Her face wasn't as beautiful as Ming Yan, He Ran, or Bai Qian, but she had a strange charm. It was as if her appearance was the center of the universe. This was a feeling that Liu Yin had never experienced before. He had seen too many women in his life. They were beautiful, sexy, enchanting, intelligent, heroic, and so on, but none of them were as eye-catching as this woman. Even Bai Qian and the others couldn't do it. This woman's cultivation wasn't very high, and she wasn't the prettiest, but she was still able to attract attention. Strange. White sword light suppressed the battlefield in the blink of an eye. The giant corpse king punched out, but it was easily torn apart by the woman's sword. No matter how bloody the scene was, it couldn't taint her in the slightest. She was like that white light that would never fade. It's the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is here, the cultivators on the battlefield shouted frantically. It's the Valkyrie. I've heard of her legends. We've all heard of her. Wherever she goes, the corpse kings will retreat. The Valkyrie. The Valkyrie. Countless people shouted excitedly, their voices forming a wave that drowned out the cries of the battlefield. Luin watched quietly. This woman had single-handedly changed the situation of the battlefield. There were clearly powerful corpse kings in the distance, but they didn't attack. Gradually, the corpse kings retreated. Just as the legend said, wherever this woman went, the corpse kings would retreat. Luin was intrigued, but he didn't leave immediately. He just watched. This woman was very strange. When the battle ended, the woman sheathed her sword and just stood there on the battlefield, breathing in the stench of blood. Her face was silent and expressionless. The cultivators in the distance didn't approach her either. They all watched from afar with a burning passion, excitedly discussing something. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. Finally, on the 4th day, the human cultivators passed by the woman and charged towards the Eternals. The Eternal Kingdom stood tall in the distance, and they wanted to take it and rescue the people imprisoned there. The corpse kings met the humans head-on, and a new battle began. First to act the woman was the one who killed the corpse kings. She had started later than everyone else, but she was the first to reach the front lines and kill the corpse kings. Under her leadership, the human cultivators' morale soared as they slaughtered their way towards the Eternal Kingdom. Aside from the corpse kings, there were also humans in the Eternal Kingdom. These people had long since surrendered to the Eternals, and the Eternals had changed their minds and made them fight for the Eternals. The Eternals were the most difficult opponents for these people to deal with. It wasn't because of their cultivation, but because their hearts were unbearable. Wake up! Those monsters are the enemy. We're the same kind. Someone shouted, but they were met with a fierce attack. Why are you doing this? Stop talking, they won't listen. This is why we destroyed the Eternal Kingdom in the first place. On the battlefield, the bloody slaughter continued. The woman attacked without hesitation, but she only killed the corpse kings and avoided the humans in the Eternal Kingdom. The Eternals' corpse kings weren't weak, but regardless of whether they were at the same level or stronger, they were all weak in front of the woman. It was so weak that Luin found it strange. It was as if these corpse kings didn't resist at all. Luin had experienced countless battles, and even with his current strength, the battlefield was always dangerous. There were always stronger opponents waiting for him. However, this woman was too casual, and her expression was too calm. It wasn't that she was numb, but rather that she was indifferent. The more Luin watched, the stranger he felt. Finally, he realized that the strange thing was that this woman rarely faced the corpse kings head-on. Her every attack, every movement, and every attack were all aimed at the corpse king's weak points. It could be said that she had grasped the enemy's fatal weakness in an instant, and it was as if these corpse kings were just there for her to kill. It seemed simple, but it was definitely not easy to completely see through an enemy's weakness on the battlefield. Luin had received the sword steel's inheritance and learned how to break through various weapons. Even so, it was difficult for him to instantly find a fatal weakness when fighting against an opponent of the same level. At most, he could break through the opponent's weapon techniques, but he couldn't do it as easily as this woman. To her, the battlefield was like a stroll. Her sword was 3 feet long, and there wasn't a single drop of blood on it. This was abnormal. It was as if she had a combat ability that didn't belong to this realm. The humans were getting closer and closer to the Eternal Kingdom, and with this woman here, the Eternal Kingdom was on the verge of collapse. Just as Luin was looking forward to it, the corpse king overseeing the eternal kingdom finally attacked. The half-ancestor level was a qualitative change. As soon as the half-ancestor corpse king attacked, the woman suddenly stopped and swung her sword horizontally, stopping all of the people who were charging toward the country of eternity. Retreat. No one dared to hesitate, and they slowly retreated according to the woman's words. Within the eternal kingdom, the corpse king walked out and stared at the woman with scarlet eyes. It walked forward step by step, leaving behind traces of gold on the ground. This was an innate gift. Everyone stared at the corpse king in fear. They had fought fiercely with the eternal kingdom for a long time, and they had some understanding of the situation inside. However, they didn't know that there was such a powerful corpse king inside. If this corpse king had appeared from the beginning, they wouldn't have been able to kill it no matter how many of them there were. Why didn't such a powerful corpse king attack? All of you must die. The corpse king spoke in a hoarse voice. As it spoke, it raised its hand and waved it. The sky was dyed in gold, and it looked extremely beautiful. However, this beauty was fatal. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2698. Lu Yin looked at the golden light that covered the sky. This was poison, but it could also be considered a strange energy. In any case, it wasn't something that these people could withstand. The woman's eyes turned cold. She suddenly rushed towards the corpse king. Her speed was much faster than before. There seemed to be lightning flickering on the surface of her body. She raised her sword and thrust it forward. It was as if she was a floating insect trying to shake a tree. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to be a match for the corpse king. The corpse king could kill her with a casual flick of its finger. The woman clearly wasn't stupid. She wouldn't court death. Many human cultivators looked on expectantly. According to the legends, the Valkyrie was everyone's belief in resisting the Eternals. As long as she was around, the war would not be lost, no matter how powerful the corpse king was. This was the Valkyrie. Many people said that she was the condensation of the sixth mainland's will, and that it was the sixth mainland that resisted the Eternals. They had been abandoned by the Daosor sect, but they had not been abandoned by the sixth mainland. In the blink of an eye, the half-martial ancestor corpse king struck out with a palm strike. This palm strike was powerful enough to shatter the void and kill the woman. The sword tip and the corpse king's palm were getting closer and closer. The moment they got closer, a layer of dark purple substance spread out and covered the sword tip. The sword tip pierced through the corpse king's arm without any hindrance, piercing through half of the corpse king's body along his arm. The corpse king roared and reached out his other hand to grab the woman. The woman also raised her hand and covered it with the dark purple substance, clashing with the corpse king. With a bang, the woman was sent flying. Her sword fell off and stabbed into the ground far away. In outer space, Lu Yin was shocked. That was the imperishable Palm Realm, the pinnacle of battle force. How could this girl know it? She must have used battle chi of the Undying Realm. There was no mistaking it. Other than her battle chi cultivation, what else did she have to resist a half-martial ancestor-level corpse king? Where did she learn the battle chi of the Undying Realm? The woman used the dark purple substance to injure the zombie king, but the difference between her and the zombie king was too great. The corpse king was about to attack again when he sensed something. He stopped and returned to Eternal Kingdom. The woman stood up, and the purplish-black substance on her body disappeared. She walked to the side of the long sword and pulled it out. In the next moment, countless people cheered. They thought that the woman had beaten back the half-ancestor corpse king. The woman looked at the sword in a daze. It's still not enough. Lu Yin was also looking at the woman, and he was just about to step forward when he suddenly paused. He just stood there in space without moving. On the battlefield, everyone retreated to the gathering place, and the woman also retreated. Although no one spoke to her, everyone respected her. They cleared the way for her, prepared food for her, and so on. The woman walked calmly, staring at the sword as if she was thinking about something. Eternal Kingdom regained its peace. The heavens were also very quiet, including Lu Yin. His expression was solemn, and he did not move at all. Not long after, his eyes turned cold. He stepped through the spatial line and instantly appeared far away. He could actually travel through space. Little guy, you're so powerful. A surprised voice rang out. Lu Yin turned around. Just a moment ago, he had sensed an aura approaching him. It was the aura of a progenitor. Aside from a progenitor, no one else could approach him without being detected. He could only blame himself for being careless. He had been too focused on that woman, and he had failed to notice her. At that moment, he saw a figure shrouded in light. He could not see the person's appearance or what he was wearing. The only thing he could see was the light. It covered the person's figure, but it was not glaring. The light could not even spread out and was not seen by outsiders. At the very least, he was certain that no one in Eternal Kingdom or the distant colony could see the light. It was clearly a light, but no one could see it. Who are you? Lu Yin asked. He had not expected a progenitor to suddenly appear, and this was troublesome. The only things he could use to fight against a progenitor were the Divine Seal Catalog and the slippers. Fortunately, he still had Lianbao. If this progenitor did not recognize Lianbao, then Lu Yin could use Lianbao to escape. That would depend on what level this progenitor was at. I should be the one asking that question. Who are you? I've never seen you in the sixth mainland, the person within the light asked. Lu Yin replied, I came from another parallel universe. No wonder. Are you from the everlasting race? Lu Yin asked. The person within the light laughed. If I was, do you think those people down there would still be alive? Lu Yin replied, yes. What you want is not a massacre, but a conquest. Otherwise, where would the Eternal Kingdom come from? It seems like you have a deep understanding of the everlasting race. Fortunately, I can sense your hostility towards them. Lu Yin said, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. Wait, the person within the light said. Lu Yin remained vigilant and prepared to attack at any moment. As for Lianbao, he had already taken it out. You seem to be very curious about that Valkyrie. Why? Don't you want to chat? Lu Yin raised a brow. Do you know her? Why do you think that corpse king retreated? The person within the light asked. Lu Yin understood. You're protecting her. Hee, that's right. Lu Yin was surprised. She's your disciple. More accurately, she's the little mistress, the person within the light replied. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Little mistress. How is that possible? You're a progenitor. The person within the light continued, it has nothing to do with cultivation. The little mistress is the little mistress. If you're willing, you can chat with her. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why should I? Young men and women who meet each other are interested in each other. Isn't it normal for them to chat? Not interested. Kid, you have to be optimistic and be good at making friends. No need. You have a strange temper. Lu Yin stared at the light. Who are you people? Why don't you go down and chat with the little mistress? I don't have any ill intentions towards you, or else I would have attacked earlier. With your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to stop me, and you wouldn't be able to escape either, right? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. From what this person knew, Luin was not even a half-progenitor and would not be able to escape from him. Thus, this person was not very wary of Luin. However, if Luin forced himself to leave, then the person would be much more vigilant. Luin might as well do as he was told and chat with the girl. He could find out more about her and also take the opportunity to leave. With that in mind, Luin said, "All right, I'll go and chat with her, but you can't follow." "That won't do. The little mistress might not be able to defeat you. What if you have evil intentions?" "Don't worry, I won't get too close," the person within the light said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He knew that the blackish-purple substance could be used by Hen Xan, Madman Lu, and the ancient Path Master. Who was this girl related to? If she was the ancient Path Master, then her origins were worth pondering. The ancient Path Master was one of the 7 sky gods, and if this girl was related to him, then she should be on the everlasting tribe's side. However, she was fighting against the everlasting tribe. That half-progenitor corpse king had truly wanted to kill her. Luin was indeed curious about this girl. Soon after, Luin secretly entered the gathering place. The so-called gathering place was just a city that had once been in ruins. The city had been slightly renovated by these people, and there were only some basic resources left. The girl was currently in a corner of the gathering place, and because of her existence, many people were stationed there as if they were on a pilgrimage. Luin directly entered the girl's residence without attracting anyone's attention. After he entered, the girl looked up, and the two of them exchanged glances. The person within the light had gone in to greet Luin. Otherwise, this girl would not have been so calm when Luin suddenly appeared. "Name," the girl immediately said in a cold voice. Luin did not approach her and instead sat in another corner. "It's not convenient to reveal." The girl did not pursue the matter and instead stared at her sword in a daze. "What about you? Is it convenient for you to reveal it?" Luin asked. The girl was indifferent. "Jiang Qingyue." Luin nodded. "Good name." Jiang Qingyue did not reply and continued to stare at her sword. "I saw you attack, so I'm curious. When you fought with the half-progenitor corpse king, what was that layer of black and purple that covered your sword?" "Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say." Jiang Qingyue looked at Luin. "That was only for an instant. You were able to see it clearly. What cultivation level was it?" Luin replied, 6th origin tribulation. Jiang Qingyue looked deeply at Luin. "No wonder the dragon turtle sent you. You are indeed qualified, but I won't consider it for the time being." Luin did not understand. "What do you mean you won't consider it?" "Wait, dragon turtle. You're saying that person is a dragon turtle? What dragon turtle?" The person within the light walked out and stood behind Jiang Qingyue. "Little Yaya, don't reveal my identity in front of outsiders. You have to keep some trump cards hidden." Luin looked at the person within the light. "What dragon turtle? Don't worry about that. What do you think? My little mistress is pretty, right? Think about it and try to woo her. Old mistress is worried about her marriage, but no one is worthy of her. I think you're not bad, kid. Do you want to meet old mistress? The old master is very powerful. He can make you fly with just a few words of advice," the figure in the light said. Jiang Qingyue was indifferent. "We don't have the same cultivation system, so father can't give him pointers." "He doesn't need father's pointers." "Little Yaya, don't be so cold. You're just too arrogant and don't like anyone." The person within the light was helpless. Jiang Qingyue did not say anything else and continued to stare at her sword. Luin understood. No wonder this person had asked him to come and chat with Jiang Qingyue. It was probably a blind date. Lu Yin had not expected to encounter such a situation when he came to the sixth mainland to look for Stargazing Tower. This person had been forced by Jiang Qingyue's father, and his tone was filled with helplessness. The dragon turtle made things difficult for you. Sorry, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said. Lu Yin coughed. It's nothing. Jiang Qingyue looked at him. You're not from this mainland. Neither are you, Lu Yin replied. There used to be a sect called the Daosor sect on this mainland, but because of the Eternals' invasion, they abandoned this place and left many people to fend for themselves. Lu Yin was curious. You're from a parallel universe? Why did you stay here? Jiang Qingyue looked outside. To help them. Also, to gain experience. The training that your father gave you. Lu Yin was very curious about Jiang Qingyue's father. Could it be the ancient Tao master, but his surname was not Jiang. Wait, Jiang. Jiang Qingyue, Jiang Qin. For some reason, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Jiang Qin. There were many people with the surname Jiang, but at this moment, a parallel universe and a powerful father made Lu Yin connect the two. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2699. Jiang Qingyue replied, My own training has nothing to do with father. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingyue said, If there's nothing else, you can leave. The dragon turtle won't stop you. Lu Yin grunted, but after some thought, he decided to ask, I have a friend with the same surname as you. His surname is Jiang. Jiang Qingyue remained calm and did not reply. His name is Jiang Qin. Do you know him? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. The dragon turtle appeared from the shadows once again. Young Master Qin. You know young Master Qin. Lu Yin smiled and exhaled. I do know him. Jiang Qingyue stared at Lu Yin. You're Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. How did you recognize me? Does Jiang Qin only have one friend? After confirming that it was Lu Yin, Jiang Qingyue's expression softened. This is the sixth mainland, and the neighboring one is the fifth mainland. He only has one friend from the fifth mainland, and that's you. Lu Yin nodded. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin. So we're family. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I didn't attack, or else I wouldn't be able to explain myself to young Master Qin. The dragon turtle laughed. Jiang Qingyue sized Lu Yin up. You're even more amazing than he introduced you to. You actually managed to come from the fifth mainland to the sixth mainland. Lu Yin shrugged. You guys aren't bad either. In his words, find a parallel universe with a different flow of time, and you'll be able to catch up no matter how big the gap is. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. It's not that easy. A person's aptitude is limited, so what if you can live forever? But you guys have great aptitudes, Lu Yin said. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword. If we had great aptitudes, then that half-ancestor corpse king would have died. Little Yaya, little Lu Yin, we're all family. Let's not talk about this anymore. We'll get to know each other better, and we might even get closer, the dragon turtle urged. Jiang Qingyue glanced at him. I have my own plans. The dragon turtle smiled, and at that moment, the light around his body disappeared. His humanoid form began to change until his true form was finally revealed. Lu Yin was stunned. It really is a dragon turtle. It was a palm-sized creature with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body. It quietly landed on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder and grinned at Lu Yin. Jiang Qingyue replied, It's called the dragon turtle, and it once fought alongside my father. In our parallel universe, very few people from my father's generation have survived to this day. The dragon turtle has a long lifespan and a good aptitude, so it was brought to the parallel universe by my father. When it returned, it was already a progenitor. The dragon turtle raised its head. The others are all trash, especially that damned rabbit. It actually ran away. Young Master Chen swore that he would bring it back, but he still hasn't believed him. Lu Yin sized up the dragon turtle. It was a progenitor, and it had been able to cultivate in a single trip to a parallel spacetime. Lu Yin was looking forward to finding a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. If he could find one, would that mean that he would be a progenitor when he returned? That was different from the 4 pips on the die. The cost of 4 pips was a little high. Kid, what are you thinking about? The dragon turtle said. Lu Yin did not avoid the topic. I'm thinking about parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. The dragon turtle sneered. You're overthinking things. The flow of time is indeed different. There are some parallel spacetime universes that take a trip, and it will take you 10,000 years to return. However, don't forget that you're also in there. What do you mean? Lu Yin vaguely thought of something. The dragon turtle explained, no matter how different the flow of time is, your own life can only adapt to the current universe. It's just like how an ordinary person only has a lifespan of 100 years. If you bring them to a different spacetime, they won't be able to return and will die there. That's because they only have a lifespan of 100 years. Their lifespan is based on their own lifespan, and it doesn't necessarily have to be in a certain universe. Otherwise, if you were to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time, wouldn't that mean that you would be immortal in that parallel spacetime? Lu Yin understood. No matter how different the flow of time was, it would be the same if he could not continue cultivating. There were too many people who followed the old master to cultivate in a parallel spacetime, but how many of them returned? They all died outside, and there wasn't anyone left alive in that generation. The dragon turtle sighed. Right, there's something more important. Lu Yin listened attentively. The dragon turtle cautiously said, I'm not telling you. Lu Yin blinked his eyes in confusion. Jiang Qingyue was stunned as well, and she slowly turned to look at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned around and revealed its little tail at Lu Yin. You two can chat. I'll tell you when you've developed feelings for each other. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Kid, let me tell you, there's a huge problem with a different flow of time in a parallel spacetime. This was discovered by the old master in exchange for the lives of countless people. Unless you're the old master's son-in-law, don't even think about knowing. Jiang Qingyue subconsciously grabbed at the dragon turtle, but she caught nothing. Lu Yin was speechless. The dragon turtle hadn't lied to him. There was a huge problem with a different flow of time in a parallel spacetime. What was the problem? Sorry, it wasn't like this before. It's all because of that damned rabbit, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin smiled wryly. I've seen that rabbit twice, and it ran away both times. If it wants to run, it's hard to stop it, Jiang Qingyue said. The two fell silent again. Lu Yin had many more questions to ask, but they would be too abrupt. After all, he wasn't close to Jiang Qingyue, and even if Jiang Qin was here, some questions wouldn't be appropriate. Absolute domineering fusion, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin didn't understand. What's this? Jiang Qingyue raised her hand, and a dark purple substance spread out. This? Lu Yin asked, you call that absolute domineering fusion? Jiang Qingyue nodded. In our parallel spacetime, Earth went through a calamity. Domineering fusion is the power that was produced in response to the calamity. It's equivalent to your world's battle force. This fusion shouldn't be easy, right? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's not that difficult. Lu Yin raised his brows. This was something that ancient Tao master had created. Palm indestructible battle force had been tested so many times that even Madman Lu had been driven mad. Many heroes had died, but it wasn't that difficult. It's fine as long as you're lucky enough, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin almost couldn't breathe. That's not difficult. Luck was the most difficult part. Henshin had said that luck was very important in order to cultivate the Palm indestructible realm, and he could only rely on luck. If he hadn't continuously tried things in the opposite direction, he wouldn't have succeeded. Even now, Lu Yin was still afraid of the pain he had gone through to cultivate the indestructible palm. Jiang Qingyue was calm. There's someone with a luck ability back where we came from. It's what you call an innate gift. Father succeeded because of that person's luck. Lu Yin was stunned. There's such an innate gift. Why not? Jiang Qingyue retorted. Lu Yin was stunned. That's right, why not? His innate gift with the die was more mysterious than anything else. Saruzan's wood innate gifts were karma, so it shouldn't be strange for him to have a luck innate gift. A luck innate gift, no wonder. If one could control luck, then they could cultivate it. The Palm indestructible realm was just that simple. Lu Yin mourned for ancient Tao master. After experimenting so many times, he might as well have spent his time looking for someone with a luck innate gift. Without luck innate gifts, it's impossible to cultivate this power. That's what Father said. It was exactly as ancient Tao master had said. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you for telling me. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's nothing. She then remembered something. Thank you for your gift. Lu Yin was confused. Gift? That mantis, Jiang Qingyue said. Lu Yin was puzzled, but then he remembered that during the war with the astral beast domain, the astral beast domain had sent a giant mantis to kill him. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen had appeared and taken the mantis away, saying that he was going to be a gardener for his father. You mean that mantis? Jiang Qingyue replied, it works very hard. It's suitable to be a gardener. Lu Yin was speechless. He really was going to be a gardener. The two chatted casually for the rest of the time. Lu Yin was curious about Jiang Qingyue's parallel universe, and she was curious about the fifth mainland. They talked about many things, and before he knew it, Lu Yin had spent a few days in the colony. It was mainly because he had no clue where to find Jai Xing Lu. Jiang Qingyue's temperament was cold, but she was still quite talkative and had a good conversation with Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't ask about Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue's father, nor did he ask about other people's family matters. However, he guessed that the man was definitely someone incredible. Even a progenitor would call him master, and the dragon turtle wasn't like his crazy hellworm that could arrange a blind date. Lu Yin suddenly felt uncomfortable at the thought of a blind date, so he decided to leave. What are you doing in the sixth mainland? Jiang Qingyue asked as she returned from the battlefield. Lu Yin replied, I'm looking for Stargazing Tower. Stargazing Tower. She was puzzled. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Right, have you been in the sixth mainland for a long time? They all call you the Valkyrie. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword and looked at the patterns on the snow-white blade. I've been here quite a few times. Then have you seen this before? Lu Yin drew out a drawing of Stargazing Tower. Jiang Qingyue looked at it. Yes, in an eternal kingdom. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Which eternal kingdom? I'm here to find it. I'll take you there. Lu Yin asked, then what about this battlefield? You should understand the situation in the sixth mainland. Does it matter if I'm here or not? Jiang Qingyue asked. These battlefields and the people who had resisted had been deliberately set free by the Eternals. They didn't know what their goal was, but as long as the Eternals willed it, these battlefields could disappear at any time. To the Eternals, this was just a game, and they had the power to pause and end the game. The Valkyrie was just an accident. Jiang Qingyue had never believed that she could change the sixth mainland. She had only wanted to gain experience and help these people along the way. Not long after, the two of them headed north with Jiang Qingyue leading the way. According to Jiang Qingyue, the Eternal Kingdom should be within the Grand Martial Realm. The sixth mainland wasn't as large as the fifth mainland because the fifth mainland had absorbed the remnants of the other four mainlands. For example, the astral beast domain had come from the fourth mainland. The technocracy, Starfall Sea, Innerverse, Outerverse, and so on all had traces of the other four mainlands. The astral tree domain, which had broken away, had originally belonged to the fifth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2700. There's a kingdom of eternity there. I trained there for half a year until the people on that battlefield lost all hope and retreated to another battlefield. The Eternals didn't stop me, Jiang Qingyue said. Not long after, Jiang Qingyue pointed to another place. There used to be a kingdom of eternity there as well. There were too many people from the sixth mainland, but the people from that kingdom of eternity were all transferred away. I don't know where they went, but that was one of the few battles where they actually broke into the kingdom of eternity. The kingdom of eternity that you're looking for was once invaded as well. If not for that, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Lu Yin asked, since you know the situation here, would you have continued fighting if it weren't for training? Jiang Qingyue thought about it. Yes. Why? Lu Yin was curious. Jiang Qingyue looked ahead. Father once said that what humans cannot afford to lose the most is not their lives, but their hope. Once upon a time, our space-time homeland also suffered a calamity, and Father was on the verge of death, but he did not give up hope. He knew how much hope and faith a person could bring to others. Even if it was just a spark, it could start a prairie fire. It doesn't matter if the war here is a game or not. Those who fight to the death on the battlefield are serious, and the lives they give are also real. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. Her words were simple, but for some reason, they gave him an impulse to kill his way into the sixth mainland. He had the ability to do so, but he had never thought about it before. He had only wanted to protect his own territory. Countless people from the fifth mainland worshipped him and viewed him as their faith. He had defeated the Eternals and removed the poison of time, and he had created one legend after another over the years. To those people, he was like Jiang Qingyue to the people of the sixth mainland. Your father must have been a great person, Lu Yin sighed. The dragon turtle popped out. Kid, try calling him father-in-law. The beautiful atmosphere instantly vanished. Jiang Qingyue glared at the dragon turtle, scaring it so much that it quickly shrank back, leaving only its shell outside. We're almost there, Jiang Qingyue said after some time had passed and identified the direction. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction. Is it there? No. Lu Yin frowned and stared in that direction. There was an aura of death there, and a boundless one at that. Did the sixth mainland also have a death god's force field? Was it similar to Kuin's swamp? It was not impossible. The Grim Reaper wasn't from the fifth mainland, but rather the first mainland. The three realms were actually part of the first mainland, so it wouldn't be surprising for him to leave behind the Grim Reaper force field on any of the mainlands. It was the same for the sixth mainland. With the death god's force field, Lu Yin felt strangely at ease. At the very least, he didn't have to rely on Lu Jinjin's command platform or Hellworm. Aside from the slippers and the God of Sealing catalog, he still had a trump card. The death god's left arm combined with the death god's force field's attack had severely injured Xiaoshenji. Why are you looking there? There's also an eternal kingdom there, but that eternal kingdom is very dangerous. It's filled with a terrifying black energy, and there's no battlefield. No one dares to approach that power, Jiang Qingyue said. The dragon turtle revealed its head as well. There's a progenitor there. Don't get too close. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. How many progenitor corpse kings are there in the sixth mainland? The dragon turtle said, I sense two, but there are so many eternal kingdoms here. The eternal race's power here is definitely not that simple. Old Master has repeatedly warned little Yeye. Don't go overboard. It's fine if it's just a trial. Do you know how powerful the eternal race really is? Lu Yin asked. This was something that he had always been curious about. In terms of progenitors, the Six Direction Society and the primordial space should have far surpassed the eternal race. So why was the eternal race able to suppress the humans? Even if the eternal race's 7 sky gods were extremely powerful, the rulers of the Six Direction Society were not to be trifled with. Even the Spacetime Master, who everyone thought was not good at cultivation, had the power of a progenitor. He had a corporeal consciousness and more than one body. His true strength was something that even the 3 sovereigns feared. Lu Yin did not know exactly how powerful Luo Shan was, as everyone had their own theories. The rulers of the Six Direction Society, the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages of the reincarnation spacetime, the void 5 tastes of the void god spacetime, Mu carving of the wood spacetime, Mr. De Heng, and so on. All of these combined forces could easily crush the eternal race. Not to mention, there were also powerhouses like the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingyue's father. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. Father never told me. The two looked at the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle shrank back. Someone asked Old Master this question. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. What did he say? The dragon turtle replied, Do you dare to charge into the void realm? Lu Yin was stunned. What does the eternal race have to do with the void realm? It's just an analogy. If you were a normal person, would you dare to jump into a pool of unknown depth? The dragon turtle continued. Jiang Qingyue frowned. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. The dragon turtle smiled. Little Yeye, don't be anxious. Old Master has his reasons. A normal person would not dare to jump into a pool of unknown depth, but to us humans, the eternal race is that pool. This is because no matter how much power you have, the eternal race will have the power to deal with it. You can't figure out its depth, and that's the most terrifying thing. Humans are very smart. When the number of progenitors increased, they probed deeper into the eternal race. But no matter how many parallel spacetime they spread out and how deep they went, the eternal race always had the power to deal with them. Because of this, the humans lost many of their members, and Old Master lost a close friend. Over time, they stopped probing. The sixth mainland seems to only have 2 progenitors, and it seems like it can take back 3 human progenitors. But if you try, I guarantee that one progenitor corpse king after another will appear. Lu Yin replied, but the 5th mainland won and expelled the eternal race. The dragon turtle explained, victory or defeat depends on the overall battle situation. Looking at all of the eternal race's battlefields, the 5th mainland is just a corner. Even the humans know not to fight over a single city, and the eternal race understands this principle even more. They are not stupid, and although they have no emotions, they have lived for many years, and there are many old monsters among them. Don't underestimate the eternal race, or else Old Master would have already taken back the 6th mainland. Lu Yin nodded. He naturally did not know as much about the 6th mainland as the older powerhouses. The Six Direction Society was not stupid. The Yu family and Wei Zhu had schemed against each other, which had left countless people dumbfounded. How could such a scheme be foolishness? It could only be said that the eternal race's strength had made it impossible for them to plot against them. Back when Ancestor Hui had schemed against the eternal race, he had merely diverted the 5th mainland to the 6th mainland, which should have been occupied. He had not caused any harm to the eternal race. Sometimes, the truth was just that cruel. Lu Yin recalled the scene that he had witnessed on the battlefield a few days ago. Could it be that he and the others were just like those people on the sixth mainland? That their so-called hope was something that the eternal race was willing to give? Kid, don't be discouraged. Your father-in-law, old master, also said that humans are very strange creatures. They look weak, but their hearts are incomparably strong, no matter how dark they are. In dark times, there will always be someone who will take the lead, and there will always be someone at the front. You just have to push hard. What's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid, then lower your head and don't look, the dragon turtle said. Jiang Qingyue scolded, don't speak nonsense. Old master is right, the dragon turtle said naturally. Jiang Qingyue's eyes widened. Of course, she did not mean that there was a problem with his words. What did he mean by, your father-in-law, old master? He was becoming more and more ridiculous. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This dragon turtle's words were not sarcastic, but they were very sarcastic. After a while, the two arrived outside an eternal kingdom and looked at the battlefield in front of them that shook the heavens. This is the place. Let's go straight in, Jiang Qingyue said. The dragon turtle also confirmed that there were no progenitor realm corpse kings here. As long as there were no progenitors, they could walk through any place as if it were flat ground. The eternal kingdom was just as Lu Yin remembered. He had been to more than one eternal kingdom, and just as its name suggested, it could give people eternal life and bring them happiness. However, that was just an illusion. The Eternals had deliberately created an illusion of harmony, but the truth was that humans were constantly facing life-threatening dangers. Sigh, these people's smiles are too forced. They don't even know how to pretend, the dragon turtle sighed. Lu Yin looked at the people on the streets. Compared to the first time he had been to the Eternal Kingdom, this one seemed even more harmonious. The people on the streets were all smiling and greeting each other. They were happier than when they saw their loved ones. Even the corpse kings walking on the streets were greeted by people. The corpse king's scarlet eyes did not seem to scare them at all. However, it was all fake. This was the true eternal kingdom that the Eternals had created, where humans and corpse kings coexisted. The first eternal kingdom that Lu Yin had visited was still in its early stages, and it was difficult to truly build it on the fifth mainland. It was more like the residence of the seven gods' avatars, and the people there were constantly facing the fate of being slaughtered. The second eternal kingdom that he had visited had been the Sea King's Dome. There, the Eternals had divided the eternal kingdom into the east and west to create harmony, separating humans from corpse kings. In this eternal kingdom, humans and corpse kings coexisted. This was exactly the same as the first 3 steps of the eternal kingdom, and Lu Yin had seen them all. The people of this eternal kingdom had probably experienced the first and second steps as well. They had experienced fear, despair, and temporary peace before becoming numb. At this moment, they had put on a mask of hypocrisy. This was their greatest sorrow. Losing their freedom was a tragedy, but now, they had even lost their own expressions. This place made him want to vomit. Soon, Lu Yin saw Stargazing Tower. It was located in the Eternal Kingdom's garden, and it looked like an ordinary tower. I want to retrieve something from Stargazing Tower. Are you guys going back first or what? Lu Yin asked. Jiang Qingyue replied, destroy this city. The dragon turtle was apprehensive. Don't. Master told you to be careful. Don't go overboard. Jiang Qingyue replied, it's just one city, not a few. The dragon turtle looked at Lu Yin for help. Lu Yin replied, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll bring the fifth mainland over. That will be the best time to destroy the eternal kingdom. That's right. Young Master Qin said that this kid has a high position in the fifth mainland and has many experts under his command. When the time comes, we can just attack. There's no need to show off now, the dragon turtle hurriedly advised. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. You'll attack the sixth mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2701. Before today, Lu Yin had never thought that he would one day attack the sixth mainland, but Jiang Qingyue's words, the dragon turtle's words, and her father's words made him think of something. I will. I'm not afraid of looking forward, and there's no need to lower my head. Being at the front isn't bad either. Perhaps a single spark can start a prairie fire. The dragon turtle praised, Kid, I admire you. The old master must have liked you as well. Think about it, one day, the two of you will charge forward, followed by little Yaya, young Master Qin, and your sons and daughters. How hot-blooded. I'll even lend you my turtle shell when the time comes. Jiang Qingyue's face flushed red. Shut up. You're getting more and more out of hand from that damned rabbit. Lu Yin smiled and looked at stargazing deck again. This was a park, but there was no one here, and no one would come here. The people living in this city all wore fake smiles, and they would rather hide in their homes than come out. Why would anyone come here? Lu Yin walked over, and Jiang Qingyue followed him out of curiosity. The dragon turtle was about to follow, but Jiang Qingyue glared at it. Stay away from me. The dragon turtle smiled. The more it looked at Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue, the more it felt like they were a good match. The two of them walked over to stargazing deck. Jiang Qingyue was curious. What's so special about it? Lu Yin smiled and squatted down. He grabbed the deck and lifted it up, finding the pearl at the bottom. Shao Shi had obtained a pearl that allowed him to read the words in the Book of Destiny. His talent in the Tao of Destiny was excellent, and this pearl was tainted with the aura of destiny. As long as he could obtain this pearl, he might be able to find the location of the Lu family. After lifting up stargazing deck, Lu Yin looked down and narrowed his eyes. Nothing. How could it not be? Had he lost it when he was stranded in the sixth mainland? Suddenly, there was a suction force, and Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue disappeared without any reaction. The dragon turtle was shocked when it saw this. Little Yaya. It slammed into stargazing deck, and a card floated in the air before it disappeared. A lost clan card. At the same time, Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue exclaimed from within the card, a lost clan card. The two looked at each other and attacked, wanting to break out of the card. However, layers of light continued to shine, covering the surroundings like a prison. Lu Yin immediately took out a pair of slippers, as he knew that things weren't looking good. If this card had been able to suck him in without him reacting, then it had to be a primordial card that corresponded to the progenitor realm. Who would leave a primordial card in the stargazing tower? There was only one trap, and it was a trap that was specifically targeted at him. Jiang Qingyue was the one who had brought him here, but it was impossible for Jiang Qingyue to set him up. The only possibility was that this trap had been set up long ago. The Eternals knew that he would come for the pearls sooner or later. Perhaps this was not just a trap for him, but for anyone who came to Zhai Xinglu. It could even be a trap for fate. Since it was a trap, he had to get out as soon as possible. However, these prison-like lights were endless. The slippers scattered with a single slap, but they still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Fortunately, it didn't last long before the light disappeared. Lu Yin smacked the card with his slipper, shattering it. He walked out with Jiang Qingyue, only to be greeted by a pair of scarlet eyes and a fist. Bang! There was a soft sound, and Lu Yin blocked with his arms as his body was sent flying. He should have been sent flying by the force of the fist, but midway through his flight, his body kept twisting and flickering as the void tore apart. Lu Yin steadied himself and looked around. This was an unstable place. This was an unstable space, and even further away was a giant sourcebox. They were trapped in a sourcebox array, and the purpose of this array should be to. Lu Yin casually tore through the void, but he found that the void was constantly twisting and distorting, making it impossible for him to lock onto his position. Sure enough, they couldn't tear through the void and head to a parallel spacetime. This place was a trap. The one that had sent Lu Yin flying was a progenitor realm corpse king, and it quietly stood in front of him. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin as it slowly lowered its arm. Intruders shall die. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Qingyue, come here. Jiang Qingyue gripped her sword tightly and looked at the corpse king fearfully. She could feel a mountainous pressure. She had faced a progenitor realm creature before, but it had not been a life or death situation. With her current cultivation, how could she face a progenitor realm corpse king? It could crush her to death with a single finger. Lu Yin clenched his fists and felt a burst of pain in his arm. He had blocked that attack, but his bones had cracked. This corpse king had a terrifying physical strength, so where had this monster come from? When fighting at the same realm, eternal corpse kings were indeed stronger than humans, but that did not apply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's physical strength was enough to crush a red-eyed corpse king at the same realm as him, and he could even fight against an ordinary progenitor realm corpse king. However, this corpse king's physical strength was definitely abnormal even among the eternal corpse kings. One punch, just one punch. He could not fight this corpse king head-on. Progenitors had their own fighting styles, battle techniques, and progenitor worlds. They were all extremely difficult to deal with, but what was truly difficult to deal with was still the most fundamental strength. Just as the ancient path master had said, the physical body was the true path that humans should take, and they should not rely on some kind of world-changing strength. Eternal corpse kings were proficient in physical combat, which was simple and pure. However, once one's physical body reached a certain level of strength, there would be no way to deal with it. Think of a way to leave on your own, Lu Yin said to Jiang Qingyue. The scarlet eye closed in on him. It did not seem to be very fast, but in this narrow and distorted space, this speed was enough. Lu Yin pushed Jiang Qingyue aside and looked at the chaotic spatial lines. He did not dare to move carelessly for fear of suddenly appearing under the corpse king's fist. That would be bad luck. The wind from the fist brushed past his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. Lu Yin could not breathe under the pressure of the fist, and he kept retreating. The corpse king turned around and kicked out, its movement simple and pure. Lu Yin's body was covered in a blackish-purple substance, and he tried to kick out and meet the corpse king's attack head-on. There was another collision, and the blackish-purple substance covering Lu Yin's foot actually cracked open. The corpse king did not even slow down and immediately followed up with a second kick. Lu Yin took out his slipper and slapped it down, but the corpse king retracted its leg at the critical moment and spread its arms wide. There was still some distance between them before it struck out with a palm. The pure wind from the palm caused the void to disperse, and Lu Yin's expression changed as he slapped the slipper down. The slipper dispersed the palm wind, but the force contained within it almost caused Lu Yin to lose his grip on the slipper. The corpse king struck out again and again, and Lu Yin could only retreat. He could not afford to waste time with the progenitor corpse king, or he would definitely die. With the slipper in hand, the corpse king did not engage in close combat, which made Lu Yin even more certain that this was a trap. The fact that the corpse king was so afraid of the slipper proved that it had already been prepared. Suddenly, the corpse king's eyes changed to gray. Not good, its physical strength had increased tenfold. Lu Yin did not hesitate to use the Divine Seal Catalog, and No Yi and Lu Yun's shadows appeared together. The corpse king's palm strike was several times stronger than before, and the pressure caused space to shatter as a world of nothingness appeared. Jiang Qingyue was shocked. Even though it was not targeted at her, the pressure of this power was still unbearable, and her heart felt like it was about to explode. Lu Yin felt the same way. Nong Yi raised his hoe and swung it down, using Nong Yi's battle technique, planting. Countless shadows overlapped with each other, and the momentum was boundless. Lu Yun used his own strength to form a blade, flowing cloud slash. The wind from the palm whistled past, forcing both Nong Yi and Lu Yun back. Neither planting nor flowing cloud slash could suppress a mere palm wind. The Corpse King took a step forward and raised a hand to press down on Nong Yi. A leaf appeared above Nong Yi's head, but the Corpse King's palm struck down and shattered the leaf. Nong Yi's figure became somewhat blurry, and streaks of flowing cloud-like energy formed solid attacks that frantically bombarded the Corpse King. Flowing clouds, ancestral world, thousand streams break. Each attack contained the power of a progenitor, enough to instantly kill a half-step progenitor. However, these attacks were useless against the Corpse King, who was like an unshakable mountain. With a casual wave of his hand, the attacks dispersed. Lu Yun was not weak, and he had killed a powerhouse who had transcended spacetime with a black energy source before. However, he was actually so weak against this Corpse King. The Eternals had prepared a killing move for Lu Yin, and Lu Yin felt that this Corpse King was not any weaker than Xiaoxinji. In terms of physical strength, the Corpse King far surpassed Xiaoxinji. Lu Yin used his slippers and stirred up spatial threads, appearing behind the Corpse King and slamming down. At the same time, within the Eternal Kingdom, the Dragon Turtle was enraged and directly attacked the city. The Corpse Kings charged forward one after another, but they were all casually killed by the Dragon Turtle. It had not expected that a moment of carelessness would cause Jiang Qingyue to disappear. How would it explain this to its old master? This was the Eternal Kingdom, so this had to be the work of the Eternals. When it thought of the Eternals' methods, its heart sank. What are you trying to do? That's the Lightning Lord's daughter. If you dare touch her, the Lightning Lord will not let you off, the Dragon Turtle bellowed as a blinding light swept out, causing the Eternal Kingdom to continuously melt. In the distance, a figure hurried over. It was the Otherworlder, and he was on the 6th mainland. When he saw the Dragon Turtle frantically destroying the Eternal Kingdom, the Otherworlder took action. Dragon Turtle, you want to fight to the death with the Eternals? The Dragon Turtle glared at the Otherworlder. You've captured the Lightning Lord's daughter. Hand her over. The Otherworlder was startled. The Lightning Lord's daughter. When the Otherworlder had been on the 6th mainland, he had not known much about the Six Paths Society or the Eternals. Now that he had joined the Eternals, he had seen the outer space and knew how large it was and how many powerhouses there were. Among them, the Lightning Lord was definitely at the top. He was an existence that even the 7 sky gods did not want to fight to the death with. Who captured the Lightning Lord's daughter? Even though the Eternals and the Lightning Lord were enemies, the Otherworlder did not want to attract the Lightning Lord's attention. Thus, the Otherworlder had known that the Dragon Turtle had brought the Lightning Lord's daughter to the 6th mainland, but he had not stopped it. Now that something had happened to the Lightning Lord's daughter, the Otherworlder would definitely die if the Lightning Lord was attracted. The Dragon Turtle pointed at Stargazing Lu. What's going on over there? The Otherworlder looked at Stargazing Lu, and his eyes lit up. Lu Yin is here too. The Dragon Turtle's expression changed. Is this a trap for that brat Lu Yin? The Otherworlder's expression turned ugly. Why is the Lightning Lord's daughter with Lu Yin? No one could answer him. The Dragon Turtle bellowed and ordered the Otherworlder to release the girl. The Otherworlder naturally did not want the Lightning Lord's daughter to die, but this was no longer something he could control. Within the distorted sourcebox array, Lu Yin was sent flying, and the slipper in his hand almost fell to the ground. He had used the slipper to launch a sneak attack, but the Corpse King had dodged it and sent him flying with a palm wind. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2702. The Corpse King instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped on the stars, and it was as if the continent formed from fate's sand in his heart had appeared, causing the surrounding void to break away. At that moment, Lu Yin could sense a parallel spacetime that allowed him to leave. This was a power that even Mr. Mu found strange, and even the sourcebox array could not distort it. But if he left, what would happen to Jiang Qingyue? She would definitely die. Lu Yin could not abandon Jiang Qingyue and flee. The power from his heart had only given him a brief moment of life, and that brief moment of hesitation had already passed. The Corpse King's palm invaded Lu Yin's surroundings, causing the stable space around him to crack. No matter how strange this power was, it could not make up for the difference between him and the Corpse King. As the Corpse King's palm approached, Lu Yin used the reverse step to reverse time and retreat. He maintained a certain distance from the Corpse King, but he could not maintain the reverse step for long. In the distance, Jiang Qingyue was shocked. She had not expected Lu Yin to be able to tangle with such a terrifying Corpse King for so long. It was already unbelievable that an emissary, even a half-progenitor, could last a few breaths of time against a progenitor. Lu Yin was only an emissary, and one with 6 origin tribulations at that. In the small space, Lu Yin could not retreat very far with the reverse step. The Corpse King suddenly stopped and punched the void with its right fist. Ripples instantly appeared as a powerful force wreaked havoc. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to protect Jiang Qingyue. "Don't worry about me," Jiang Qingyue shouted with great difficulty. She held her sword in reverse and swayed like a willow tree in the wind. Lu Yin was stunned. She had actually survived the Corpse King's strength. He did not have time to worry about her, and he was relieved that she could protect herself. However, he still tossed her a lotus treasure. "Take it." Jiang Qingyue took it. On the other side, the Corpse King punched the air again. Punch after punch, the power of each punch was increasing. Lu Yin's divine seal catalog shone with golden light as Lu Yun and Nong Yi attacked again. He could not allow the Corpse King to attack indiscriminately, or else Jiang Qingyue would not be able to hold on. Nong Yi and Lu Yun could only be considered average within the progenitor realm, and they were far from being able to contend against 9 mountains and 8 seas. This Corpse King, on the other hand, had the power to contend against 9 mountains and 8 seas, and it was especially adept at physical strength. When Lu Yin unleashed his full power, the Divine Seal Catalog's power could only barely allow Lu Yin to pull some distance away from the Corpse King and protect himself. However, he definitely would not be able to last for long. He had many treasures on him, but aside from the slippers, none of them were able to harm the Corpse King. He also had many powers, such as visualization, breaking through 3 stages to restore himself, and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. However, none of these powers were effective against the Corpse King. This was a hopeless situation that the Eternals believed to be hopeless, but that was not necessarily the case for Lu Yin. The 6th mainland had the Grim Reaper's force field. Cloud-like attacks appeared in the air and crazily pressed down on the Corpse King. Nong Yi's leaves also covered the void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he went to Jiang Qingyue's side and took out the Grim Reaper's left arm. "Stay close to me later," he said to Go Lian. At the same time, in a faraway eternal kingdom, countless people watched as the death energy tore through the ground and transformed into a black streak that shot into the distance. An ancestor realm Corpse King opened its eyes and walked out. The dragon tortoise and the mutant also saw it. "It really is Lu Yin." The mutant's gaze was fierce. He hated Lu Yin, as if it weren't for this brat, he would not have been punished by the Eternals and forced to listen to Qing Kong's orders. He had to kill this brat. The streak of death energy traversed the Grand Martial realm and descended when the Corpse King broke through Nong Yi and Lu Yun's blockade. It was guided by Go Lian, and Lu Yin faced the Corpse King with Go Lian's horizontal slash. This slash had suppressed Madman Lu to the point that he could not even lift his head. If not for Madman Lu activating his Corpse King transformation, he would not have been able to escape. This slash had severely injured Xia Xinji and forced by Wang Yuan to sign an alliance. Lu Yin was confident that this slash could heavily injure the Corpse King. Go Lian slashed, and a giant black shadow appeared behind Lu Yin. Its dignified gaze descended. It was the Grim Reaper. The Corpse King bellowed, and its pupils changed again to green. Its physical strength continued to increase, and the void around it exploded like thunder. Even the void was unable to withstand the pressure. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and slashed at the Corpse King. This attack sent the Corpse King flying out of the sourcebox array and directly broke through it. "Let's go," Lu Yin growled as he tore through the void, intending to take Jiang Qingyue away. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword at Lu Yin, but due to the difference in power, she was unable to truly injure him. However, this attack stunned him. Was Jiang Qingyue trying to kill him? Lu Yin looked at her in shock and saw that her eyes were lifeless. At the same time, he also saw that bubbles had appeared around him at some point. Was this Qing Kong? Jiang Qingyue stabbed out again, but Lu Yin grabbed the sword and struck out with a palm. He wanted to knock her out and take her away since she was under Qing Kong's control. However, a lotus treasure appeared around her body, and Lu Yin's palm landed on it. A grade 4 lotus flower bloomed, rendering Lu Yin's attack ineffective. A grade 4 lotus flower was enough to block a progenitor's strength. Lu Yin could not use progenitor's strength to knock Jiang Qingyue out, and the lotus treasure continued to exist even after blocking the attack. This lotus treasure was not from the 6 direction training rites, so it did not have the ability to directly take Jiang Qingyue there. Lu Yin regretted giving her this lotus treasure out of all the other lotus treasures he had. If he had known earlier, he would have given her another lotus treasure. That one attack would have been enough to take her away. Now, he still had to break through the lotus treasure's defenses to take Jiang Qingyue away. Helpless, Lu Yin took out the slipper again. "Lu Yin, what are you doing?" The dragon turtle shouted when it saw Lu Yin use the slipper to hit Jiang Qingyue. Before Lu Yin could explain, the black attack disappeared from behind him. A huge wound had appeared on the Corpse King's body, and half of its neck had been severed. The 6th mainland's death god's force field was no less deadly than the Ghost Abyss, but the seemingly injured Corpse King still possessed terrifying strength. Unless it was destroyed, the threat it posed would not be reduced. It was no longer just a Corpse King, and Lu Yin could sense that there was another progenitor Corpse King in the direction of the death aura. Not only had the dragon turtle arrived, but the mutant had also arrived. Lu Yin saw the mutant, and the mutant saw Lu Yin as well. "Kid, you're dead." Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword towards Lu Yin's neck. The dragon turtle arrived and looked on in confusion. The Corpse King charged forward and struck out with a palm. The dragon turtle subconsciously expanded its body and used its shell to block the attack. The Corpse King's palm struck the shell, but it only managed to push the dragon turtle back a few steps. The dragon turtle was shocked. Where did this monster come from? How can it force me back? The Corpse King was just as astonished, as there were not many Eternals who could take a palm strike from him without suffering any injuries. Lu Yin dodged Jiang Qingyue's sword. "She's being controlled by Qing Kong. Lotus, take her away." The dragon turtle was enraged. "Qing Kong. That despicable and shameless bastard." He looked around and saw the bubble. It was indeed empty. "Bastard. Little Yaya, wake up. Die, kid." The mutant attacked, and the disc whistled through the air. On the other side, a progenitor Corpse King attacked. It opened its arms, and a brick-like object appeared in space and extended outwards. It was as if a roof had covered the sky. Although he couldn't understand the Corpse King's actions, he still felt a sense of danger. He swatted out with his slipper once more, shattering the Lotus Treasure's defenses. With a bang, the Lotus Blossom Stage 4 shattered. The fragments scattered in front of Jiang Qingyue's eyes like mirrors that reflected her own appearance. The dragon turtle's body expanded again, and its shell enveloped both Lu Yin and Jiang Qingyue. "Wake up, little Yaya." This was the dragon turtle's holy light, and its original name was the Holy Light Dragon Turtle. The moment it enveloped Lu Yin, he felt a warmth spread through his body, and both his injuries and energy were completely healed. He was astonished by the dragon turtle's strength. If he brought this fellow to the battlefield, it would not be easy for him to die. Jiang Qingyue raised her sword again, and Lu Yin helplessly said, "Knock it out." A gust of wind blew past, and Lu Yin's hair stood on end. For some reason, he felt like he was being watched, and a bubble appeared behind his head. The dragon turtle roared, "Despicable." Just as it was about to attack, Jiang Qingyue stabbed her sword in a different direction. She had stabbed in a strange direction, towards a deserted area. However, the bubble was pierced through by the sword. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up. "I can feel Qing Kong's breathing." Lu Yin was stunned. "She's awake. How is that possible?" He could not find Qing Kong. The dragon turtle was delighted. "Little Yaya, is your force complete?" Jiang Qingyue replied, "Let's think of a way to leave first." Outside, the mutant and the two progenitor corpse kings continuously attacked the dragon turtle's shell, trying to force Lu Yin out. However, the dragon turtle's shell was indeed tough. "Dragon turtle, take the lightning lord's daughter and leave. Leave Lu Yin behind, and we won't stop you," one of the mutants said. Lu Yin heard him. The lightning lord's daughter. The dragon turtle was tempted. Something could happen to him, or anyone else, but not Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue looked up. "If we're leaving, we'll leave together." The dragon turtle looked at Lu Yin helplessly. Lu Yin tried to tear through the void, but at some point, the source box array had enveloped him once more, and he could not locate a parallel spacetime. "Little Yaya, why don't you call old master over?" the dragon turtle asked. Lu Yin replied, "Neither she nor I can locate a parallel spacetime." The dragon turtle felt a headache coming on. They had followed the Lightning Lord, and they did not need to leave behind a spacetime coordinate imprint to travel through parallel spacetime. However, they still needed to find a parallel spacetime first. Otherwise, it would be easy for something to happen to them if they suddenly traveled through a parallel spacetime. That was their last resort. "This is a trap for me. If you have no other choice, you should leave," Lu Yin said. He had used the power in his heart to separate the void, and he should be able to do it this time as well. As long as he could leave, the Eternals would not do anything to the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingyue. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyue shouted, "Qing Kong!" She stabbed out with her sword, aiming behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and struck out with a palm. The dragon turtle also used his light to illuminate the area, and a faint shadow could be seen. The shadow disappeared in an instant, and bubbles appeared one after another. The three of them broke the bubbles. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2703. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb, as Qing Kong had set his sights on him again. He didn't care about Jiang Qingyue at all, perhaps because he didn't want to provoke the Lightning Lord. As for the dragon turtle, he hadn't attacked either, probably because he felt that it was useless. The dragon turtle's healing power was too strong, and he definitely had a way to protect himself. Not only was Qing Kong watching him, but he also didn't want Lu Yin to attack. Qing Kong had seen the entire battle with the Corpse King, and he knew that Lu Yin had a way to escape. "You must die," an overlapping voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. It was Qing Kong's voice. "Despicable person," the dragon turtle roared. Jiang Qingyue closed her eyes and sensed. Lu Yin continuously used the power from his heart, and whenever he did so, Qing Kong would attack, not giving him a chance to tear through the void. The Corpse King's attacks were forceful, but Qing Kong was all-pervasive. His attacks were faster and more ruthless than the Corpse King's. Against the Corpse King, Lu Yin had a chance to escape, but against Qing Kong, he had no chance at all. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked at the chaotic spatial lines. "Senior Dragon Turtle, how much longer can you hold on?" The Dragon Turtle was in pain. "The main thing is that the Corpse King is too strong. I can't hold on for much longer." Lu Yin frowned, as he had to think of a solution as soon as possible. "Don't listen to him, he can hold on for a long time," Jiang Qingyue suddenly said. "He also knows the absolute fusion haki that covers his shell. Even Father said that it's hard to break through." "Little Yaya, just because it's hard doesn't mean it's impossible. What if the 7 sky gods come? Qing Kong is here, and you know how sinister that guy is." Lu Yin suddenly moved away from where he was standing. Qing Kong had been watching him the entire time, not giving him any chance to escape. He had to find a flaw in Qing Kong's defenses and give him a split second to escape. As long as he could escape, the crisis would naturally be resolved. "Qing Kong, do you still remember Tu Shuang?" No one answered, and Qing Kong didn't say anything either. "She's in my hands. I was the one who ruined your plan, and I was also the one who exposed Yunwu. I've already found a way to distinguish between illusion and illusion." Lu Yin suddenly took Tu Shuang out of his cosmic ring and tossed her to one side. He didn't hesitate to use the power from his heart, but danger quickly followed, and he had no choice but to dodge. Tu Shuang looked around blankly. "Where is this?" She looked at Lu Yin and saw the bubble as well. She was overjoyed. "Master, is that you, Master? Master!" There was a thump as her head exploded as a formless energy obliterated her. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was Qing Kong's move, and he had not hesitated to kill his own disciple. This was the way of the Eternals. Jiang Qingyue stabbed out with her sword, but she missed. "Forget it, little Yaya. You can feel Qing Kong's breathing, but the difference between the two of you is too great. How can you hurt him? Your movements are countless times slower in his eyes," said the Dragon Turtle. Outside, the mutants continued to ask the Dragon Turtle to take Jiang Qingyue away. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, the Dragon Turtle's shell remained stuck there for several days. Jiang Qingyue was right, the tortoise's shell was very tough. The dragon tortoise did not even need to use its purplish-black substance to block the attacks from the outside. If not for Qing Kong's watch, Lu Yin would have left long ago. "I advise you to scram. The Lightning Lord already knows that we're in danger. When the Lightning Lord comes, no one will be able to save you," the Dragon Turtle threatened. The mutant was afraid of Lu Yin, so he moved even faster. He had to kill Lu Yin. Qing Kong was also determined to kill Lu Yin. This trap had been set up flawlessly. If not for Jiang Qingyue and the Dragon Turtle, Lu Yin definitely would not have survived. This was a trap that had been set up many years ago, and now that it had succeeded, how could they give up? Lu Yin continued to stare at it. Once the spatial line stabilized, he would try to tear through the void and leave. He could not wait for death here, or else he did not believe that the tortoise shell would be able to withstand 1 or 2 of the 7 sky gods. What's that? Lu Yin stared in one direction. He was looking at the spatial lines. His gaze pierced through the tortoise shell and looked into the distance. The spatial lines there were outside the range of the sourcebox array, so they should be stable. However, he saw the spatial lines sink in, then protrude, then sink and protrude again. It was as if someone was walking on them. He immediately became vigilant. If someone was walking on them, then the first person he thought of was the witch spirit god. If the witch spirit god came, then things would be troublesome. When he thought of this, he hurriedly walked to the edge of the tortoise shell and looked into the distance. He saw the starry sky above the spatial lines, but what was not visible to others was a large tree. It was the tree that had escaped. That tree was actually here, and it seemed to be passing by. Danger descended, and Ching Kong attacked. Lu Yin dodged once again and had the dragon turtle charge in the direction that the tree was passing by. The dragon turtle was helpless. I can't leave. I can only block it. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. Lu Yin took out a lotus treasure. Use this. The dragon turtle was astonished. Not long after, a great four lotus treasure blocked the tortoise shell. The dragon turtle charged in the direction that Lu Yin had pointed out. Inside the tortoise shell, Lu Yin had also given a lotus treasure to Jiang Qingyue. Relying on the grade 4 lotus treasure, Lu Yin did not care about Ching Kong's attacks. He just grabbed the tortoise shell and headed in a certain direction while Lu Yin led the way. Ching Kong did not know what Lu Yin was trying to do, but he did not hesitate to attack. There was definitely something wrong with Lu Yin's sudden change. The grade 4 lotus treasure could only withstand one attack from Ching Kong. Lu Yin had a total of 12 lotus treasures on him, and Jiang Qingyue had already used one, so he still had 11 left. Now, he gave one to Jiang Qingyue, gave 6 to the dragon turtle, and used 4 for himself. He could only withstand 4 of Ching Kong's attacks while the dragon turtle could withstand the 6 attacks from the outside. It was impossible for any of the lotus treasures to bring them back to the hexagon training hole. Even they themselves could not find a parallel spacetime within the sourcebox array, let alone an inanimate object. The dragon turtle's body was huge, and each time it moved, it would cover a great distance. In outer space, the grade 4 lotus treasure continued to bloom. Within the tortoise shell, Lu Yin's body also continued to bloom with lotus flowers. When the dragon turtle moved 3 times, Lu Yin shouted, "Come out." He then endured Ching Kong's 4th attack and charged out of the tortoise shell. He grabbed at the invisible void and grabbed onto a tree branch. The tree that had been wandering around in space was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. It jumped in fright and frantically fled. Lu Yin grabbed Jiang Qingyue, and the dragon turtle shrank and landed on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder. It was then dragged away by the tree. The tree was also exposed, and the mutants and the Eternals saw it. "That's the tree." One of the mutants cried out. The tree shook its branches and fled in a certain direction. Its branches frantically whipped around, trying to throw Lu Yin and the others off. The mutants roared after it. Just as they were about to give chase, the tree disappeared again. Lu Yin did not dare to move about recklessly in the void, but the tree was different. This thing was constantly moving through space and was adept at escaping. It had been fine for so many years, so it should be fine if they were dragged along by it. He was also curious as to where the people that had been taken away by the tree had gone. The sourcebox array could not stop the tree, and the mutants and the corpse king's attacks were also deflected by the tree's branches. The tree was fearless in all sorts of battlefields, and it had even been able to take away a few people in a battle where the 7 sky gods had participated. In the blink of an eye, the tree was gone. The mutants stared blankly. Why did that tree appear? Not too far away, the 2 corpse kings stood in place. They could not catch up, and they could not even see where the tree was. Even if they did, it would be useless. "It's fine to be taken away by the tree," Ching Kong's voice rang out, and it sounded like several voices overlapping each other. The mutants heard this, but they could not see where Ching Kong was either. Their eyes flickered. How could Ching Kong not be able to kill Lu Yin after staying in the tortoise shell for a few days? They did not believe it. At the same time, in the void, Lu Yin clung tightly to the tree branch. He did not know if Ching Kong and the rest of the Eternals had caught up, but he did not have the time to check. At the very least, he could not be shaken off by the tree. However, the tree seemed to have gone mad and wanted to shake them off. This is the tree that the old master was looking for. The dragon turtle was shocked. Lu Yin was astonished. The lightning master is looking for it. Capture it and give it to the old master, the dragon turtle said excitedly. When the tree heard this, it became even more frenzied and waved its branches around. At the same time, flames blossomed from the branches like a blooming flower, beautiful yet dangerous. Lu Yin looked at the slowly blooming flames. What's this? Let go. The dragon turtle grabbed Lu Yin and quickly retreated. The three of them left the tree, and the tree branch that Lu Yin had just grabbed also blossomed with flames. If he had been one step slower, he would have been touched by the flames. The burning tree quickly disappeared as it ran away in a rather pathetic manner. Lu Yin and the other two also fell down and landed on a meteorite. Lu Yin stared into the distance, but the tree had already disappeared. Fortunately, we were one step faster, or else you would have been finished. The old master warned you not to touch those flames. The dragon turtle felt a lingering fear. It's a pity that we couldn't catch it. You scared it, Jiang Qingyue understood. The dragon turtle was helpless. How would I have known that it would be so cowardly? It could have crossed the battlefield and feared no one, but it was abnormally cowardly. What a strange tree. Lu Yin looked at his hand. Those flames should have been the flames that had burned the Book of Destiny. The book had burned because he had wanted to investigate Immemorial City. He had thought that those flames had come from Immemorial City, but since they had come from this tree, then this tree must be related to Immemorial City. He then thought back to what the Undying God had said. Suwang Tian had tricked the Netherworld ancestor and gone to Immemorial City. The tree had also taken Suwang Tian, the Netherworld ancestor, and the others away during the Battle of Jiu He in the Third Mainland. It was not hard to guess that this tree could bring people to Immemorial City. That also explained why the Lightning Master was looking for it. The Lightning Master also wanted to go to Immemorial City. What kind of place was Immemorial City? Mr. Mu, the Lightning Master, and the powerhouses of the Above Heaven sect all wanted to go. What about the Grand Empyreans? Did they want to go to Immemorial City? They should be able to go. What did the Eternals think of Immemorial City? The more he understood about this universe, the more doubts he had. It was as if a group of people had covered up the truth. This isn't the sixth mainland, the dragon turtle said. But it's not dangerous. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Yin. Sorry. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's wrong? Jiang Qingyue apologized. I was the one who led you to the trap. Lu Yin laughed. It has nothing to do with you. This is a trap that the Eternals set for me. I would have gone there regardless of whether you were there or not. On the contrary, it's because of you that I'm safe. Jiang Qingyue's character portrait will be posted on the public account. Brothers, search for author Drifting Wind on WeChat. Follow her and you'll be able to see it. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2704. That's right. The dragon turtle appeared on Jiang Qingyue's shoulder and stared at Lu Yin. Kid, you're pretty unlucky. Not everyone is qualified to be schemed against by the Eternals. If not for us, you would have died without a doubt. Lu Yin solemnly replied, That's right. I'll have to be careful in the future. The Eternals are never stupid, especially those despicable bastards like Ching Kong. They're extremely vile, but it's strange. Why didn't Ching Kong use his full strength when you were in the turtle shell? That bastard is second only to the 7 sky gods. If he used his full strength, I wouldn't have been able to protect you. Lu Yin found this strange as well. The only explanation he could think of was He Wuxian's promise of 100,000 years. That was his bottom line. But if Ching Kong didn't want to kill him, then why had he trapped him? Why hadn't he allowed him to escape? Are you guys going back? Lu Yin asked. The dragon turtle replied, we didn't expect to encounter such danger. We definitely have to go back, and we have to report this matter to the Lightning Lord. Jiang Qingyue said to Lu Yin, we'll meet again if there's a chance. Lu Yin nodded. If there's a chance, say hello to Jiang Qin for me. Before leaving, Jiang Qingyue suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Yin. You don't seem to have felt force before. Lu Yin was surprised. What force? The dragon turtle reminded, little Yaya. Jiang Qingyue looked at the dragon turtle. Father didn't stop me from telling others. The dragon turtle was helpless. It's not that you can't tell them, but you'll lead them astray. We took a shortcut to cultivate force, but they can't take that shortcut. Jiang Qingyue didn't understand. The dragon turtle explained, force is our parallel universe's understanding of all things in the universe, including form and consciousness. In Old Master's words, it's a kind of shortcut, a shortcut for mortals to surpass the heavens. Old Master wasn't the first to cultivate it. Old Master learned it from your master in the beginning, and then he mastered it. Once you comprehend force, it can greatly increase your combat power. Therefore, when you were traveling through parallel universes, Old Master taught some people, but none of them succeeded. Old Master didn't know the reason. He guessed that it was because the levels were different. Old Master once cultivated force from a realm where he couldn't travel through the universe. For cultivators, that was the initial stage. Once they cultivated after that stage, it seemed that they couldn't match their force. That's not all. Many people delay their original cultivation because of cultivating force, and even have errors in their understanding of force, causing their cultivation to become chaotic. If you tell him rashly, not only will you not be able to help him, you may even harm him. Jiang Qingyue was surprised. Father didn't tell me. The dragon turtle smiled bitterly. Old Master never thought that there would be a day when you would take the initiative to tell others about your power, just like how he gave up on finding a man for you. The last sentence made Jiang Qingyue's expression turn ugly. Lu Yin understood. So you were able to find Ching Kong? Yes. Lu Yin was surprised, as this force sounded different from a domain and spiritual force. He believed that his own domain, spiritual force, and spiritual force were all at an extremely high level, but he still couldn't find Ching Kong. Ching Kong wasn't traveling through space, or else he wouldn't have been unable to find him. He couldn't do anything to Ching Kong, but Jiang Qingyue could feel his breathing. Was this what force was? Look, the kid's interested. If he's not careful, he'll be led astray. The dragon turtle shook his head and sighed, as if he had seen many people like this. Lu Yin smiled. It's fine, I'm not afraid of being led astray. The power in his heart was already very mixed, and even Mr. Mu was surprised. What could he do with another type of force? The dragon turtle said, you don't understand the consequences of going astray. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Qingyue. How do I cultivate this force? Jiang Qingyue seriously replied, you should listen to the dragon turtle. Since my father mentioned it, there must be a reason. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm just asking. I might not cultivate it. Jiang Qingyue shook her head. I'll go back and ask my father. I can find you. Lu Yin was helpless. All right. The dragon turtle tore through the void, and the moment before Jiang Qingwei stepped in, she looked back at Lu Yin. This so-called force is to comprehend the life and breathing of the universe. If you can cultivate this force based on this sentence, then you'll have succeeded. Otherwise, you'll have to give up on cultivating this force. Kid, our cultivation time is actually much shorter than your fifth mainlands. This force is a shortcut, so you should walk your own path. With that, the dragon turtle and Jiang Qingwei disappeared. Lu Yin looked at the empty meteorite and sighed as he fell into deep thought. The universe was life. Breathing. How could he cultivate this force based on this sentence alone? But it didn't matter. Just as the dragon turtle had said, every space-time zone had its own cultivation method, and there was no need to learn this force. He looked into the distance, but he could no longer find stargazing deck. Lu Yin had originally thought that this trip would only cause trouble for stargazing deck, and that he would be able to bring it back as long as he could find it. He had never expected that it would be a trap. The Eternals had already used stargazing deck to set up a trap for him, which meant that they already knew about stargazing deck. Finding it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The frigid immortal sect had attacked stargazing deck at the same time in an attempt to destroy Lu Yin's trump card to threaten by Siener. This incident had caused a huge commotion, and it wasn't strange that the Eternals knew about it. Lu Yin had been too careless to believe that the Eternals had been banished from the fifth mainland. In reality, the Eternals had hidden themselves very well, and there were too many spies and redbacks among the humans. Lu Yin had no choice but to tear through the void and return to the Eternal Kingdom before returning to the fifth mainlands above heaven. After returning, he had Fate's daughter, Bu Tian, and Shao Shi search. Even if they couldn't find the 12th bead, he still wanted to try and see if he could use the 11 beads to find traces of the other 2 beads. Path Master. Lu Bujing arrived. Lu Yin was curious. Third uncle, why are you here? Lu Bujing's expression was solemn. You've been getting closer to destiny recently, and that's not a good thing. Everyone in our era is afraid of destiny. Lu Yin nodded. I know, but I have no choice. I want to use destiny to find my family. Lu Bujing was shocked. You want to use destiny to find your family? Lu Yin told Lu Bujing about the beads, and Lu Bujing grew excited. No wonder. If that's the case, then it's worth the risk to get closer to destiny. Lu Yin knew that Lu Bujing was afraid of destiny, and he himself was as well. However, Lu Bujing's fear was a little too much. Lu Bujing was someone from the above heaven era and had experienced destiny before, so he should know that destiny was just a cultivator. Although destiny is feared, he's still an expert of the 3 realms and 6 Daos on the same level as the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. Third uncle, aren't you being too afraid? Lu Bujing sighed. Destiny is different from the Grim Reaper and Wu Tian. In our era, the Grim Reaper suppressed the astral beast domain and watched over the 4th mainland. To the 4th mainland, he was truly the Grim Reaper and had nothing to do with us. However, destiny was an exception. He paused for a moment before continuing seriously, destiny can see through the river of time. It's mysterious and unfathomable, and it's difficult for ordinary people to see it. The legends about destiny aren't very good, and no one wants others to see their future, including our Lu family's ancestors. Do you know why one of my 3 ancestral chi is destiny? It's because destiny wants to see through my Lu family's future. The ancestor wanted to find a way to counter it, so he tried his best to turn my ancestral chi into destiny. He hoped that when I became an ancestor, my ancestral chi would be able to resist destiny. So, third uncle, your attitude towards destiny comes from my Lu family's ancestor. Lu Bujing nodded. I'm only a half-step ancestor, and I can't see through destiny. I can only follow the ancestor's footsteps. In short, don't provoke destiny. Lu Yin understood. Destiny's daughter had caused the deaths of many people by arranging karma, and Lu Yin had understood what kind of person Destiny was. If possible, he would not want to provoke such a person. Right, third uncle, have you heard of influence? Lu Bujing was confused. Influence? What does that mean? Lu Yin was not surprised. If you don't know, then forget it. Tell me, I might have heard of it. The ancestor was willing to talk to me about it back then. Lu Bujing was interested. Lu Yin said, some people say that the universe is alive and breathing. That's influence. Lu Bujing exclaimed, the ancestor said that as well. Lu Yin was shocked. My Lu family's ancestor. Lu Bujing nodded and stroked his chin as he tried to recall. I remember the ancestor saying that, but I was stunned at the time. The universe is a space that we live in, and it's infinitely large and includes everything. No matter what, it can't be alive. Who said that to you? Lu Yin replied, a stranger. Lu Bujing grunted in acknowledgement. Right, what else did the ancestor say? Lu Yin asked. Lu Bujing shook his head. Nothing else. The ancestor only sighed a little. Maybe he drank too much, and I didn't understand. If Daoist Tianyi was here, he might know more. The ancestor told him many things, and it seemed like he was spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Lu Yin was envious, and he wished that someone like the ancestor could give him pointers. Mr. Mu was clearly his master, but he had never told him these things. He would definitely ask Mr. Mu the next time he saw him. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, it was not the first time Lu Yin had heard this. He felt like someone had said this to him before, but who was it? He could not remember. When Jiang Qingyue said this, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Not long after, Destiny's daughter and the others arrived. Lu Yin brought them to the back mountains of the Above the Sky sect and asked them to search for the whereabouts of the other two pearls. Starsabil followed them with a calm expression. Lu Yin was not in the mood to deal with her. Destiny's daughter and Butian did not waste any time, and they began to use their divination techniques on the 11 pearls. Lu Yin had not cultivated Destiny's techniques, so he could not see what they were doing. Now that he thought about it, Destiny's techniques were not that mystical, and they were probably similar to rune lines and void god's power. Only those who had cultivated them could see this kind of power, and only those who had not cultivated them would find it mystical. However, this kind of power was definitely not that easy to cultivate, and not many people had cultivated it during the Above the Sky sect's era. Lu Yin had never thought of cultivating Destiny's techniques, as he had already been tainted by Destiny enough. If he cultivated Destiny's techniques, he was afraid that Destiny would directly descend upon him. He calmly watched. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2705. The 11 beads suddenly moved and formed a straight line that pointed in one direction. That was the 6th mainland. The beads then fell to the ground in a mess. How is it? Lu Yin asked. Butian wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked at Fate Maiden. She waved her hand, and the beads flew into her palm. There's a bead in that direction. That's the 6th mainland. I know. Lu Yin stared at her. I'm asking where the last bead is. She shook her head. We can't find it. Using fate, we can only find the closest bead. We either have to find it or destroy it. Otherwise, our divination will always find it. Lu Yin's head hurt, and he looked at the 6th mainland. He also wanted to find that bead, but it was temporarily impossible. Unless he gathered a few progenitors and forcefully attacked the 6th mainland to snatch it, that was under the premise that he knew where the bead was. Help me calculate the exact location of that bead, Lu Yin instructed. Fate Maiden replied, "We can only calculate the direction. If you want to find it, you have to bring either me or him along." Lu Yin put the beads away. Things were not going well, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this involved the everlasting race, which was humanity's greatest enemy. Lu Yin had them all stay in the Above the Sky sect, as he might have to go to the sixth mainland with them at any time. It was time for him to go to the void god spacetime, as he could not stay out forever. Before leaving, he made a trip to Shinwu continent to confirm that the passage was unobstructed. He also chatted with Mu Xia about Shi. Mu Xia had never heard of this before, so he told Lu Yin to look for Mr. Mu. Lu Yin was helpless, as he would have done so long ago if he could. Lu Yin was more concerned about the group of half-ancestors, as he did not know which one would break through to the progenitor realm first. He hoped that it would be Lu Bujing, Kai, or the others. Lu Yin had not left the void god spacetime for long. For cultivators, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for thousands of years. However, Lu Yin felt that it was too long, as he only went into seclusion for a few days each time. After returning to the Red Domain, Lu Yin investigated Qingfen's interrogation. He had specifically instructed Ning Ran not to torture Qingfen anymore, as Qingfen had already told her the location of knowledgeable stream. During this investigation, Ning Ran did not make a move on Qingfen. However, Qingfen's days were not easy either. His greatest torment came from the people who left the village. In addition to Qingfen, during the days when he went to the hyperspace and the Three Monarchs universe, Ning Ran led the team to catch several more spies. They were all small characters and didn't have much significance. Half a month after Lu Yin returned to the Red Domain, someone came to visit him, surprising him. Mu Shikong, chief of the Sky Mirror Department, gone, has come to visit the Red region. A loud voice echoed. Guan Laode, Yu Pai, and the others were shocked. Lu Yin raised his head, and his expression turned ugly. He had actually found this place. Manor Lord Gon had already invited him to the Heaven Reflection Manor in Wood Spacetime several times, but he had rejected every single one of them. He had never expected that Manor Lord Gon would actually come in person. The more sincere he was, the less Lu Yin wanted to go. Before he showed up, Heaven's Reflection Manor's situation wasn't good, and he hadn't heard of Manor Master Gon working so hard for anything. Now that he was so eager to invite him to the Wood Dimension, there must be something wrong. No matter what, he couldn't go. However, he still had to meet her. Lu Yin personally walked out to greet Gon. Junior is Xian Qi. I didn't expect Senior to be here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Lu Yin arrived outside the Red Domain and greeted the man politely. He saw an elegant man with a slight smile on his face, and he didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. However, this person was Gon. Gon beamed at Lu Yin. Manor Master Xian Qi, you're too polite. I'm sorry to disturb you. Lu Yin smiled. It's an honor for Senior to visit the Red Domain. This way, please. Gon nodded and entered the Red Domain with Lu Yin. Within the Red Domain, cultivators bowed and paid their respects to Manor Master Gon. Gon had seen this scene many times, and powerhouses were respected wherever they went. He didn't care about these people, and the only one worthy of his attention was Lu Yin. The two exchanged some pleasantries before Lu Yin led Gon into the Red Domain. The cities in the Red Domain were dilapidated, but the giants had once lived there. They had experienced the War of Extermination, and they had been attacked by Qinlu. For a cultivator like Gon, such a place was more comfortable than a scenic location. Heaven's Reflection Manor has been around for many years, and its history isn't much shorter than that of the Six Directions Association. However, there hasn't been much of an effect over the years. You should know why, Brother Xian Qi. Gon then looked at Lu Yin. Do you mind if I call you brother? It seems that Su Heng and the others call you that as well. Lu Yin smiled. It's my honor to be valued by Manor Master Gon. I'm already calling you brother, and you still call yourself junior? Gon laughed. Lu Yin looked at Gon and addressed him seriously, brother. That's more like it. Speaking of which, there should be quite a few people from the Six Directions Association who call you brother. Su Heng and I aren't the only powerhouses here. What does Chenlo call you? This question made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat, but he maintained a calm expression. Senior Chenlo is a serious person. He made me the acting manor master of the 3 sovereign spacetime manor, so he always calls me Xian Qi. Gon nodded and didn't dwell on the topic. The two continued walking through the red domain. If there comes a day when the humans can't stop the everlasting tribe, then what happened to these cities today will be humanity's future. Brother, do you think that's possible? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Yes. That's why I came to find you. I hope that you can come to the wood spacetime to help. Spies can cause too much harm to the human race, and I'm curious why you keep refusing. Is it because Mu Sen invited you to the wood spacetime? Gon asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Of course not. Senior Mu Sen was very enthusiastic, and he even managed to invite Senior Woodcarver. I'm flattered, but the main thing is, he was in a difficult position. Gon said seriously, just tell me if you have any problems. I'll definitely solve them if I can. Lu Yin looked at Gon and met his gaze. Brother, there are some things that I'll be direct about. Gon nodded. Just say it. Lu Yin said, I don't want to get involved in power struggles. Gon's eyes flashed. Lu Yin continued, at first, I didn't want to go to the wood spacetime because you basically took over 3 different spacetimes, and I was too busy. But now, you should be aware of what happened in the hyperspace. The Yu family invited me, but they used me as an excuse to lure out the maintainer and fight for power in the hyperspace. They even suspected that I framed the Yu family, so they threw me into the 3 monarch spacetime to investigate someone that even Lord Luo couldn't find. If Senior Chenlo hadn't broken through to become an extreme powerhouse and trusted me, I might not have had such an easy time in the 3 monarch spacetime. All of this was done by the Yu family, and they also tried their best to invite me. Brother, this has already happened once, and I don't want to experience it a second time. It doesn't feel good to be used by others. Gon's expression was calm. He stepped forward calmly and walked past Lu Yin with his back facing him. Do you think that I want to use you too? I can see that you're sincere, but I have my concerns, Lu Yin said helplessly. Gon sighed. The Yu family is at fault. They made someone like you, who is good at capturing spies, feel apprehensive. They encouraged the spies' arrogance. Lu Yin didn't say anything and just looked at Gon calmly. Gon turned around and smiled. I understand your concerns. Alright, I won't force you. Whether you go to the wood spacetime or not, I'll reserve the position of acting prefecture master for you. If you need any help, just contact me. After a while, you'll see the difference between the wood spacetime and the hyperspace. With that, Gon left without further persuasion. Lu Yin relaxed. Although Gon seemed sincere, and it was possible that he really wanted to use him to deal with the spies, Lu Yin had to be wary of Mr. Daheng. Gon had also mentioned Chenlu, so Lu Yin had to be on guard. Logically speaking, Mr. Daheng shouldn't have linked him to Chenlu, but it was always right to be cautious. Moreover, if he went to the wood spacetime, Senior Woodcarver might see him, which would be the most troublesome. How would he explain his disguise? He couldn't go to the wood spacetime. After Gon left, Void arrived and was surprised that Lu Yin had rejected Prefecture Master Gon. Lu Yin repeated the same reason, and Void sympathized and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. You're unlucky to encounter such a situation. Alright, if Gon invites you again, I'll help you reject him. Not just him, but if the Reincarnation Spacetime and the Lost Clan invite you, I'll help you reject them. Lu Yin was grateful. After staying in the red domain for a while, Overseer found Lu Yin and brought by Qian's message, asking him to look for resources in the void god spacetime. These resources were what he had asked Lu Yin to help her buy from the Scenic Cloud clan and the Void Yang clan. Since Bai Qian wanted to buy them as well, it was obvious that it was for Zi Jing's research. Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. Zi Jing's research was very important, and he hoped that it would be successful. If Dimensional Master could obtain them, then so could he. Dimensional Master had been schemed against by the Yu family, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Lu Yin considered focusing on the hyperspace. The only problem was that Dimensional Master's strength could not be estimated. If Dimensional Master Shaoyin was afraid of him, then he should be comparable to the three sovereigns of the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin could not see through Dimensional Master Gon's strength. Dimensional Master and Lord Luo were the two people that Lu Yin wanted to understand the most. Dimensional Master could not be understood, but Lord Luo knew too much, and there were too many contradictions. On this day, Lu Yin sent someone to contact Lu Yin and ask him to head to the three sovereign spacetime. Lu Yin knew that Qianlu wanted to talk to him about something, and he hurried over. Dimensional Master is already suspicious of me. This was the first thing Qianlu said to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He was not prepared to deal with Dimensional Master Gon, and he was even less prepared to expose himself in the Six Direction meet. What's going on? Qianlu explained the situation, and Lu Yin understood. Everything started from the attack on the Energy Research Team's Forbidden Area. Not many people knew about the Energy Research Team's location where Zi Jing had been. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space had always been under surveillance, and the hyperspace knew who they had come into contact with and how strong they were. To be able to break through the Energy Research Team and take away drifting cloud space was definitely not something that the cultivators from the drifting cloud space could do. Aside from them, the only other culprits were the people from the three sovereign spacetimes Mohe Courtyard, the Yu family, and at most, the everlasting race. Yesterday, I made a mistake. My public account is author Drifting Wind. Thank you for your support. When that time came, where would he find shelter? Even though he wouldn't be hunted down due to his identity as an extreme expert, his reputation was completely ruined. The universe was vast, but even the eyes of extreme experts could only see the Six Directions Guild and its parallel space-time. If they lost this place, what else was there? Then what do we do now? Chen Li's heart was in a mess. He was not afraid, but uneasy. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Master Vader only has his eyes on you, but he hasn't confirmed that you're involved. Besides, this matter really has nothing to do with you. I'll go and cause him some trouble. What are you going to do? Chen Lo asked. Lu Yin said, don't worry, I won't let you be exposed. Your identity is useful for me to obtain the three monarch spacetime. Have you forgotten that my goal is the three monarch spacetime? Whether it's Lord Luo or Master Wei, they can't stop me. Chen Lo exhaled. I can't do anything. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, you can't do anything. Since Master Wei has his eyes on you, I believe that he has a way to track your whereabouts. Even Lord Luo might not be able to see through this method, so don't do anything. Lu Yun is out, and it's time for him to take revenge. Chen Lo looked at Lu Yin. He didn't know the relationship between Lu Yun and Lu Yin, but now it seemed that Lu Yun also belonged to this person. No matter what, Lu Yun was still an extreme expert. Even if he was crippled, even if he was the weakest extreme expert, he was still an extreme expert. This person's power was constantly rising, and the sect above heaven would definitely surpass the three monarch spacetime. Thinking of this, Chen Li's mood improved. There are some things that I want to remind you of. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Shenle suddenly looked at Lu Yin and said. Lu Yin looked back at him. You can seek the three monarch spacetime, but don't have any ideas about the Six Direction Society. Shenle said. The corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I just want to replace the three monarch spacetime and join the Six Direction Society. Shenle nodded. That's good. From the beginning to the end, Shenle didn't know about the conflict between Lu Yin and the Six Direction Society, nor did he know that Lu Yin's Lu family was exiled by the reincarnation spacetime. He had just broken through to the extreme expert realm and was always in the three monarch spacetime, so he didn't know about those things. If he had known about this back then, he wouldn't have cooperated with Lu Yin even if he was beaten to death. For someone like him who was born in the Six Direction Society, the Six Direction Society was a colossus. To be enemies with such a colossus was unimaginable even for an extreme expert. Lu Yin left and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Then, he went back to the sect above heaven and found Master Shan. He brought the black energy source with him and then found Lu Yun. It's time to take action, I'll give you a chance to take revenge on hyperspace. Lu Yun raised his head. His previously crippled limbs were gradually able to move again. They should have moved further in. Hyperspace is afraid that I'll save them, Lu Yun said with a gloomy expression. Lu Yin had no choice but to lead Lu Yun around the vessel. When they reached a certain location, Lu Yin stopped. We can't go any further. There's a hyperanalysis mode there. It should be there, Lu Yun said, as he also knew about the hyperanalysis mode. In this vessel, the hyperanalysis mode could only be used at the most important part of the vessel, and the other should be where the cultivators from the drifting cloud space were imprisoned. It was easy to break through the hyperanalysis mode, but Qiu Zhan would instantly detect it. If there's no other way, we'll take them away when the war starts, Lu Yun said. Lu Yin shook his head. Depending on the scale of the war, the number of cultivators from the drifting cloud space will be different. You can't guarantee that you'll take them all away. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided that there was no need to rush. When the war started, he would think of a way to use the Corpse King to destroy the hyperanalysis mode. If that still did not work, then he would have to take them by force, but he had to confirm their location first. At this time, a group of people walked out of the hyperanalysis mode area. The leader was a woman with long, pale yellow hair that covered her eyes. Her expression was cold, and she exuded a sinister aura. Behind her were more than 10 cultivators from the drifting cloud space, all of them beautiful women. When Lu Yin saw this, he vaguely guessed what was going on. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with killing intent. There's no need to rush. Let's follow them and confirm their location. If it doesn't work, then we'll just take them by force, Lu Yin said. Lu Yun nodded, and the two followed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2707. They walked for almost an hour. The gift vessel was huge, but the woman wasn't in a hurry. She kept walking, turning here and there as if she was avoiding something. Finally, she came to a place where the vessel's control unit was located. Lu Yin frowned. He had thought that these women were brought to some higher up of the hyperspace dimension. They were very beautiful, and their usefulness was self-evident. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. This place didn't look like a romantic place, and the distant unit was still operating with a rumbling sound. Something was strange. The woman seemed to be avoiding something, which was even stranger. Lu Yin and Lu Yun weren't in a hurry and just waited. The next day, the battle began. Lu Yin and Lu Yun didn't go out and continued to wait. The woman didn't leave either, and she seemed to be communicating with someone through her glasses. They waited for another 2 days. During this time, one of the women from the hyperspace dimension suddenly rushed out, but the woman easily subdued her. If you dare to run again, I'll kill 100 cultivators from the hyperspace dimension as punishment. The woman's expression was fierce, and her hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at the women from the hyperspace dimension. 2 more days passed, and one day, the woman's lips curled up. You're finally here. Lu Yin and Lu Yun looked at each other and calmed down. Not long after, 2 figures entered. This place was dimly lit, and there were parts operating all around, making rumbling sounds. Few people came here, and it wasn't easy to find them. The woman smiled when she saw them, and her fierce expression became unusually gentle. Mr. Zhu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Of the 2 people who came, one was a middle-aged man, wearing the blue and white battle uniform of hyperspace, but he looked out of place. His temperament was more like a businessman, and his eyes were sharp. Behind him was a young man with an arrogant face. As soon as he came in, he looked at the women of drifting cloud space with a burning gaze. I'm really sorry for the delay, Mr. Zhu apologized. The woman looked at the young man behind Mr. Zhu. And this is? The young man looked at the woman. Zhu Yi. She was surprised. The young master of the Zhu Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Yi was proud. Mr. Zhu replied, that's right. The woman's smile became even more enthusiastic. So it's young Master Zhu. I didn't expect that young Master Zhu would come in person for a small demi-human transaction. Mr. Zhu smiled and said, of course not. It's just that when I came here, I coincidentally bumped into young Master. Young Master was curious, so he followed me. You don't mind, right? The woman smiled and said, how could that be? It's my honor to have young Master Zhu here. Let's start the transaction. Mr. Zhu nodded and walked towards the women of the drifting cloud space. Zhu Yi had already walked over. He stopped in front of a woman from the drifting cloud space and lifted her chin. The woman turned her head angrily. Zhu Yi sneered and slapped the woman to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The women of the drifting cloud space cursed angrily. Mr. Zhu smiled faintly. He didn't treat those women from the drifting cloud space as humans at all. The woman came to Mr. Zhu's side. Why is young Master Zhu here? Is it really on the way? Mr. Zhu said in a low voice, it is indeed on the way. However, this trip will be enough for the Zhu family to soar. The woman was puzzled. Mr. Zhu couldn't help but smile. He said proudly, young master, I got into Yi Xing. The lady's expression changed, she was shocked. Young Master Zhu entered the Yi Xing school. Is this for real? Zhu Yi heard this from the front, and his lips curled up into a smug smile. He grabbed another woman from the drifting cloud space and pulled her closer. The quality is not bad, especially the horn on her forehead. Interesting. Mr. Zhu laughed, if young master likes them, then take them back. Don't sell them, just take them as a gift. The woman quickly smiled, if young Master Zhu likes them, then I'll give them to young master as a gift. Mr. Zhu was surprised, being so generous isn't your style. The woman walked towards Zhu Yi, almost leaning on him. Not everyone has the chance to curry favor with someone from Yi Xing, don't you think so? Young Master Zhu. Mr. Zhu wasn't surprised. The young master had entered the Yi Xing school, which was the dream of many in the Six Paths Association. It was enough to make the Zhu family chamber of commerce soar. Once the news reached the family, the hostile chambers of commerce would definitely tremble in fear. Zhu Yi laughed and wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. Not only do I want them, you're not bad either. He lowered his head and kissed her. The woman pouted coquettishly, her previous coldness completely gone. Lu Yin couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Gentlemen, there are others here. Please restrain yourselves. The three were shocked and looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Zhu looked at the woman. Who is he? The woman stared blankly at Lu Yin, her gaze fierce. Who are you? I've ordered that no one is allowed to enter. You're courting death. Zhu Yi didn't care and was only surprised for a moment before turning back to look at the woman from Lu Yun's space, as if Lu Yin was just an ant. However, another person appeared in front of him. It was Lu Yun. Zhu Yi raised a brow. Lu Yun had not revealed his progenitor's aura, so Zhu Yi wasn't clear about his strength. Another one. You didn't do your job well. Mr. Zhu glared at the woman. Who are they? The woman glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with bone-deep killing intent. She had just curried favor with young Master Zhu, but this person had ruined everything. Lu Yin looked at the woman and then at Mr. Zhu. I really didn't expect that there would be such a business at the front lines. They chose this place and deliberately avoided certain areas. Qiu Zhan probably didn't know. The woman's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand and shot out a beam of light at Lu Yin. Neither Lu Yin nor Lu Yun had revealed their strength at this moment, so the woman didn't know that she was facing an extreme powerhouse. If she had known, she wouldn't have dared to do so. The woman used red energy, which was quite powerful and second only to a half-progenitor's white energy. She thought that she could kill Lu Yin in one strike. However, the red energy suddenly stopped, and a cloud-like energy appeared around it, accompanied by a terrifying progenitor's aura. The pressure was like the sky. The woman, Mr. Zhu, and Zhu Yi felt as if the sky was collapsing. The incomparable shock almost caused their minds to collapse. Zhu Yi looked at the infinitely tall Lu Yun in front of him and turned pale, an extreme powerhouse. The woman couldn't believe it. How could an extreme powerhouse appear out of nowhere? Wait, she stared at Lu Yun. You're Lu Yun. Lord Lu Yun, the woman from Lu Yun's space called out excitedly. Lord Lu Yun. Lu Yun took a deep breath and looked at the women. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Yin hadn't expected Lu Yun to apologize to these women. He was a progenitor. He had never seen a progenitor apologize to these ant-like weaklings. It had to be said that Lu Yun's apology had completely changed Lu Yin's impression of him. Lu Yin thought of the blood progenitor, the symbol progenitor, and the ancestors who had protected the human race and fought against the Eternals. In their hearts, they felt guilty for not being able to save anyone. This was their responsibility, the righteousness in their hearts. Lu Yin finally understood why the cultivators from Lu Yun's space were doing everything they could to save Lu Yun. Lu Yun's position in their hearts was no less than the blood progenitors in the sixth mainland. Lu Yun was their hope of survival. Mr. Zhu trembled and knelt on the ground. This was the only posture one could maintain when facing an extreme powerhouse. The Zhu clan's chamber of commerce was very large, but it wasn't large enough for Mr. Zhu to come into contact with an extreme powerhouse. The woman collapsed on the ground. She had never imagined that Lu Yun would appear here. Her goal had been to urge Qiu Zhan to send the people from Lu Yun's space to their deaths to force Lu Yun to appear. Now, Lu Yun had appeared at the most unexpected time. It's over, it's all over. Lu Yin looked at Zhu Yi. Whether it was Mr. Zhu or this malicious woman, both of them were in despair. Only Zhu Yi seemed to be panicking, but he seemed to have some sort of confidence, even if it was barely enough to keep him from kneeling. Lu Yun also looked at Zhu Yi. Kneel. Zhu Yi trembled, his entire body almost going limp from fear, but he stubbornly held on. You can't do anything to me. Lu Yun's gaze turned cold. Why? Zhu Yi's teeth chattered as he struggled to speak. I work for Yixing. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had indeed seen Yixing when he had merged with the consciousness of some people from Six Direction Society, but it had only been for a brief moment. He didn't really understand the man. Yixing has the qualifications to make you fearless against extreme powerhouses? Zhu Ye's voice trembled. No one in Six Direction Society would act against I Ching's people. I Ching has never interfered with Six Direction Society's affairs, so you shouldn't kill me. Did I Ching ask you to sell the demi-humans? Lu Yun asked in a low voice. Zhu Yi gulped. No one would act against I Ching's people. I'll pretend that I didn't see you today. Your matters have nothing to do with me. Take care of him, Lu Yin said. Zhu Yi was shocked. You can't kill me. I work for I Ching. Lu Yun didn't care about this. Even if Zhu Yi was a Grand Empyrean subordinate, he still had to act. Zhu Ye's actions had already caused him to be killed. Mr. Zhu and the woman knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. This was the proper attitude when facing an extreme powerhouse. Lu Yun casually waved his hand, intending to erase Zhu Yi. However, this attack didn't harm Zhu Yi at all. A pagoda-like barrier appeared around Zhu Ye's body and enveloped him, allowing Lu Yun's power to pass through it. Lu Yun was flabbergasted and attacked again, but the result was the same. He didn't harm Zhu Yi at all. Zhu Ye's heart trembled. He had thought that he was going to die, but when he saw that Lu Yun's 2 attacks had missed, he recalled what his guide had told him when he had first joined I Ching. I Ching doesn't provoke enemies, but he doesn't fear them either. Even an extreme powerhouse would find it difficult to kill I Ching's people. At that time, Zhu Yi had thought that this was just a threat, using I Ching to threaten an extreme powerhouse. But now, it seemed that this symbol that I Ching had given him was a power vessel that could ignore extreme powerhouses. Zhu Yi grew excited when he thought about this. At this time, Lu Yun attacked for the 3rd time. This time, he was completely focused on dealing with a powerhouse of the same level, but he still couldn't touch Zhu Yi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2708. This scene shocked Lu Yun, as well as Mr. Zhu and the woman. They finally understood why those people were trying so hard to get into I Ching. Once they entered I Ching, their status would change drastically. So that's how it was. I Ching's people could actually ignore extreme experts. Impossible. Lu Yun was at a loss. A mere ant could actually ignore his attack. How was this possible? Zhu Yi laughed maniacally. So what if you're an extreme powerhouse? Lu Yun, right? I'll remember you. If you dare attack I Ching's people, they won't let you off. Just you wait. With that, he turned to leave. He still hadn't gotten used to being able to ignore extreme powerhouses, and he hadn't even gotten used to the change in his mentality. It was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming an emperor, and it was hard to get used to it in a short period of time. He just wanted to leave. Young master, take me with you, Mr. Zhu begged. The woman also begged, Young Master Zhu, please take me with you. I beg you. Zhu Yi didn't care about them at all, and he glanced at the woman coldly. It's all because of you, trash. With that, he tore through the void and left. Suddenly, a hand passed through the barrier and landed on Zhu Ye's shoulder. Zhu Ye's body stiffened, and the arrogance on his face turned sluggish. He slowly turned around and saw a face with a mocking smile and a look of surprise. It's that person. Lu Yin pressed down on Zhu Ye's shoulder and watched with interest as Zhu Ye's expression changed from joy and arrogance to fear and despair. Did I say you could leave? Zhu Yi was stunned. This person had touched him. He had touched him. He looked at the barrier, and it was still there, but this person's hand had passed through it and landed on his shoulder. How could this be? You. Zhu Yi was stunned. Lu Yin found it funny and looked at the barrier in amazement. Good stuff, it's not bound by space. It's a strengthened version of the Void Wanderer. Aside from that tree, I've never seen anything that can travel through space. He then raised a hand and placed it between Zhu Ye's eyebrows. Here. He then pointed, and Zhu Ye's forehead split open. No blood flowed out, and only an eye fell out. It looked at Lu Yin in horror, like an abandoned pet. Zhu Yi took a few steps back, and the barrier around his body slowly disappeared. He fell to the ground, as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Lu Yin closed his eyes. What is it? This was an eye. It was as if the eye had become a spirit. There were tentacles under the eye sockets. When Lu Yin tried to grab it, it actually tried to use its tentacles to escape, but how could that be possible? It could walk through space like a tree, but Lu Yin could do the same. However, Lu Yun and the others couldn't see Lu Yin grabbing the eye. The eye had always existed within the void. That was a direction that even progenitor realm experts might not be able to see. They only saw that the light barrier around Zhu Ye's body had disappeared. Now was not the time to study the eye, and Lu Yin held it tightly as he looked at Zhu Yi. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up and felt a powerful force descend upon him from a progenitor realm corpse king. The battle began, and a few progenitor realm corpse kings appeared to attack the bearers of the bestow technique. One of the attacks just so happened to land on top of Lu Yin's head. The vessel was penetrated, and a terrifying force streaked past Lu Yin. Not only did it break the vessel, but it also caused Lu Yun's progenitor power to leak out. Just as Qiu Zhan was about to charge into space, the bearer of the bestow technique alerted him that a powerhouse had appeared. He looked at the number displayed on the frame, 5.6 million. A powerhouse corpse king had charged into the vessel. He didn't hesitate to use the black energy source to charge out. Lu Yin frowned, exposed. Snatch. Lu Yun casually killed Zhu Yi and the others, and Lu Yin took the girls to Mount Supreme. You hold Qiu Zhan back. As soon as he finished speaking, a black energy blasted over. Lu Yun raised his head. Long time no see, Qiu Zhan. Qiu Zhan's pupils shrank when he heard Lu Yun's voice. It's you. With a loud bang, the bestow technique was destroyed once again. Qiu Zhan shouted, release the bestow technique and use the energy source to trap the corpse king. He then charged at Lu Yun. You've joined the Eternals. Lu Yun didn't explain. At this moment, the Eternals had attacked, and the corpse king had also attacked. No one would believe that the Eternals hadn't helped Lu Yun. On the other side, Lu Yin rushed into super analysis mode and directly triggered the alarm of the entire bestow technique. Qiu Zhan looked over. There's more. Qiu Zhan, it's time to pay back the debt from before. Lu Yun shouted, and streaks of cloud-like attacks shot out in all directions from the bestow technique. The bestow technique kept cracking, and the platforms were extinguished one after another. Every time a platform was extinguished, the energy source's interference with the outside world would decrease. Qiu Zhan was furious. Lu Yun, you've joined the Eternals. On the other side, Lu Yin hurriedly transmitted to Lu Yun, telling him not to destroy the bestow technique. The Eternals were attacking, and if this thing was damaged, the Eternals would very likely take the bestow technique for themselves. Lu Yun was startled awake, as he had forgotten about this matter. However, Lu Yun's merciless attack on the bestow technique convinced Qiu Zhan that Lu Yun had joined the Eternals. Even if the ultra-spacetime technique was the bestow technique's enemy, so was the Eternals. Lu Yun wouldn't have destroyed the bestow technique. Lu Yun had attacked in anger without thinking too much. Now that Lu Yin had reminded him, he pretended to destroy the bestow technique without causing too much damage. His goal was only to delay Qiu Zhan. Lu Yin also found the bestow technique's cultivators. Along the way, some people who used white energy sources tried to attack Lu Yin, but Lu Yin pushed them aside. Lu Yin didn't kill them, as he didn't care what happened to the drifting cloud realm. For now, he needed them to help the drifting cloud realm hold back the Eternals. To the bestow technique, both the ultra-spacetime technique and the Eternals were enemies. However, it was precisely because these two enemies kept each other in check that the bestow technique had a chance to breathe. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme, and Xiao Mei walked out from within. "Everyone, follow me. Lord Lu Yun is here to save you." Xiao Mei had quite a bit of prestige among these people, and many of them recognized her. When they heard her say this, they didn't hesitate to follow her into Mount Supreme. They didn't even consider whether this was a trap or not, as there was nothing worse than being trapped here. The bestow technique shook again, and Lu Yin looked outside through the crack. The progenitor realm corpse king's power had been offset by the shrinking energy source. It was Nye, who Lu Yin had seen in action before. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to let Qiu Zhan deal with Nye, or the bestow technique would be finished. Lu Yin attacked Qiu Zhan with a black energy from afar. Qiu Zhan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. "Who is it?" Lu Yin hid his appearance and met Lu Yun. "We can't delay any longer, or Master Wei will come. Let's go." The two tore through the void and left. Qiu Zhan wanted to stop them, but Nye was outside, and it was impossible for him to deal with three of them. He could only watch as the two left. Qiu Zhan, who was free, dealt with Nye with all his strength. The stalemate didn't last long, and Master Wei's arrival ended the battle. The moment Master Wei arrived, he used his materialized consciousness to lock Nye in place. The bestow technique shot out a beam of light and blasted Nye into the distance. He wanted to continue attacking, but a red godly power appeared on Nye's body. This power stopped Master Wei in his tracks. Normally, he could destroy Nye, but Nye with godly power was very difficult to deal with. This was also the reason why Master Wei didn't take action at the front lines. Once he took action, the Eternals would have a corresponding method. If the Six Direction sect was willing, they could take the Eternals by surprise and destroy many of their forces. However, no one in the Six Direction sect wanted to be cannon fodder against the Eternals in the bottomless abyss. Master Wei watched Nye leave, and as for the remaining corpse kings, his materialized consciousness killed them. Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei and bowed respectfully. "My lord." Master Wei's back was facing Qiu Zhan as he looked at the bestow technique of gift. At this moment, the bestow technique of gift was in tatters. Master Wei's gaze swept across the area and landed on the spot where Lu Yin and the others had been. They were exposed here. Qiu Zhan respectfully replied, "Yes." Master Wei looked at the surrounding traces. One is Lu Yun, and the other used a black energy source. "Did you see who it was?" Qiu Zhan shook his head. "This subordinate is useless." "I didn't see clearly." Master Wei walked through the ruins. Around him, all the people from beyond spacetime bowed and didn't dare to move. "Why are they here?" Master Wei asked. Qiu Zhan replied, "This subordinate doesn't know either. I'm still investigating. We were exposed because the corpse kings attacked here, causing Lu Yun's power to leak out. This means that Lu Yun used the power of an extreme powerhouse here. However, who he used it against and why he used it are still unknown. What we can confirm is that Lu Yun should have sided with the Eternals. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental that Nye attacked. Lu Yun was also merciless against the bestow. He wasn't afraid that the bestow would be damaged and cause the flowing cloud space to lose the war. He's already sold the flowing cloud space to the Eternals. There's no rush to come to a conclusion. Let's investigate first, Master Wei said. Qiu Zhan bowed again and retreated. On the other side, Lu Yin and Lu Yun returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Lu Yin released the people from the flowing cloud space. Like the Thunder Sealing clan, they would live here in the future and couldn't be brought to the Fifth Mainland for the time being. When all the cultivators of the flowing cloud space came out, the first thing they saw was Lu Yun. Everyone was ecstatic and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Lu Yun. Greetings, Lord Lu Yun. Greetings, Lord Lu Yun." Lu Yun smiled from the bottom of his heart. How many years had he been tortured? The people of the flowing cloud space had been tortured as well. Now, he had finally saved a group of people. With this group of people, the flowing cloud space would never be destroyed. Lu Yin didn't interrupt Lu Yun's conversation and went underground alone to meet Mu Jun. Mu Jun saw Lu Yin arrive. What happened outside? An extremely strong powerhouse attacked here. It's nothing. I brought Lu Yun here, Lu Yin said. Mu Jun didn't react. Who? Lu Yin said calmly, Lu Yun. You should have heard of him. Mu Jun couldn't believe it. The Lu Yun that was imprisoned by the hyperspace. The Lu Yun from the flowing cloud space. Lu Yin nodded. Which Lu Yun is there? Master Wei's character portrait has been posted on the public account. Everyone can search for author Scattered Drifting Wind on the WeChat public account. You will see it after you follow him. Also, the public account will soon release the trailer for Star Stepping. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2709. Mu Jun stared blankly at Lu Yin, suspecting that she had misheard. She mocked, "Do you think I'll believe you? Lu Yun has been imprisoned by hyperspace and is being experimented on. How could you bring him here? How could you bring Lu Yun here from hyperspace? Impossible." Lu Yin praised, "Looks like you three sovereigns have a good relationship with hyperspace. Since you're so sure, you should know how hyperspace treated Lu Yun." Mu Jun did not deny it. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and walked up to Mu Jun. He looked at her tired face. "That's right. Normally, Lu Yun wouldn't have been rescued, but similarly, you shouldn't have been captured either. But aren't you still here? Do you want me to call Lu Yun over to meet you? Get to know him?" Lu Yin waved his hand, and the death energy above his head dispersed. Mu Jun looked outside and was stunned. "It's really Lu Yun. How did you do it?" Lu Yin looked deeply at Mu Jun. "The more shocked you are, the more you know about hyperspace. Is it because you're working with Iran? Don't you know?" Mu Jun's tone was dejected. She realized that Lu Yin's methods were becoming more and more unfathomable. If he had really brought Lu Yun here, then that meant that even hyperspace could not stop him. Lu Yin shook his head and smiled. "But why did I hear that you're working with the Shaoyin divinity to deal with Iran and Wei Zhu?" Mu Jun's expression changed, and she stared at Lu Yin, her eyes flashing. What did you say?" Lu Yin approached Mu Jun. "Aren't you working with the Yu family?" Mu Jun looked like she had been struck by lightning, and she looked at Lu Yin with indescribable shock. "How did you know? How did you know? Who told you?" "Only Luo Shan and I know about this." "How did you know? How did you find out?" Mu Jun asked like a madwoman. This was their biggest secret. On the surface, they were working with Iran, but in reality, they were working with the Yu family and the Shaoyin divinity to deal with Wei Zhu. If this matter was exposed, it would be a huge blow to them, and the Six Powers would not tolerate them. It was not because they were working with Wei, but because they were working with the Yu family. No one could tolerate this. Today, they could work with the Yu family to deal with Wei Zhu and overthrow hyperspace. Tomorrow, they could work with others to overthrow Wei. Moreover, on the surface, they were still cooperating with Iran, which was equivalent to double dealing. Who would dare work with them? Mu Jun stared at Lu Yin. How did this person know? No one should have known about it. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Do you think I was just joking when I said that I would deal with the three of you? I already know everything about you. Once this matter is reported to Master Wei, who in the Six Directions Guild will still be friends with you three sovereigns. How are you going to establish yourselves in the Six Directions Summit? He's just a villain. What do you want? Mu Jun's face was pale. Lu Yin looked down at her from above. His gaze was filled with pity and mockery. I'm very curious. Now that you're already a prisoner, why are you thinking so much? That's Luo Shan's business. Even if it's exposed, he'll be the unlucky one. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Jun, are you the kind of person who would die for Luo Shan? Mu Jun's eyes flickered as he stared at Lu Yin. Think about it carefully. I already have this information, and I can kill Luo Shan at any time. As for you, think carefully about whether you want to be buried with him or something else. I'll give you time, but there's not much time left. Don't hold on to any other hopes. Do you really think that Luo Shan and the rest can succeed with me who has this information? Mu Jun did not know about Luo Shan. She had already made a move against Master Wei but had failed. From what she knew, if the Shaoyin divinity, Luo Shan, and the Yu family teamed up, Wei Zhu would not be able to win. They could control everything within spacetime without affecting their own bodies. Now that Lu Yin knew about this plan would not succeed. As long as Luo Shan doesn't make a move, you have no proof. Mu Jun shouted. Lu Yin smiled. But Luo Shan doesn't know that he's been exposed. Mu Jun's eyes narrowed. That's right, Luo Shan doesn't know. This person could expose him when Luo Shan makes a move. As long as Master Wei is on guard, he won't succeed. Maybe I can help Master Wei. In the name of the Genesis space, it shouldn't be difficult to ask Master Wei to help me deal with an enemy who was scheming against him. Mu Jun, after Luo Shan is dealt with, you'll be next. Lu Yin left. Mu Jun's thoughts were in a mess as she watched him leave. She didn't know what to do, but this kid's words made sense. He knew their greatest secret, and if he were to plot against them, Luo Shan would definitely lose. What should she do? What should she do? Lu Yin didn't care about what Mu Jun was thinking. He just wanted to force this woman to not have any illusions. This woman was very selfish, and the more selfish a person was, the more they would think for themselves. If Luo Shan was definitely going to be defeated, she would think of a way out for herself, and this way out would have to have enough value. There was no rush. He would let her think about it slowly. She couldn't escape from his grasp. People had to be forced one step at a time. In the drifting cloud space, Qiu Zhan had already finished his investigation and was reporting back to Master Wei. Master Wei listened quietly, his gaze cold. Selling demi-humans. How dare she? Qiu Zhan was furious. This woman is too vicious. I didn't think that there would be such a thing. Please punish me, my lord. Master Wei coldly said, she's already dead. What's the point of punishing you? Who made the deal with her? Zhu Chamber of Commerce, Qiu Zhan replied. Master Wei grunted. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce could no longer exist. The drifting cloud space was his private property. Everything inside, including the demi-humans, belonged to him. That woman had dared to sell them and had already violated his taboo. This Zhu Chamber of Commerce also dared to buy them, which was unforgivable. Suddenly, Master Wei's expression changed and he looked in a direction. Outside the feed technique, there was a figure who was standing far away and bowing to Master Wei. Master Wei walked out and arrived in front of that person. Yi Xing, Yin Hua, greets Master Wei. It was a man with a calm expression. He looked rather old. Master Wei was surprised. You're from I Ching. Why are you looking for me? Yin Hua bowed. Someone from I Ching died here. I'm here to investigate. Master Wei was puzzled. How did someone from I Ching die here? Who was it? His name is Xu Yi, Yin Hua said. Master Wei's gaze turned cold. Behind him, Qiu Zhan arrived and exclaimed, Xu Yi? That Zhu Chamber of Commerce's young master? He's from I Ching. Yin Hua looked at Qiu Zhan and nodded. This person just joined I Ching a few days ago. I'm his guide. It seems like Senior knows the cause of Zhu Ye's death. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Yin Hua also looked at Master Wei. Master Wei nodded. Qiu Zhan recounted the incident. Yin Hua was calm from start to end. When Qiu Zhan finished, he said, Lu Yun. He doesn't have the ability to kill Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi is protected by I Ching's treasure. Normal experts won't be able to touch him. Master Wei's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Yi already has a rare treasure. Yin Hua said respectfully, yes, he already has one. Master Wei's expression turned serious. He knew how powerful I Ching's rare treasure was. Although it didn't have the ability to attack, it could travel through space. Normal people wouldn't be able to touch it. It was the same for extreme experts. If the Six Direction Association had 10 extreme experts, there wouldn't be more than 3 of them who could touch Xu Yi. This was serious. If it was just Lu Yun and someone who used the black energy source, Master Wei wouldn't mind. However, if someone who could kill Zhu Yi made a move, it would be completely different. Commander Qiu Zhan, can I go and take a look? Yin Hua asked. Qiu Zhan looked at Master Wei. Master Wei didn't object. Please. Yin Hua was grateful and followed Qiu Zhan to the bearer. Soon, Yin Hua left. If Master Wei couldn't see anything, he naturally couldn't. After Yin Hua left, Qiu Zhan came behind Master Wei. I didn't expect Zhu Yi to join I Ching. Rumor has it that I Ching is from the lost race. Master Wei said indifferently, seal off I Ching An. He paused for a moment. Don't touch Zhu Clan's merchant association. Take it as giving I Ching some face. Qiu Zhan nodded. Master Wei looked at the bearer. Could it really be someone from the eternal race? Otherwise, why would such an expert appear out of nowhere? The incident in the drifting cloud space didn't spread. After Lu Yin returned to the void god space, the first person he investigated was I Ching. There was a lot of information in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Naturally, there was information about I Ching. A few days later, Lu Yin stood on top of the clock tower and looked into the distance. He was deep in thought. This incident might really bring some trouble to Master Wei. I Ching was actually a merchant association that spanned across the 6 direction societies, including the 62 merchant associations in the parallel universes. However, this merchant association did not operate or sell anything. They only did one thing: exchange. I Ching's only purpose was to exchange the various parallel universes' resources for trade, such as star crystals and star essence from the reincarnation spacetime, ultra crystals from the hyperspace spacetime, weak crystals from the 3 monarch spacetime, and so on. Actually, many companies were doing this, but I Ching was the only one who had done it on a large scale and was recognized by all the parallel universes. I Ching's exchanges were genuine, and they had never made any mistakes. They had their own method of exchange, and they were always door-to-door services that would never annoy anyone. I Ching's exchanges were naturally not free. They charged a 1,000th of the transaction fee. 1,000th of the transaction fee might not seem like much, but anything that could get I Ching to make an exchange was not a small sum. It was at least in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. I Ching was famous in the 6 direction societies for its efficiency and fairness. Their method of ensuring efficiency was to ensure that every member of I Ching carried a huge amount of resources with them. This ensured that no matter when or where, as long as someone wanted to exchange resources with I Ching's members would be able to arrive as quickly as possible. Thus, every member of I Ching who traveled through the universe was known as a walking money bag. Their method of protection was the eye, which was I Ching's symbol. Even if someone wanted to rob I Ching's members, they would not be able to do so. Even if they could, they would not bother to act against such people. When Lu Yin saw this information, the first thing that came to his mind was Zhu Ye's cosmic ring. How could he have forgotten about that? He should have ransacked it. There were not many people in I Ching's universe, and every one of them had a huge amount of resources. Thank you for your support, brothers. Today is Qingming Festival, and I'll be updating at 2 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:10. If Zhu Yi could join I Ching, it was no wonder that he was so arrogant. This meant that Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce would soar by leaps and bounds, and no one would dare to do anything to the Zhu Ye's Chamber of Commerce. As for I Ching's boss, there were no records. Legends said that he was from the Lost Clan or the reincarnation spacetime venerated Lotus. There were even rumors that he didn't belong to the Six Paths Association and was a powerful rogue cultivator. There were too many legends, and the more there were, the more mysterious and powerful I Ching was. Lu Yin destroyed Zhu Ye's eye that I Ching had given him. He realized that he couldn't trap that eye no matter what he did, even if he placed it in his cosmic ring. The slightest carelessness would cause it to slip away. He didn't want I Ching to find trouble with him, so he had no choice but to destroy it. As for I Ching, Lu Yin had set his sights on him. After all, he was a walking money bag, and what he lacked the most was money. Behind Lu Yin, Ning Ran arrived. Acting potentate, you were looking for me. Did Qingfen say anything? Lu Yin asked. Ning Ran shook her head. No, we haven't interrogated him yet. Lu Yin said, don't worry about him. The best way to interrogate him isn't physical torture, but time. He won't be able to take it. Ning Ran frowned. Although the acting potentate's words made sense, the physical torture hadn't even begun yet. At the very least, they would have to go through the entire process. But since the acting potentate had said so, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. How big do you think this universe is? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ning Ran was surprised and thought for a moment. Infinitely big. Are there other existences besides the Six Paths Association? Lu Yin asked again. It sounded like he was asking Ning Ran, but it also sounded like he was talking to himself. Ning Ran replied, there definitely are. Parallel spacetime continuums are constantly being discovered. Perhaps one day, we'll discover a colossus comparable to the Six Paths Association. Lu Yin took a deep breath. That was right. Perhaps one day, such a colossus would appear. No one could say for sure. At the very least, Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Chen's father, the Lightning Lord, was a terrifying existence. Even a progenitor like the dragon turtle called him Old Master. Who knew what other powerhouses existed there? All right, you can leave. Lu Yin smiled. I was just thinking. Ning Ran nodded and left. In the following period of time, Lu Yin had a rare moment of peace. He would not approach Qinlu, as the closer he got to Qinlu, the easier it would be for him to be targeted by the Vader. Now that the Vader suspected that Lu Yun was a spy, Lu Yin had achieved his goal. There would be a day when the truth would be revealed. He hoped that that day would come after he joined the Six Direction Association in the primordial space. On this day, Su Wuji made a rare visit to the Red Domain, and he sought out Lu Yin. The Lost Clan's first 3 fragments are about to arrive. Are you interested in taking a look? Lu Yin had spent most of his time in the Red Domain and had very little contact with the outside world. He had been cultivating the cosmic art in an attempt to break through, and this was the first time he had heard of the upper 3 sections. Su Wuji was surprised. Everyone outside is talking about it. Oh right, you just joined the Six Directions Society not long ago. It's normal that you don't know. Lu Yin was surprised. Lost Clan cards can only be found if they are destroyed. Can they be exchanged? Su Wuji raised 2 fingers and said, you have 2 chances to change your card. One is to break through your cultivation level. Think about it. Cards are not people. They can't be cultivated. They also have limits. For example, the limit of the ancient card is the void transformation realm. Once a person breaks through to the void transformation realm, using an ancient card to fight would be suicide. It would not be able to trap the enemy, so you can apply to the Lost Clan to exchange cards in that situation. The second situation is the Upper 3 Festival. In the words of the Lost Clan, that day is the day their ancestors showed mercy. All the cards in the Lost Clan will descend in a strange form. As long as you have the ability and opportunity, the cards will take a liking to you and exchange them. Lu Yin did not expect such a festival to exist. Festivals were very important to humans. Regardless of whether it was a normal person or a cultivator, as long as they had feelings, they would not lack festivals. I remember that you have a 7-star hidden mountain card. I heard that you obtained it when you competed with Jiang Xiaodao in the 6 Direction Training Hole. It is the only 7-star card in the 6 Direction Training Hole. Unfortunately, it is only an ancient card. How about it? Do you want to exchange it for an ancient card? Su Wuji asked with interest. Lu Yin shook his head. My cultivation is here. With my cultivation, this 7-star hidden mountain card is the best. There is no point in exchanging it. Su Wuji said, normally, that is the case. However, you have to consider this carefully. You are not from the Lost Clan and have no chance to exchange cards. Even if you reach the Void Transformation Realm, it will be difficult for you to exchange cards with the Lost Clan. The first situation is only for the Lost Clan. If you miss the Upper 3 Festival, you can either convince the Lost Clan to let you exchange cards. Of course, the possibility of this is very low. Otherwise, you can wait for the next Upper 3 Festival. How long do I have to wait for the next Upper 3 Festival? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji said, it depends on how the Lost Clan arranges time. I don't know, but it will take at least 1,000 years. 1,000 years was not a long time for a cultivator, but how long had it been since Lu Yin started cultivating? Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years would be enough for him to reach the progenitor realm. Su Wuji saw that Lu Yin was deep in thought and said, I mean at least 1,000 years. Sometimes, if there are unforeseen events, 10,000 years is also possible. No one can say for sure. If you are regretting the 7-star hidden mountain card, then I advise you to exchange cards. With the strength of the enemies you are facing now, the 7-star hidden mountain card will not be of much help to you. It is meaningless to have a 7-star card. Moreover, this time, you might be able to exchange for a 7-star ancient card or even a 7-star archaic card. The reason why exchanging cards for the Upper 3 Festival attracts so much attention is because no one knows what kind of card they will be able to exchange for on that day. It is said that there was once a person who exchanged a seasonal card for an archaic card, which shocked the Six Direction Society. From that moment on, the Six Direction Society began to pay attention to the Upper 3 Festival. There should be many people going this time. Some of them are from the older generation waiting for the Upper 3 festival to open, some of them are from the younger generation, and some are even younger. In short, it will be very lively. Luin was puzzled. Master, you seem to want me to exchange cards. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Why would I want you to do that? That is your business. However, if you go, help me bring something to someone from the lost clan. Consider it a favor. What is it? Luin was curious. Su Wuji pushed the everlasting mirror. Are you going or not? If you want my help, I will go, Luin said. Su Wuji was speechless. Helping is just a matter of convenience. The main thing is that you are exchanging cards yourself. Why, are you trying to force a favor? Luin smiled. That is not impossible. He was actually more worried that his disguise would be seen through by the powerhouses of the lost clan. However, he had been in the void god spacetime for so long and had Su Wuwei as his guide. Even if the lost clan saw through his disguise, they would not care. If they could see through his disguise, then Su Wuwei could see through it even more. Su Wuwei would not care. There were too many people in disguise in the universe. Su Wuji sneered and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Kid, you are quite calculating. Ha, senior, what is it and who should I bring it to? You want to go? Go, for myself. After all, the 7-star hidden mountain card is not enough. That's right. Su Wuji took out a box from his cosmic ring and solemnly handed it to Lu Yin. Do not open it. You must personally hand it to Xiaofang. Lu Yin took it in a daze. The box was not heavy, but what he cared about was not the box, but the person that Su Wuji was talking about. Xiaofang. Su Wuji nodded. Xiaofang, you will know once you ask the lost clan. Hand it to her personally and do not let anyone pass it to her. If you do not see Xiaofang, bring the box back unopened. Do not let anyone touch it, and do not let anyone see it. Remember, you must remember. Lu Yin nodded, but he was still uncertain. Master, the lost clan is not to be trifled with. You won't harm me, right? Su Wuji shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I harm you? Lu Yin probed. Then let me see what is in the box. Su Wuji snatched the box and glared at Lu Yin. No, you can't see it. Lu Yin pursed his lips, feeling even more uncertain. Could it be some lost treasure of the lost clan? Would anything happen to him if he took it? Su Wuji's eyes flickered. Forget it, I don't need your help. I will take it myself. I really don't know what you are worried about. Why can't I go myself? Although he said this, Su Wuji did not intend to leave. It was obvious that he was still hesitating. Lu Yin sighed. Senior, give me the box. I will help you pass it to Xiaofang. Su Wuji looked at Lu Yin suspiciously. You cannot open it. Lu Yin nodded. I will not open it. I swear. Lu Yin's face twitched, and he reluctantly swore. Senior also has to swear that you will not harm me. Su Wuji happily swore. Are you relieved now? Lu Yin put the box away. Senior, who is this Xiaofang? Su Wuji said, you will know when you get there. Su Wuji still seemed uneasy, but after thinking about it, he did not dwell on it. When you reach the lost clan, don't be stubborn on the day of the upper 3 sections. Think of all sorts of ways to attract the cards. Remember, the cards are not found by yourself, they are attracted to you. You will not be able to find them by yourself, and no one will be able to find them. Lu Yin was curious. Attract. Su Wuji said seriously, in the words of the lost clan, every card represents a person's heart. This is because the card can be used to set up a killing trap, and what it bears witness to is a person's heart. Therefore, the method to attract the card also depends on the person. It does not mean that a powerful card will be attracted to a strong person. Otherwise, the person who used the time token card would not have been able to obtain the archaic card. You must. He paused, as if he did not know how to continue. After thinking about it, Su Wuji looked at Luyin. Let go of yourself. Luyin blinked. Let go of myself. Su Wuji nodded. For a card to be attracted, it must see the real you and let go of yourself. Only then can you attract the most suitable card for yourself. Many people are unable to do this, and in the end, they do not get anything. Most people will not be able to get a card during the upper 3 sections. Specifically, only 1 out of 100 people will be able to get one. I hope that you will be that person. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:11. How do I let myself go? Senior, you seem to know a lot. Luyin praised. He thought of Xiaofang, who was from the Lost Clan. Could Su Wuji's understanding of the Lost Clan have come from her? Su Wuji was annoyed. Don't interrupt. Listen to me. I'll give you a few examples. There was once a person who sang during the upper 3 sections. His voice was terrible, really terrible, but he still managed to change his card. There was also someone who spent a lot of time memorizing an essay that he had written, and he also managed to change his card. There was even someone who tried to court someone that day, and he actually succeeded. Do you know how he did that? Su Wuji's face twitched when he saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression. He showed off his muscles. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What? He showed off his muscles to attract girls, and there were some who were blind enough to be attracted. A card then flew over, and he succeeded. Lu Yin was speechless. There was such a thing. Cards also liked this kind of thing. There were people who imitated animals on that day. There were people who cultivated on that day. There were also people who talked about how they had schemed against others over the years. That person succeeded in changing his card, but he was hunted down. Everyone who had been schemed against formed an alliance to hunt him down. In any case, you have to let yourself go and express yourself. The more you do it, the better. Don't bother with the nonsense that the Lost Clan spouted. In my opinion, those cards are just cheap. They like to see people humiliate themselves. Think about it. He then left. Lu Yin stared blankly at Su Wuji's back and asked, Senior, do you have a card? Su Wuji almost fell over, but he didn't say anything and quickly disappeared. Lu Yin understood. He must have been one of those people. Interesting. Go to the Hexagon training grounds and meet there. Su Wuji's voice rang out. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He had never been to the Lost Clan before, and it was time to take a look. He left as soon as he said so. He couldn't go directly to the Hexagon training grounds, so he asked someone to contact Su Xiangyin and have him bring him there. Su Ji and Su Yu also wanted to participate in the upper 3 sections. Su Xiangyin was very happy to see Lu Yin, as he truly treated Lu Yin as family. Lu Yin didn't forget about him. Senior, when are we going to the endless battlefield? Su Xiang smiled sinisterly. Soon. Lu Yin replied, inform me before you leave, and I'll send you off. Su Xiangyin nodded. It's good that you have the heart. We'll talk about it when the time comes. As the two chatted, Su Xiangyin brought Lu Yin to the Hexagon training hall. It had been almost 3 years since he had left, and he didn't know how Wendy Yushan and the others were doing. There should be many new faces in the 6 Direction training hall. Lu Yin knew that many people had joined the 6 Direction training rites, but he hadn't expected so many. Currently, there were at least several 100,000 people in the Hexagon dojo. They came from the Hexagon Society civilization, and there were also people from other parallel universes. Su Xiangyin introduced them to Lu Yin. As for the Lost Clan, they would naturally gather at the Lost Dao Academy. Su Xiangyin sent Lu Yin to the entrance of the Lost Dao Academy before leaving. Lu Yin entered the Lost Dao Academy. When he had first arrived, there hadn't been many people here, and everyone had been checking in. Now, however, he could see people everywhere, and he had heard news of the previous 3 sections. Xian Qi! Someone exclaimed. Lu Yin looked over and smiled. It was Jiang Xiaodao. Jiang Xiaodao glared at Lu Yin. You're here too. Why? Are you going to the Lost Dao Academy to participate in the previous 3 sections? You too? Lu Yin asked. You got the 7-star Hidden Mountain card, and you still want to exchange it. Be careful that you don't end up with a 1-star seasonal card, Jiang Xiaodao cursed through gritted teeth. He was very jealous. Lu Yin shrugged. What's mine is mine. No one can take it away from me. Jiang Xiaodao clenched his fists. Let's compete again. You can't beat me this time. Exchanging cards in the previous 3 sections isn't like searching for cards. It depends on one's charisma. I'm obviously more handsome than you. Behind him, a group of people praised and flattered Jiang Xiaodao. They were all from the reincarnation spacetime. Lu Yin thought of Ling Ke, who had specially formed a support group and was quite professional. Hey, Jiang Xiaodao, didn't you see us? Su Yu was unhappy and shouted. Jiang Xiaodao smiled. I saw you, I saw you. I greeted you. Su Yu rolled her eyes. That's more like it. They had a good relationship. Su Yu had helped Jiang Xiaodao snatch a star ball, but Lu Yin had ruined it. Su Ji was puzzled. Jiang Xiaodao, why aren't you in the reincarnation spacetime? Why are you here? Jiang Xiaodao laughed. Of course I'm here to see my brothers and sisters. I think you've met someone you're afraid of. Su Yu exposed him mercilessly. Jiang Xiaodao's face twitched. Xiaoye, you've learned bad things from Xian Qi. By the way, I heard that there are some hidden rules. You? Su Yu was furious. Jiang Xiaodao, you're courting death. She chased after him. Brother Xian Qi, you're here too, Luo Zong greeted Lu Yin warmly. Lu Yin replied politely, you're going to the previous 3 sections too. Luo Zong said, yes, it's rare for outsiders like us to exchange cards. But Brother Xian Qi, you have a 7-star Hidden Mountain card. Are you willing to part with it? Lu Yin shrugged. I can't help it. The further I go, the harder it'll be. I also hope that it's a 7-star ancient card. Luo Zong smiled. Yes, it's a pity. Shi Hong and Mu Duo arrived shortly after. Shi Hong had joined the Lost Dao Academy at a later stage while Mu Duo had joined from the very beginning. Both of them had succeeded and bowed when they saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's current position in the hyperspace dimension was not something they could compare to. He was the Hyperspace Dimension Academy head and could see Bai Qian at any time. His position was even higher than the members of the Hyperspace Dimension Academy. Where's he Shu? Lu Yin asked. Shi Hong and Mu Duo did not know. Luo Zhang's gaze turned cold. He Shu is dead. Lu Yin was astonished. He Shu is dead. He really did not know as he had never paid attention to He Shu. Luo Zong sighed. We just found out that He Shu was killed by Xia Wu. He's a beast that can't be tamed. He actually killed his master. Lu Yin did not expect Xia Wu to kill He Shu. It seemed that he had been preparing for this for a long time. What about Xia Wu? Shi Hong replied, he's missing. Many people have searched for him, but they couldn't find him. Lu Yi nodded and did not ask any more questions. Not many people knew about his relationship with Xiao Wu, but Bai Qian and the other officials knew about it. It was very easy for them to hide someone. Xiao Wu would not have a future, but living a normal life was not a bad thing. Luo Zhang's voice was cold. Don't let me find that beast. Otherwise, I'll make him beg for death. Is that someone from the primordial space? Su Yu was astonished. Everyone looked over and saw Wendy Yushan slowly walking over. She looked valiant and formidable, and Luo Zhang and Jiang Xiaodao's eyes lit up. Although many people had been dissatisfied with their identities in the primordial space, Wendy Yushan, Xue Day Night, and Ling Gong's beauty had attracted many suitors, especially Wendy Yushan. Her unique temperament had made her a goddess in many people's hearts. Even people like Jiang Xiaodao and Luo Zhang were tempted. Wendy Yushan was very similar to Bai Qian to a certain extent. They were both valiant and beautiful, and even the weapons they used were the same. Lu Yin watched as Wendy Yushan walked past without greeting anyone. He sighed inwardly, as he had made the right choice in bringing them here. Wendy Yushan was already a peak in lighter. If she was already like this, then what about Ling Gong and the others? Would they break through to become emissaries? And if they did, how did they do it? Did they return to the primordial space? Just as he thought about Ling Gong arrived. When Siyu saw Ling Gong, she immediately attacked. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Gong looked up and swept out with his spear. With a whoosh, Su Yu's void spirit power was pushed aside. Su Yu was shocked. How could this be? Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Ling Gong had indeed become an emissary. Ling Gong was one of the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters, a peak powerhouse of their generation. If not for the time poison, they would have become emissaries long ago. When they had been in lighters, they had been able to challenge emissaries above their realms. Only now could they truly display the terrifying might of the 10 arbiters. Su Yu was also improving, but she was still much slower than Ling Gong. Ling Gong had undergone a qualitative change. When the two of them had fought before, Ling Gong had used all of his strength to win. But now, Su Yu had been easily suppressed. The void spirit power that she was so proud of could not suppress Ling Gong. Even if Su Yu's void spirit power was several times more powerful than Ling Gong's astral source, she still could not suppress Ling Gong. Following the appearance of the void spirit, the blue phoenix soared. Ling Gong used his innate gift once again, and the sky palace suppressed the blue phoenix. Su Yu continuously retreated, her face. Lu Yin was not surprised, as this was one of the 10 arbiters. Back when he had wanted to reach the level of the 10 arbiters, or even surpass them, he had put in a lot of effort. Even now, he still remembered his battle with Lan Si and Night King Jinwu, as he had put his life on the line. Little Yu, retreat. Su Ji stepped forward and attacked. No matter how unwilling Su Yu was, she could only retreat. She was not Ling Gong's opponent. Ling Gong looked at Su Ji, her eyes filled with battle intent. This was the opponent she wanted. Bang! The stonecutter's stone disc suppressed Su Ji and swept across Heaven Palace. Ling Gong stabbed out with his spear like a dragon, and Su Ji stirred up his void spirit power, causing the wind and clouds to dance. In the end, Su Ji's void spirit power had the advantage. Su Ji's realm was higher than Ling Gong's, and his void spirit power suppressed Ling Gong to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. It was just like when he had fought Su Yu as an enlighter. Just as Lu Yin was about to stop this battle, another wave of void spirit power swept over from the distance, separating Ling Gong and Su Ji. This wave of void spirit power exerted an extremely heavy pressure, and it came from someone at the peak of the void realm. Everyone looked into the distance as Su Lai walked over, step by step, with a cold expression. You are not from the Six Direction training rites, Su Lai said in a cold tone. The area was already surrounded by people from the Lost Tao Academy, and they were all watching excitedly. This kind of battle was not something that they often got to see. Su Ji said, I am Su Ji, and I studied at the Six Direction training rites. Su Lai looked at him. I know you, Su Ji, from the Heaven's Reflection Manor. However, you have already left the Six Direction training rites, so it is inappropriate for you to attack here. Ling Gong spoke up. I attacked first. Su Lai looked at Ling Gong. Are you from the Lost Tao Academy? Ling Gong replied, No. Go back to where you came from. Su Lai frowned. Ling Gong's gaze swept past Su Ji and Su Yu, and then she glanced at Lu Yin before leaving. She had come to see if Lu Yin had come, but she had not expected that this sudden battle would cause the two of them to be unable to even speak. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:12. Hey, don't go. Let's fight again. Su Yu was unconvinced. She had lost after 3 years. Had she wasted those 3 years? Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. They had been following this guy for 3 years, and their cultivation had been delayed. Su Chen said coldly, no need to shout. You're not her match. The gap between you and her will only grow larger. Su Ji looked at Su Lai. The gap between us will grow larger. Su Lai's gaze was solemn. My void god spacetime is one of the 6 directional associations, and our cultivation is unique. Many people say that we can suppress our enemies with several times the power of a void god. That's right, we can do it in the early stages, but... She paused and looked at Su Ji and Su Yu. Without this advantage, what advantage do we have against our enemies? Su Yu said, our void gods have various characteristics and are endowed with various powers. We have battle techniques. What others have, we have. But have you considered the main point? Su Chen shouted. Su Yu was stunned. She thought back to her cultivation since she was young. It seemed that she had never focused on battle techniques. Never. In the void god spacetime, they had always competed on the amount of void god power they had. Their talent also depended on how much void god power they could draw from their bodies. How many times? Or more than 10 times. The more they had, the more talented they were. After a long time, they had gotten used to cultivating void god power and using it to suppress others. Su Ji's expression was solemn as he clenched his fists. Lu Yin was surprised. Su Lai could see it clearly just by coming to the 6 directional training hall. But Su Xiang Yin hadn't even seen it clearly. Su Lai's voice was low. Our void god spacetime has void gods that can draw power several times greater than our own. Thus, no matter what kind of enemy we face, we have a great advantage in the early stages. However, once this advantage is overcome by the enemy, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, especially in the primordial space. She suddenly looked in a certain direction. There, Wen Sansi had arrived. He was cultured and elegant, and when he saw Su Chen looking at him, he bowed. Lu Yin had already noticed Wen Sansi's arrival, but they couldn't greet him here. Su Yu, you're already a genius of the void god universe, and Su Ji is even more of a genius who was received by Master Su. Have you ever thought of the reason why that person could fight against you? Su Lai seemed to have a deep feeling about it. You've already seen that person. He made up for the disadvantage of being suppressed by the void god's power. Su Yu, you're already a genius of the void god universe, and Su Ji is even more so, a genius who was received by Master Su. She had a complicated look in her eyes. I also went to the initial space and saw the breakthrough of the star emissary of the spirit palace. No wonder. So that's how it was. No wonder she felt so deeply about it. Ling Gong had once been one of the 10 arbiters and was known as someone who was difficult to surpass among her peers. She was the ruler of the younger generation, so her breakthrough should have caused a huge commotion. It was so big that even Su Lai was shocked. Lu Yin thought back to when he had broken through. That vast power had reached the cosmic tree realm and attracted the Four Directions Libra's expeditionary army. Although Ling Gong was far from his own, that power had still been enough to shock Su Lai and even the Six Direction training rites. Su Lai looked around seriously. Perhaps in the early stages, the primordial space was at a disadvantage against us, but in the later stages, they became stronger, especially when they broke through. Give her some more time, and she might not necessarily lose to you, Su Ji. Su Ji suddenly looked up. What happened to her breakthrough? Everyone was curious. The Six Direction training rites disgust, dissatisfaction, and hostility toward the primordial space originated from the era of the Above Heaven sect. This ideology had not only brought hostility, but also contempt, which made them look down on the primordial space. When they had gone to the primordial space to train, everyone's words still rang in their ears. Lu Yin also wondered what had happened to Strange Spirit Palace's emissary that had caused Su Lai, a genius, to change his attitude toward the primordial space. However, Su Lai didn't say anything in the end. He only said that people like Ling Gong would become stronger as time went on, and that the primordial space's cultivation method might be more suitable for survival in this universe. They had happily gathered to participate in the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan, but when they arrived at the Six Direction training rites, everyone felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Su Yu, in particular, turned pale. Jiang Xiaodao ground his teeth. Is he that strong? He suddenly looked at Wen Sansi. Hey, let's compete. Didn't you break through as well? Lu Yin looked over and asked Su Lai, did you see this person break through? Su Lai shook her head. I only saw Ling Gong's breakthrough. This person. She looked at Wen Sansi. He's not simple either. Wen Sansi shrugged. Think twice before you act. You'll suffer a setback if you fight me. Jiang Xiaodao bristled. What arrogance. Come on. Wen Sansi smiled and turned to leave, waving with his back to everyone. There'll be a chance in the future. Don't run. Jiang Xiaodao was unhappy. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Were the 10 arbiters rising one by one? Once these people broke through, who could stop them? Lu Yin's battle with the 10 arbiters had been difficult enough for the Six Direction Society to experience. The 10 arbiters were not the only ones in the Genesis space. There were also Neoverse Chosher, Tai Yishin, Yuhua Mavis, and the Tao children from the Above Heaven era. These people would eventually join the Six Direction Society and step onto the biggest stage in the universe. Lu Yin realized that he was no longer of the same generation as them. Mu Mu arrived and waited calmly. Saruzin had come with her. Mu Mu was a genius from the wood spacetime and was very eye-catching, but she was not as eye-catching as Saruzin. That raised arm was eye-catching no matter how you looked at it. Many people in the Six Direction training hall had never seen Saruzin before. Now that they saw him, it caused a lot of discussion. After waiting for a few days, Ji Bing appeared and took everyone to the Lost Clan spacetime. Why are you here? Jiang Xiaodao exclaimed as he stared at Wen Sansi, who had appeared out of nowhere. Wen Sansi smiled. I want to go too. Jiang Xiaodao was speechless. Then why did you hide before? Wen Sansi did not hold back. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to resist beating you up. Jiang Xiaodao was furious. Everyone looked on in amusement. Xi Bing shouted, "Okay, it's time to leave." So many people. Is there anyone who doesn't want to go? No one answered. Xi Bing glanced at everyone. Let's go. Soon, he tore through the void with a group of people and headed to the Lost Clan spacetime. The Lost Clan spacetime was the only one Lu Yin had not set foot in, and he was very curious about it. The strength of the Lost Clan could be seen from the fact that they joined the Six Direction training hall alone. This clan was very mysterious, and the power of the cards they used was also very unique. Many people in the Six Direction training hall hoped to have a Lost Clan card, but it was uncertain whether they could get a card, and even if they got one, they might not be able to use it. The most mysterious legend about the Lost Clan was that this clan had cards that surpassed the realm of the Extreme Powerhouse. The Extreme Powerhouse was the progenitor realm, and the progenitor realm was the end of human cultivation. Even the great celestial venerables could be called the strongest extreme powerhouse, but they were still extreme powerhouses. However, the Lost Clan claimed to have ancient cards both internally and externally. The Lost Clan's ancient cards were divided into the Time card, and Archaic card. The Archaic card corresponded to the progenitor realm. As for the Ancient card, it was only heard of, and no one had ever seen it. However, the Lost Clan still divided it into the Ancient card. All the Lost Clan members believed in the existence of the Ancient card, but no one could say what realm the Ancient card corresponded to. Soon, everyone arrived at the Lost Clan's starry sky under Xi Bing's lead. Looking around, the starry sky was the same. It was dark, deep, and endless. Xi Bing took a deep breath and smiled. This is the Lost Clan's starry sky. Take note, I will only say it once. Don't wander around in this starry sky and don't touch anything. You might encounter a trap at any time. Don't blame me if you die. Jiang Xiaodao was surprised. Encounter a trap at any time. Aren't traps only in the cards? Xi Bing frowned. Ignorant and incompetent. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. To the Lost Clan, the card is our life. Would you experiment on your own body? Setting up a trap is not an imagination. It requires research, pondering, and even experimentation. Our clan will not do this in the cards. We will only set up traps in this vast starry sky. The planets, continents, meteorites, astrological signs, and even astral beasts can be set up anywhere. Therefore, the Lost Clan is the place that the Eternal Clan is most unwilling to set foot in. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. It seemed like someone had said this before, and everyone seemed to be proud of it. Suyu looked around. Why don't you dismantle the traps? Xi Bing smiled at Suyu. Why should I dismantle them? The Lost Clan's competitions are all about traps. Whoever falls into a trap will be unlucky. If you have the ability, you can see the traps in advance. Lu Yin said, doesn't this mean that there are countless traps in this starry sky? Xi Bing nodded and said proudly, countless. The Lost Clan has existed for many years, and we have been trying to set up traps in this starry sky for many years. Perhaps the traps you fell into came from the ancient people. As soon as he said this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to the center. They were very afraid. The Lost Clan's traps were famous throughout the universe, and they did not want to try it. Xi Bing said a few words to show the Lost Clan's prestige. Then, he led everyone in a certain direction. In the starry sky, no one spoke and looked around vigilantly. They did not encounter any traps until they saw a city in the starry sky. Jiang Xiaodao curled his lips. It's just to scare people. Xi Bing looked back and stared at Jiang Xiaodao. Then, he waved his hand, and his palm energy spread far away. Suddenly, the starry sky collapsed as if it was being crushed by something. Countless sharp spikes emerged from the void, glowing with a cold light. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This trap was not weak, and it was enough to bury a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations. Jiang Shaodao opened his mouth. There really is a trap. Ji Bing snorted and pointed ahead. Let's rest in that city for a few days and wait for a group of people to leave together. Is that the burial ruins? Mu Mu was surprised. Ji Bing said, at least you are not ignorant. What burial ruins? Isn't it a city? Lu Yin was puzzled. Mu Mu said, a card cannot bear the weight of a trap, or a powerful enemy ambushed by a trap can tear the card apart and escape. In the end, the enemy will still be buried, and this enemy must be an extremely powerful person. This is called the burial ruins, and this place is called the burial ruins. Jiang Shaodao stopped her. When Sansi did not mind and looked around. Everyone had planned to split up after entering the city, but they were attracted by the noise at the city gate and gathered there. At the city gate, a sign was erected high. On it were the words, "Those who look at me are cowards." A muscular man was sitting under the sign. He stepped on the chair and crazily swept up the food on the table. He did not have any table manners. There were discussions all around. There were curses and insults, but no one went forward. The muscular man glanced around while eating. The contempt in his eyes was quite obvious, which made people angrier. This bastard has been here for a few days. The moment he arrived, he put up a sign and provoked others. He's asking for a beating. Did anyone go up and fight him? He doesn't fight. He just arm wrestles. If he loses, he's a coward. If he wins, he'll give you anything you want. *T. If I want to become an extremely powerful expert, will he help me? Brother, you're quite talkative. Do you want to go up and give it a try? No hurry. Let me ask first. Has anyone challenged him? Yes. The result? His arm was crushed. So exaggerated. Not a single one was left out. All of them were crushed. That person immediately stepped back and lowered his head. The muscular man was disdainful. He kicked the sign high and spat. A bunch of trash. If you don't dare to go up, then get lost. Don't disturb me when I'm eating. Outside the crowd, Lu Yin and the others saw it. Jiang Shaodao's face twitched. This foodie is here too. He came faster than me. You know him. Suyu was curious. Jiang Shaodao rolled his eyes. The little food saint. He's the little food saint. That foodie. Suyu was surprised. Mu Mu was also surprised. He's the little food saint. Lu Yin looked at the muscular man. The little food saint. It reminded him of the culinary god of the starry sky tree. There were 3 saints in the reincarnation universe, and one of them was the culinary god. The culinary god had a son called the little food saint. He did not expect to see him here. The muscular man quickly finished the food in front of him. He grabbed the table and opened his mouth. He suddenly looked at Lu Yin and the others. Jiang Shaodao, you coward. Do you think I can't see you hiding behind? As he spoke, he slammed the table over. Jiang Shaodao was furious. Foodie, you're the coward. As he spoke, he smashed the table into pieces. The muscular man laughed wildly. I thought a trip to the 6-direction training hall would help you improve, but you're still so sissy. Tui. Jiang Shaodao's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to go up and beat this bastard up, but he held himself back. He couldn't win at all. He was now a level 2 celestial, but this glutton was a level 4 celestial. This foodie was older than him by a few decades, but in their minds, they were of the same generation. Jiang Shaodao panted heavily. Foodie, just you wait. I'll beat you to death sooner or later. The muscular man was disdainful. Sissy. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yin, Su Ji, and the others. Sissy will always stay with Sissy. Men should be lonely. A bunch of sissy. Tui. Lu Yin raised his brows. This guy was very jumpy. Su Ji frowned. When Sansi's smile disappeared, Luo Tsang was still smiling. Su Yu walked out, but Su Ji pulled her back. Let me. As he spoke, he walked towards the muscular man. The muscular man's eyes lit up. Shao Bai face, I've seen you before. You're a genius from the Void God universe. But you can't do it. Go home and play with your children. Ha! Su Ji was calm. Arm wrestling. The muscular man sat down. In the void, the astral source was like a mirror. He placed his arm on the astral source and shouted, "Come." Su Ji did not stand on ceremony. He reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. Shao Bai face, you'll regret this. The muscular man grinned. Su Ji's gaze was cold. I hope your strength is worthy of your arrogance. Ha, I suddenly find you pleasing to the eye. Come. With a loud shout, the muscular man exerted his strength. The void trembled, and visible ripples spread out, pushing the surrounding people away. Lu Yin and the others stepped forward to watch the competition. They did not know how strong the muscular man was, but Su Ji's strength should not be weak. He was not weak, but he had not used his full strength when fighting Ling Gong. In terms of realm and void god power, he far surpassed Ling Gong. In particular, his void god power was the heavenly martial stone disc, which was infinitely magnified. If he did not have some strength, how could he fight? Su Yu was very confident in Su Ji. But the results shocked everyone. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, Su Ji had been defeated. There was no suspense. Su Ji's eyes flashed as he looked at his crushed arm. He had been defeated so quickly. Jiang Shaodao was helpless. He was not surprised. In terms of strength, none of the 3 venerables or 9 saints could defeat the food saint. Among his peers, no one could defeat this foodie. When he first met Shao Zun, he had said that he could not win in terms of strength. Su Ji let go, and his arm felt weak. The muscular man praised him. Shao Bai face, you're not bad. You can last 3 breaths without your arm being crushed. That's rare. You're much stronger than that sissy Jiang Shaodao. Not bad. Su Ji stood up and looked deeply at the muscular man. Thank you, little food saint. The muscular man laughed. Su Ji, right? I approve of you. Then, he looked at the others. Is there anyone else who dares to step forward? Jiang Shaodao nudged Wen Sansi. Aren't you going to try? Wen Sansi was calm. I'm a scholar. The muscular man sneered. Coward. Wen Sansi stared at the muscular man. Your brain is better than your strength. The muscular man glared at him. Then try to beat me with your brain. I'll use my strength. You can do whatever you want. Without hesitation, Wen Sansi sat down opposite the muscular man. I can do whatever I want. The muscular man sneered. Whatever. Play however you want. Wen Sansi reached out and shook the muscular man's hand. He frowned. He glanced at Lu Yin. He had only experienced this feeling of helplessness in the face of strength from Lu Yin. Right, Lu Yin was also a monster of strength. Let's begin, the muscular man shouted. When Sansi's gaze turned cold, ancient golden characters flowed out from his arm and wrapped around the muscular man's wrist. This was the literary prison. When Sansi used the literary prison to bind the muscular man's wrist, causing it to remain in this space. If the muscular man wanted to leave this space, he would have to shatter the literary prison. This meant that the muscular man not only had to surpass When Sansi in terms of strength, but he also had to break the literary prison with his strength alone. The literary prison was When Sansi's greatest strength when he became one of the 10 arbiters. Before the Star Tower contest, When Sansi had not even revealed his other strength. Just this literary prison alone was enough to secure his position as one of the 10 arbiters. As When Sansi became an emissary, his literary prison would only become stronger. Furthermore, it was not the Wen family's literary prison, but a strengthened 7-fold literary prison from the Memory Sage Academy in the Starry Sky Trees. This was the power of the progenitor of Wen. The literary prison wrapped around the muscular man's wrist as if he was wearing a golden bracelet. The muscular man frowned. It's just a decoration. Ugly. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force. In an instant, When Sansi's eyes narrowed as his wrist was pressed down. He was unable to resist the literary prison. In terms of strength, he was far from being a match for the little carnivore saint. However, the little carnivore saint's wrist suddenly stopped as well. He was trapped by the literary prison and could not move. Jiang Xiaodao was excited. Ha, foodie, you can't win. This guy can't beat you, and you can't beat him either. Ha. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:14. The little food saint looked at When Sansi and licked his lips. Kid, you are quite capable. What is this? When Sansi said, literary prison. The little food saint's lips curled up. Literary prison. You want to imprison my wrist? You really have guts. As he spoke, he increased his strength and the literary prison shattered. Jiang Xiaodao's smile had yet to disappear. It was useless so soon. The literary prison's shattering was within When Sansi's expectations. Immediately after, another layer of literary prison appeared, one layer after another. The 7 layers of literary prison were like 7 golden bracelets that bound the little food saint's wrist. At this moment, the little food saint was truly shocked. He had just broken through the first layer of literary prison and felt a huge resistance. Now, there were 7 layers. Xiao Bai, where are you from? The little food saint asked, looking at When Sansi as if he was looking at Su Ji. The difference was that Su Ji could hold on for 3 breaths of time with his own strength. When Sansi definitely could not hold on for 3 breaths of time, but he had the means to impress the little food saint. When Sansi looked up. Genesis space. The little food saint was surprised. You are from the Genesis space. Interesting. Very interesting. As he laughed, the first layer of literary prison shattered, followed by the second, third, and fourth layers. The literary prison existed in name only. Each layer could only hold When Sansi for a breath of time at most. The 7th layer of literary prison only lasted 7 breaths of time. Lu Yin could not help but take 2 steps forward and stare at the little food saint. His strength was really great. With the 7th layer of literary prison shattered, everyone thought that When Sansi would definitely lose. The 7th layer of literary prison could not help him hold on. Now that the literary prison was shattered, how could he hold on? However, the result surprised everyone once again. The expected scene did not happen. When Sansi actually held on. Not only that, but the little food saint's expression changed as if something unbelievable had happened. When Sansi suppressed the little food saint, causing his wrist to almost fall on the table formed by the stellar source. Just a little bit more and the tables would be turned. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the little food saint's wrist. Just a little bit more and he would lose. Just a little bit more. Jiang Shaodao took a step forward and squatted on the ground, looking at the table excitedly. Hey, use more strength. If you win against this glutton, your name will be known in the reincarnation space. Mu Mu, Luozong, and Su Ji all had solemn expressions. They did not expect such a scene to occur. The more they knew about the little food saint, the more they knew how powerful he was. How could such an unusual power be suppressed in an instant? That when Sansi didn't look like a strong person. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Wen Sansi to be able to do this. How had he done it? Based on his understanding of Wen Sansi, even if he had broken through to become an emissary, he should not have this kind of strength. The little food saint's cultivation base was equivalent to the fourth tribulation origin realm, while Wen Sansi's cultivation base was only at the first tribulation origin realm. Both of them were gifted, so he did not believe that Wen Sansi could challenge the little food saint. On the other hand, if Wen Sansi's cultivation base was higher than the little food saint's, it would be difficult for the little food saint to challenge him. The little food saint was equivalent to the 10 arbiters, and Su Ji was the same. But how could he explain the scene before him? The little saint of food had never looked so serious before. If you're willing, I can ask my father to accept you as a disciple and leave the Genesis space. When Sansi looked at Luozong. Lord Luo from the Three Monarchs universe? Mu Mu said, you can also join my Wood universe. There are many outsiders who join the Six Directions Society. Xian Qi is an outsider and does not belong to the Six Directions Society. Now that he has joined the Void God universe, he was once pursued by my Wood universe. The Void God universe welcomes you. Su Ji spoke and looked at Lu Yin. He wanted Lu Yin to say a few words. Wen Sansi was definitely a genius. He almost won the little food saint in terms of strength. No matter how he did it, he was still a genius. With a bang, the little food saint slammed his fist on the table formed by astral sources and stared at Wen Sansi. Come here and let my father accept you as a disciple. I admire you. Jiang Shaodao felt strange. He did not expect things to turn out like this. It was clearly a competition of strength. This Xiao Bai face was quite popular. Should he recruit a talent for his father? What a temptation. It's hard to refuse the invitation of the Six Directions Society. Wen Sansi was conflicted. I have to think twice. Mu Mu said, what's there to be conflicted about? Just join. Luo Zong smiled. If you're worried about your family in the Genesis space, we can help you solve it. Wen Sansi was surprised. Can it be solved? I'm the Tao Master of the Genesis space, Lu Yin. I don't think it's that simple. I heard that even the Yuan sage of the reincarnation universe can't solve it. Luo Zong was confident. You don't have to worry about this. Really? Wen Sansi looked at Lu Yin. Brother Xian Qi, you're also an outsider. How are you doing after joining the Void God universe? Lu Yin thought about it. Very good. Wen Sansi nodded. All right, I'll think about it. I'll definitely join one of the Six Directions Society. After all. He smiled. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. Smart. Lu Yin praised. Luo Zong wanted to say something to Wen Sansi, but suddenly, everyone looked behind him in surprise. Luo Zong looked back and saw Lu Yin sitting opposite the little food saint. Lu Yin raised his arm. It's my turn. The little saint of food looked at Lu Yin in surprise. He did not expect someone from this group to come and challenge him. Today is a good day. Jiang Xiaodao, a sissy like you doesn't deserve to stand with them. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. You're the sissy. Your whole family is sissy. The little food saint did not mind. He stared at Lu Yin with a fierce gaze. Like when Sansi, you can use battle techniques. You can play however you want as long as you can win. Lu Yin smiled. No, I'm quite strong. Let's compete. This was the first time everyone knew Lu Yin. Competing with the little food saint in strength. Wasn't that courting death? Xian Qi, he's really strong. Su Ji could not help but remind him, not wanting anything to happen to Lu Yin. Although Su Yu did not like Lu Yin at times, she was still worried after being with him for a long time. Jiang Xiaodao was even more surprised. Hey, don't look for trouble. Competing with him in strength, Su Ji's kind is better. A normal person's arm would be crushed. The little food saint looked at Lu Yin arrogantly. You can regret it. Lu Yin shrugged. It's embarrassing if I regret it. Even if I can't win, at least I won't lose too badly. Ha ha ha, you have guts. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. I won't let you lose too badly. He grinned and licked his lips. Crush your wrist. With that, he reached out and shook Lu Yin's hand. At that moment, the little food saint's expression changed. He looked at Lu Yin with surprise and confusion. Over the years, he had arm wrestled with many people. Most of them were powerful people from the older generation, so he was already experienced. He could almost feel the strength of some people when they shook hands. For example, he could feel the strength of Su Ji and Wen Sansi. But this person. The little food saint stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Let's begin. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Xiaodao, who was closest to the two, was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. He was pushed back by more than 10 steps. Not only him, but Su Ji and the others around him could not react in time. It was as if they were swept by a gust of wind. The entire city shook and the ground cracked. With Lu Yin and the little food saint as the center, the force spread out in waves that could be seen with the naked eye. It exploded in an instant, causing the ground to shatter. Dust rose and covered the two. Who would have thought that a mere arm wrestling match would be as big as a war? It was so big that it was exaggerated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:15. The people around them couldn't even see through the dust. Su Ji and the rest were shocked. How could Xian Qi be so strong? Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth so wide that he didn't notice the dust flying into his mouth. He had seen this scene before when the little culinary saint used his full strength. His strength was like a dragon, and the world changed colors. This was the scene of the culinary saint's bloodline competing in strength. Few people could make them use their full strength. What was up with this Xian Qi? When Sansi's eyes lit up. He wasn't surprised at all. Lu Yin's strength came from several aspects. Among them, his strength was absolutely unique. Every time he faced an opponent, he would use the empty palm at the beginning to the empty palm at the end. No one in the Fifth Mainland could compete with this guy in terms of strength. The little culinary saint had met his match. The city was shaking, and the ground was constantly cracking. The people around hurriedly retreated, and the city gate was shaking. Dust flew and turned into a tornado that went against the sky, connecting the earth and the sky. Within the tornado, Lu Yin and the little culinary saint were still in the same position. They looked at each other excitedly. What's your name? The little culinary saint asked for someone's name for the third time today. This time, he was obviously the most excited and the most unique. Lu Yin smiled. This guy was really strong, so strong that it was a little exaggerated. Xian Qi. The Lu family was known for their strength in the starter space. In terms of strength, even a powerful corpse king transformation was no match for him. Lu Yin had never met anyone who could compete with him in terms of strength. This person was really strong. This was also the little culinary saint's thought. You're really strong. Lu Yin smiled. Same to you. How many points? The little culinary saint's eyes widened. Lu Yin raised his brows. You're not using your full strength. Of course not. Don't disappoint me. How many points? The little culinary saint shouted. Jiang Xiaodao and the rest stared at the surroundings. The power that was visible to the naked eye was suffocating them. It kept pressing down on the surroundings, and even the space was being squashed. These two monsters. Lu Yin raised his head. Nonsense. The little culinary saint laughed wildly. This is the first time someone has called me nonsense in a competition of strength. Xian Qi, come. As he spoke, the muscles on his arm kept twisting as though they were alive. His skin started to change color, and even scale-like things appeared. Lu Yin's wrist was instantly bent, the sudden force almost causing him to lose. However, in the next moment, a brilliant light appeared on the surface of his body, illuminating his entire body. The little saint of food was astonished. This was a brilliance that only appeared when the body had reached its limit. Impressive, impressive. Ha, continue. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he gradually pushed the Lu family's power to its limits, forcefully twisting the wrists back to their original state. It was as if one of them was unable to suppress the other. Jiang Xiaodao was stunned. The foodie had revealed his true form, but he still could not defeat Xian Qi. What's wrong with this guy? Mu Mu, Su Ji, Luozong, and the others all had solemn expressions as they looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. The wind grew stronger and stronger, sweeping in all directions. The scales on the little food saint's arm increased, and his entire arm changed. It was no longer the arm of a human. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This guy's true form wasn't human, so it was no wonder why he was so strong. There was no human being who was stronger than the Lu family. The more pressure he faced, the greater the rebound. This was the power of the Lu family's bloodline. Other than when he first stepped into the world of cultivation, Lu Yin had not tried to use his full strength for a long time. He was confident that he could suppress the little food saint. As long as the little food saint was using his full strength, it did not matter if it was not. He had the ability to crush everything. However, Lu Yin looked at the little food saint. I've already used my full strength. The little food saint's face turned solemn as he grinned. Me too. You can't beat me, Lu Yin said. The little food saint's lips curled up. You can't beat me either. At this time, a figure descended. It was an old man. He waved his hand, and a card floated in the air. I'm the city lord of Rong City. If you continue to destroy the city, don't blame me for attacking you and expelling the upper 3 sections. Lu Yin and the little food saint stopped at the same time. The little food saint twisted his wrists and stared at Lu Yin in amazement. Lu Yin bowed to the old man. I'm sorry, senior. I'm willing to bear the loss of Rong City. The old man nodded. Forget it. Don't blame the ignorant. With that, he glanced at the little food saint and left. Xian Qi, again. The little food saint wanted to continue. It was not easy to meet someone with similar strength, so he wanted to continue. Lu Yin said, This is Rong City. They didn't even blame us for the destruction. Let's stop. Don't. Let's continue. We haven't won yet. The little food saint was unwilling to give up. Jiang Xiaodao was agitated. Xian Qi, you actually tied with the foodie. That's too ruthless. Foodie, do you still dare to be arrogant? The little food saint was disdainful. Sissy, get lost. Lu Yin also wanted to compete on a whim. After all, no one could compete with him in strength for so many years. However, he regretted it soon after. Ever since he tied with the little food saint, this guy had been pestering him and following him everywhere. At first, Su Ji and Siu also followed Lu Yin. However, the little food saint was too annoying. He would compete in strength every few steps and arm wrestle every few steps. They were so disgusted that they left. Needless to say, Jiang Xiaodao was the first to run away. When Sansi was the most popular, Mumu invited him to go shopping, and so did Luo Zong. He did not reject anyone and was gentle and refined. Xian Qi, let's compete again. This time, let's control ourselves and not destroy anything. Let's compete again, just once. The little food saint was nagging with Lu Yin. When others saw this, they would glare at him and call him a coward. Lu Yin's head hurt and he no longer had the mood to tour the city. He originally wanted to see how Rome City could bury a progenitor. Why do you have to compete in strength? Lu Yin was helpless. The little food saint knocked on his chest, producing thumping sounds. I want to beat Dad. Dad said that if I compete with others in terms of strength, my strength will naturally increase. One day, I will surpass Dad and become the strongest person in the Six Direction gang. No, I mean Tao Tai. Lu Yin paused and was surprised. Tao Tai. The little food saint raised his hand, and his arm instantly turned into a claw. We of the food saint bloodline are Tao Tais. Don't you know? Lu Yin really did not know, but he had heard of Tao Tais from the Sixth Mainland's Nan Yanfei. That fellow had become the Blood Adoration Realm's realmling because he had absorbed the bloodline of a Tao Tai. The Tao Tai's characteristic was that the more it ate, the stronger it became. Are you a complete Tao Tai? The little food saint was puzzled. There's an incomplete Tao Tai. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This was a treasure, and if Nan Yanfei knew that there was a complete Tao Tai here, he would cry for it. If this fellow had appeared in the Sixth Mainland, he would have been eaten alive. The little food saint continued to annoy Lu Yin and wanted to compete in strength. How could Lu Yin agree? There would be no end to the competition. However, he could not win. If he did, this fellow would pester him even more. Half a day later, Lu Yin met a familiar face, Little Lien. The little girl was happily shopping with a few people beside her. They should be Lotus Reverend's disciples. She greeted Lu Yin when she saw him. Although Lu Yin was disliked by Lotus Reverend's disciples because of Qingfen, she did not do anything. After all, Qingfen was indeed a spy. Lu Yin was about to go over when Little Lien saw the little food saint and turned to leave. Those who followed her also saw the little food saint and looked at him with disdain. Bah, a bunch of cowards. The little food saint was disdainful. Lu Yin was speechless. They were suspecting him. With the little food saint following him, Lu Yin was completely helpless in Rome City. He wanted to get rid of them, but the city was only so big. After a few days, he felt that it was more tiring than fighting with others. Finally, after a few days, Ji Bing appeared and took them to the next place. This time, it was not just Lu Yin's group that followed, but more than 30 people. Nearly half of them were powerhouses of the older generation, including the little food saint, Little Lien, and the others. Everyone stayed far away from the little food saint, who was full of a sense of superiority. He looked at the older cultivators and called them cowards, which annoyed some of them and caused them to arm wrestle with him. In the end, their arms were crushed. Fortunately, Ji Bing stopped them. Otherwise, the remaining older cultivators would not have been able to stand it and would have ended up in a worse state. The next place was either the burial ruins or an ordinary planet. Ji Bing restrained them from attacking as they pleased, or else the planet would be easily destroyed. After staying on the planet for a few days, they took another group of people and continued on to the next place. Just like that, half a month passed. They went to several places to pick up people, and there were more than 100 of them. Most of them were cultivators of the older generation. The one who attracted the most hatred was still the little food saint. In Jiang Shado's words, this guy attracted hatred wherever he went. During this time, Ji Bing also showed them many traps in outer space because he had to eliminate them himself. The traps did not care if you were a lost clansman or an outlander. Up ahead is the last gathering place. After passing this place, you will reach the clan. You will stay here for 5 days. Do not attack as you please or cause any damage. Violators will be expelled from the upper 3 sections, Ji Bing said sternly. What appeared in front of them was a river floating in outer space. It had its own colorful luster and was very beautiful. There were pieces of land above the river, and each piece of land had a city. When Ji Bing left, the group dispersed. No one was willing to stay with Lu Yin, and the little food saint persuaded everyone to leave. Lu Yin casually found a piece of land and stepped onto it. The buildings here were mainly wooden restaurants, and they could look into the distance. Even though this height was meaningless to cultivators like them. Serve the dishes quickly, the little food saint shouted when he arrived at the restaurant. Everyone was shocked and looked at him with dissatisfaction. What are you looking at, coward? Arm wrestle if you have the ability. The little food saint provoked him by putting up his infuriating signboard so that everyone could see it clearly. Someone was unhappy and wanted to compete. The little food saint blew and threw that person out. Forget about the ordinary people. Stay away. That person was equivalent to a melder and was indeed an ordinary person to the little food saint. No one dared to provoke him and allowed him to put up his sign. Lu Yin sat on a chair and looked at the colorful river in the distance. He listened to the little food saint eating like a whirlwind. He was calm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:16. 2 hours later, the little food saint was still eating. 4 hours, 6 hours, and then half a day later, he was still eating. The people in the restaurant had not left and were all looking at him as if he was a monster. The little food saint ate very quickly and had been eating for so long. No one knew if it was his stomach or his cosmic ring. The restaurant owner was on the verge of tears as the ingredients were gone. He was even more afraid that the little food saint would go back on his word. At this moment, a woman appeared outside the restaurant, attracting everyone's attention away from the little food saint. The woman's face was like a fox's and her eyes were like autumn water. She wore a golden robe and looked noble and sacred. The combination of fox and sacred made her the focus of everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Lu Yin was also attracted by her. She was one of divine sovereign Shaoyin's people and her golden robe was exactly the same as Xiao Qingfeng's. The little food saint looked up. Why is the fox here? What bad luck. The woman looked up and saw the little food saint. She smiled faintly. What a coincidence, little food saint. The little food saint was disdainful. Coward. Lu Yin was speechless. He even scolded a woman. No, he was a Taotai, not a human. He did not differentiate between men and women. The woman did not mind and walked up to Lu Yin. Xiaogu, you must be Xian Qi. Lu Yin nodded and asked curiously, your name is very similar to Xiao Qingfeng's. He's my junior brother, Xiaogu said and sat down naturally. The little food saint pushed the food scraps in front of her. It was obvious that he did not want her to stay. Xiaogu was used to it and did not mind. The little food saint has never sat at the same table with others. How did you do it, Xian Qi? Lu Yin pursed his lips. I don't want to either. The little food saint frowned and stared at Xiaogu. Since you know my habits, you still dare to sit here. Are you trying to provoke me? Xiaogu smiled. It's none of your business. I want to meet Xian Qi, the current celebrity of the Six Direction gang. The little food saint snorted and continued eating. Lu Yin looked at Xiaogu. He had seen too many women. This woman was very charming, but she was far from the level that attracted him. Madame Naylan was much more charming than her. Xiaogu looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Xian Qi, you should know a lot about hyperspace. Lu Yin replied, it's all right, it's not much. I want to know if you have any clues regarding the death of my junior brother, Xiao Qingfeng, Xiaogu said. Lu Yin shook his head helplessly. I was chased away by the Yu family at that time, so I wasn't in hyperspace. Who do you think did it? Xiaogu asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. I used to guess that it was the Yu family, but you know the truth. The Yu family cooperated with you to deal with Master Wei, which means that it wasn't the Yu family that attacked Xiao Qingfeng. It's also unlikely that it was Iran. On the surface, you're working with Iran, but other than that, I can only think of a spy. Back then, Lu Yin had wanted to kill He Shu, which was why the Yu family had agreed to let him take action. They had never thought that Lu Yin would kill Xiao Qingfeng. Otherwise, they might not have agreed to let him go, as they wanted to prevent any accidents from occurring when cooperating with Divine Sovereign Xiao Yin. Lu Yin had only gone to the Yu family after dealing with Xiao Qingfeng, and the Yu family had been unable to stop him. Now that the cooperation between the Yu family and Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin had been exposed, the Yu family and Iran would not attack Xiao Qingfeng in the hyperspace. The only explanation was that he was a spy. As for Lu Yin, no one would suspect that he was the culprit. Why would he want to kill Xiao Qingfeng? There was no reason for him to do so unless Lu Yin's identity had been exposed. Xiaogu said, I think so too, which is why I came to find Xian Qi. You're very good at capturing spies. I hope that you can help us investigate this matter. Master will remember you. The little culinary saint snorted with disdain. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. If I find out, I'll definitely tell you. Xiaogu nodded and got up to leave. Suddenly, she paused and turned to Lu Yin. What do you think of my master? Lu Yin was surprised. Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin. Xiaogu's eyes flashed, and she turned to leave without waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as he had been tricked. He had always addressed others as senior, but just now, he had subconsciously called out to Supreme Divinity Xiao Yin without using the word senior. This sudden reaction reflected his inner attitude towards the Divinity Xiao Yin. This was probably Xiao Gu's purpose in meeting him. She wanted to confirm his attitude towards the Divinity Xiao Yin, not through words, but through his subconscious reaction. Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to kill the Divinity Xiao Yin, so he naturally would not respect her. Now, Xiao Gu had seen his attitude. Xiao Gu could not see Lu Yin's hostility towards the Divinity Xiao Yin, but she could see his disrespect. Lu Yin took a deep breath. This woman is really sinister. The little culinary saint put down the beast leg with a thump. You just found out. You know. Lu Yin was curious. The little culinary saint said, "Those of the divinity Xiao Yin's bloodline are all sinister, but this woman is the most sinister. She is known as the one who resembles the divinity Xiao Yin the most. No one likes to deal with her as it's easy to be tricked. Then she must be liked by the divinity Xiao Yin," Lu Yin guessed. The little culinary saint nodded and said no more, burying his head in eating. Outside the restaurant, Xiao Gu left step by step. She had seen Xian Qi's attitude. He did not respect her master. Why? Because her master cooperated with the Yu family and they chased him away. And forced him to frame he ran. Or was there another reason? This had to be investigated. The more unrelated the person was to Qing Feng's death, the more suspicious they were. This Xian Qi could not escape either. A few days passed quickly. The little culinary saint pestered Lu Yin as usual, but Lu Yin ignored him. Soon, as long as he reached the Lost Clan's land and passed the upper 3 sections, he would be free of the little culinary saint. However, this guy would not follow him to the void god universe, right? Thinking of this, Lu Yin had a headache. If there was such a guy watching him, he would not be able to go anywhere. Ji Bing appeared and gathered everyone in the starry sky. This time, there was an additional group of people, and there were nearly 200 of them. The Six Direction sect had 62 parallel universes and countless cultivators. The number of people who could participate in the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan was estimated to be at most 1,000. The ratio was too low. This was the Lost Clan xenophobia. Like the 3 Monarchs universe and the Void God universe, there were outlanders who cultivated there, and the number of people far exceeded this number. However, with the establishment of the Six Direction Dojo, the number would gradually increase. They had gotten their cards from the Six Direction Dojo. This time, there was a man in the crowd that Lu Yin paid attention to. This person's cultivation was very high, even higher than the little culinary saint. Jiang Xiaodao spoke to him with a smile. Other than Xiaolian, Lu Yin had not seen Jiang Xiaodao speak to anyone so politely. Xiaolian was also around that person. That guy is here too. The little culinary saint was surprised. Lu Yin was curious. You know him? The little culinary saint said, Gong Yu's disciple. He's a man. Lu Yin was surprised that he could be recognized by the little culinary saint. This was because this person was very strong. Su Ji was only recognized by him. For this Gong Yu to be called a man, his strength definitely surpassed Su Ji's. Gong Yu. One of the 3 Venerables' 9 sages. The Lost Clan's starry sky was not small. Other than the Lost Clan, there were also other civilizations, such as cultivation civilizations, technological civilizations, and so on. Ji Bing had seen them on the way to the Lost Clan. However, these civilizations were limited to their own worlds because many places in the starry sky had been experimented with traps by the Lost Clan. It was easy for accidents to happen. The only place that could be considered as the Lost Clan's territory was the single desert. That was the Lost Clan's territory, and it was difficult for outsiders to enter. Looking from afar, the single desert was not a strange place. It was not as dazzling as the Rainbow Wall, nor was it as majestic as the sect above heaven. It was just a full moon that illuminated a vast area. The area of that area was not inferior to the sect above heaven. Ji Bing brought everyone to a stop outside the desert, and solemnly looked at everyone. In front of us is the Lost Clan's desert, except for the upper 3 sections, almost no one from the outer domain can enter, and the place you are going to is the floating island outside the upper 3 sections. When you get there, I hope that everyone will not casually attack. The Lost Clan's desert is ordinary, it cannot withstand your attacks. Please remember, do not casually attack. After saying that, Ji Bing led everyone into the single desert. There were no shocking defenses, only cards floating outside the Gobi Desert. These cards were the greatest defense. No one knew what kind of traps were hidden in these cards, and what kind of murderous intent they contained. It was not simple to be used as a defense outside the single desert. I heard that most of these cards are ancient cards. However, there is an Archean card hidden at a certain distance. There are even Archean cards hidden there. They are enough to guard the Gobi Desert completely, Jiang Xiaodao said in a low voice. At the side, Gong Yu said solemnly, the Lost Clan civilization is a great civilization. Master once said that their strength is not inferior to any of the Six Paths sect civilizations. Legend has it that they have an existence that surpasses the immemorial cards. Jiang Xiaodao shook his head. I don't believe it. I don't believe it either, Siyu said. There were also people discussing the Lost Clan in the distance, and they mentioned the ancient cards. Some believed it, some did not. Most people thought that the Lost Clan was trying to raise their status. Not long after, everyone was brought to the floating island by Ji Bing. As the name suggested, it was an island that floated in the air. Ji Bing introduced that the front of the island was where the cards of the upper three segments appeared. On the day of the upper three segments, everyone could board the island and attract the cards. After arriving at the floating island, Ji Bing left. Everyone dispersed. There were many wooden houses here, all prepared for those who had participated in the upper three segments. The extraterrestrials were on a floating island, and there were only so many people. On the other hand, there were too many from the Lost Clan who had participated in the upper three segments. They were scattered on the surrounding floating islands and were not with Lu Yin and the rest. However, Ji Bing did not forbid them from going to other floating islands. Not long after, everyone went to other floating islands to visit their friends. These people were able to obtain the Lost Clan cards, which meant that they had dealings with the Lost Clan. As expected, the little food saint was still pestering Lu Yin. Lu Yin was so annoyed by his pestering that he gave him a promise. As long as he could defeat everyone on this island, they could compete again. This was to the little food saint's liking. He liked to arm wrestle. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Ha! After saying that, the little food saint took out a token and carried it to where the others were staying. He blocked the door of an older cultivator and provoked him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:17. Inside the wooden house, the older cultivator had intended to visit a friend, but when he opened the door and saw the sign, he was furious. He recognized the little food saint and did not want to provoke him, so he turned and left. Coward, next. The little food saint was disdainful. The older cultivator was furious. His cultivation was higher than the little food saint's, but he did not want to provoke him. It was not because he was afraid, but because this kid was the son of the little food saint. His status was too high, and it would be bad if he won, but it would be embarrassing if he lost. Stop right there, the older cultivator reprimanded. The little food saint sneered, you have a problem with that. I originally wanted to ignore you out of respect for senior food saint, but since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson. That way, I won't disgrace the sanctification bloodline, the older cultivator shouted. In the distance, Lu Yin heard it and was surprised. This person was from the sanctification bloodline. The sanctification bloodline. Sure, let's play. The little food saint was excited. Soon, the older cultivator's arm was shattered, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground as he looked at the little food saint in shock. He had long heard that the little food saint was strong, and that everyone from the sanctification bloodline was the same. He did not care since his cultivation was higher than this kid's, but he did not expect that he would not be able to resist at all. Coward, next. The little food saint began to provoke and blocked the wooden house. He even lengthened the sign so that the entire levitating island could see it, directly provoking everyone. Luin finally had some peace, but a few days later, the levitating island became quite lively. Jiang Xiaodao, Luozong, Mu Mu, Su Ji, and the rest all took action, not against the little food saint, but against the older cultivators. They did not just compete in arm wrestling, but also in archery. Su Ji competed in the control of the void spirit force, and so on. He did not know how things had turned out this way. The older generation of cultivators were not simple. To be able to form a relationship with the lost clan and obtain a card, they were not ordinary people. Now, it was no longer a matter of the little food saint's provocation. It had evolved into a situation where two generations of cultivators were competing. Luin did not participate. He recalled what Su Wuji had instructed him to contact the lost clan and ask to see Xiaofang. The lost clan member was at a loss. Xiaofang. Luin repeatedly mentioned that Xiaofang was definitely a senior expert of the lost clan, but the lost clan member to no avail. Xiaofang. Did Ultimate Void send you here? Ji Bing had a strange look in his eyes. Luin felt helpless. He knew that the name Xiaofang didn't sound right, and Su Wuji's expression at the time had probably been problematic as well. However, that had nothing to do with him. Yes, the manor head asked me to bring the item to Xiaofang. What is it? Ji Bing asked. Luin shrugged. The master said that I had to personally hand it over to Xiaofang. Ji Bing shook his head. All right, if you want to see her, I'll bring you to her. However, her name is not Little Fang. In the entire Six Directions sect, only Su Wuji would call her Little Fang. Her name is Fang Yi, an elder of our lost clan. Not long after, Luin met the Little Fang that Su Wuji had mentioned. She was a very young woman, but she only looked young. After all, she was of the same generation as Void Ji. Ji Bing left, but before he left, he reminded Luin not to call her Xiaofang. Junior Xian Qi greets Senior Fang Yi. Luin respectfully said. Fang Yi grunted and looked at Luin. Did Su Wuji send you? Luin replied, yes. Repeat what he said without missing a single word, not a single word can be wrong. Fang Yi said with a cold face. Luin blinked. The master's original words were that I have to personally hand this box over to Fang Yi. If I can't see her, I have to bring it back. Don't let anyone see it, and you're not allowed to see it either. Fang Yi stared at Luin. That's what he said. Luin nodded. Not a single word wrong. Fang Yi's expression improved. Give me the box. Luin hurriedly handed it over to Fang Yi. Fang Yi took it and paused for a moment. Have you seen it? Absolutely not, Luin assured her. Fang Yi glanced at Luin and did not ask any more questions. Since I've brought the box, I'll take my leave. Luin was about to leave, but Fang Yi asked him to wait. She casually opened the box in front of Luin and took a look inside. Her expression immediately changed, becoming rather ugly. Luin knew that something was wrong. Su Wuji must have put something in there to cause this woman's expression to change. Fang Yi gasped for breath, her expression constantly changing. Anger, embarrassment, exasperation, all kinds of emotions were vividly displayed on her face. Luin really wanted to leave, but he did not dare to speak. After a while, Fang Yi recovered and put the box away. She took a deep breath and looked at Luin. Wait a moment, I also have something to give to Su Wuji. Help me bring it over. She then turned and left. Luin really wanted to know what was inside the box that could cause Fang Yi, a half-ancestor, to lose control of her emotions. After a full 2 hours, Fang Yi returned and handed the same box to Luin. She stared at him. Give it to Su Wuji. Don't open it and don't give it to anyone else. You have to personally hand it over to him. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Senior, don't worry. Fang Yi repeated, you have to personally hand it over to Su Wuji. You can't let anyone else open it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Lu Yin's face twitched. I understand. Fang Yi grunted, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. After you give the box to Su Wuji, you should stay away from him. Don't suffer any unnecessary calamities. Of course, I'm the one who told you this, so don't tell Su Wuji. As soon as she said this, Lu Yin looked at the box and suddenly felt like his hand was burning. There shouldn't be any problems inside, right? He quickly put it away and left. After seeing Ji Bing, Lu Yin curiously asked about the relationship between Su Wuji and Fang Yi. Ji Bing's expression was strange, but he did not say anything. He told Lu Yin not to ask too much and left after sending him back to Levitating Island. Lu Yin touched his cosmic ring. He wanted to open it, but his rationality told him not to. He regretted it. He should have seen what was inside the box that Su Wuji had given Fang Yi. At least it was not dangerous. Just as he was about to return to the wooden house, he saw the little food saint sitting at the door. Lu Yin turned and left. He did not want to get involved with this guy. Since he could not return to the wooden house, Lu Yin found a secluded place to sit. There was no one around, and unless someone searched the entire island, they would not find him. He decided to stay here until the arrival of the first 3 periods. It was quiet. Today's moon was especially round. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the moonlight. Unknowingly, he was completely immersed in it. He did not even realize that the moonlight that enveloped him was like a blade that covered him from top to bottom. The moonlight was like water, and the blade was like light. Lu Yin maintained his posture as he looked at the moonlight, forgetting everything else. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of him. Slash! Lu Yin was shocked. Where did this blade come from? He wanted to dodge, but his body could not move. He could not move at all. As the blade approached him, he tried to cast a spell. He tried to use the power in his heart to use the inverse step, to see through space, to move the lines, but he could not do anything. He could only watch as the blade descended from above his head, about to cut him in half. Lu Yin had never felt such despair before, even more so than when he had been on Drift Charge Planet. Back then, he had been able to move, but now, he could only watch as the blade descended. He had a body full of power, but there was nothing he could do. There were slippers and bone spurs in his cosmic ring, but he could not take them out. He could not accept this. He wanted to resist. Move, move, move. He could not move. The blade descended, and his head felt cold. Lu Yin was stunned. Was he going to die? The next moment, the blade disappeared. He stared blankly in front of him and tried to move his fingers. He could move, and he could feel it. Was he not dead? Suddenly, the blade appeared again. This time, it slashed out horizontally. Lu Yin was shocked. Again. He still could not move, and he could only watch as the blade slashed out again and again, coming from every direction and every corner. There were a total of 80 slashes, and Lu Yin could not dodge from the first one. The following slashes were even more impossible to dodge. He simply stopped trying and watched as the blade swept past him. It felt like it had cut through his body, but it also felt like it had not. Was he going to be cut into 1,000 pieces? Where had the blade come from? Who was attacking him? His domain, spiritual force, rune lines, and all of his power could not be released. At this moment, Lu Yin was as powerless as a baby. In front of him, the blade descended again. The 81st slash was a frontal slash from top to bottom. It was the same as the first slash, but there was something more to it that Lu Yin could not explain. As the blade descended, the void collapsed, and Lu Yin took several steps back. He could move now, but he subconsciously avoided his original spot. He looked around, but there was nothing. Was this where he had just sat? Someone had clearly slashed out 81 times, but his surroundings had not changed at all. The dew, the moonlight, the grass, nothing had changed. Was that an illusion? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. It had not been an illusion. He was a powerhouse who could compete with a progenitor, so how could he not be able to differentiate between an illusion and reality? But what had just happened? He had indeed been slashed by 81 slashes. Who was it? It was definitely an unimaginable powerhouse, and he had not been able to sense anything at all. If that person had really wanted to kill him, then he would have been cut to pieces. Lu Yin's entire body went cold, as if he had died once. At that moment, the void gathered where he had just sat, and a palm-sized blade appeared in front of his eyes. It was a very small blade that floated in the air. Lu Yin stared at it in a daze. He remembered that this was the same blade that had slashed him 81 times, and it was exactly the same. He looked around again and bowed. Junior Xian Qi. If I have disturbed you, please do not blame me. No one answered. Lu Yin shouted again and then tried to release his domain to envelop his surroundings before expanding it further. Even after reaching out to the people who had participated in the previous 3 sections, he still couldn't find anyone in the vicinity. He couldn't find the person who had attacked him. It had to be a progenitor, and a powerhouse among powerhouses. Lu Yin took a deep breath and slowly approached the palm-sized blade, but it did not respond. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the blade. The moment he touched the blade, he felt a bloodline connection, and the scene of him being slashed 81 times flashed through his mind. He looked at the blade in his hand in shock. It was a blade, but it was not a blade. This blade contained the strength of the 81 slashes, or rather, the 81 slashes that had formed this blade. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:18. What kind of power was this? This blade was connected to his bloodline. Did that mean that he had been slashed 81 times? But there were no wounds on his body. Lu Yin could not figure it out. He looked at the blade in his hand and felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he should not have come. To be able to use such power on him, this person must have seen through him. The lost clan was no longer safe. But he could not leave now. Lu Yin was restless. He held the blade and sat down, looking at the moonlight and taking a deep breath. Forget it, he would just wait. If such a powerhouse attacked him, he would not be able to escape. He smiled bitterly and looked at the blade in his hand again. He did not put it in his cosmic ring but hung it around his neck. Perhaps one day, he could use this blade to slash others 81 times. Lu Yin stayed here for a while to avoid the little food saint and the others and to see if he could meet that mysterious powerhouse. This person had not exposed him, but had slashed him 81 times and even left this small blade behind. Lu Yin did not know what this person's intentions were. Finally, it was time for the Upper 3 festivals. The Upper 3 festivals were the Lost Clan's biggest festival, and the entire clan was celebrating this day. Even on Levitating Island, Lu Yin could feel the festive atmosphere. There were many levitating islands nearby, and everyone who participated in the Upper 3 festivals was on these levitating islands. One could imagine how many people from the Lost Clan had come. The largest levitating island in the center was the place where the card exchange took place. On this day, all the cards in the Lost Clan would be attracted here, and anyone who had the ability could exchange their cards. The Lost Clan had their own process for the festival, and when the process ended, it would be time to exchange their cards. In fact, they only had half a day left. Everyone looked at the levitating island in the center and waited. At the same time, outside the levitating island, figures appeared one after another, bringing with them supreme pressure. They were all extremely powerhouses. Everyone from the Lost Clan looked at the figures respectfully. The upper three festivals were the most important festival for the Lost Clan. Every year on this day, extremely powerhouses from the Six Direction Society would come to observe the ceremony. It was to celebrate the upper three festivals and give face to the Lost Clan, but also to see who would be able to exchange their cards. The main reason was that a person had exchanged a primordial card for a seasonal card, shocking the Six Direction Society. This meant that the person was likely to become an extremely powerhouse in the future, and this matter was enough to attract the Six Direction Society's interest. "Jiang Xing, long time no see," someone said politely. Jiang Xing smiled and said, "So it's Manor Lord gone. It's been 1,000 years since we parted in the endless battlefield. I didn't expect to meet you here." Gon smiled and said, "Yeah, I still can't forget Jiang Xing's awe-inspiring prowess in the endless battlefield back then. What's there to be proud of? I'm just lucky that I didn't die." Jiang Xing smiled bitterly. After he finished speaking, he looked to the other side. Chenlo bowed to him from afar. "Senior Jiang Xing." Jiang Xing praised, "Congratulations, the Three Monarchs universe has added another extreme powerhouse." Not far away, Su Heng also spoke up, "Brother Qin, I wonder how my brother Xian Qi is doing under you." Chenlo looked at Su Heng and smiled, "It's all thanks to Xian Qi. My Three Sovereigns universe managed to capture quite a few spies. To be honest, if it wasn't for his cultivation being unable to keep up, I would have given him the position of manor head." Haha. Su Heng smiled. He was happy whenever someone praised Lu Yin. A middle-aged man walked out of the void and looked at everyone. "Brother Qin, Brother Heng, this is the first time you have come to my Lost Clan to visit the upper three sections. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, please forgive us." Su Heng and Qin Leiji hurriedly said some polite words. This person was an extreme powerhouse of the Lost Clan, named Dan Zheng. In the Lost Clan, when one reached the extreme powerhouse level, they would change their surname to Dan to correspond with this region. As they spoke, a group of Lost Clan members were celebrating a festival on the central floating island in front of them. Gon came to Su Heng's side and spoke very enthusiastically, hoping that Su Heng would persuade Lu Yin to go to the wood dimension to help capture spies. Su Heng naturally wouldn't agree. Lu Yin had his own reasons for not going, so he couldn't force him. When Chenlu heard that Manor Head Gon still wanted to invite Lu Yin to the wood dimension, he hurriedly suggested that the Three Monarchs universe still wanted to capture spies. "How many spies can your Three Monarchs universe have? My wood dimension has a long history, and our spies are hidden too deeply. Xian Qi should go to my wood dimension," Manor Head Gon said to Chenlu. Chenlu said seriously, "My Three Monarchs universe is the weakest of the Six Directions Association. If the Eternal Race wants to break the balance of the Six Directions Association, it is most convenient to start with my Three Monarchs universe, so Xian Qi is very important." Gon wanted to refute. Su Heng interrupted, "By the way, no one from hyperspace is coming." Dan Zheng heard this and shook his head, "No one from hyperspace is coming. In the past, it was always the Yu family who came. Now that such a big thing has happened in hyperspace, it's normal that they don't come. Master Dimensional wouldn't feel at ease letting the Yu family go out again." They didn't speak. What happened in hyperspace was a taboo, and it involved the interference of the reincarnation universe and the Three Monarchs universes. Their hearts were heavy, and if someone else interfered with their space-time one day, no one would feel comfortable. In fact, many people wanted to see how Dimensional Master Dimensional would retaliate. The reincarnation universe was one thing, but the Three Monarchs universe couldn't escape. Lord Luo had schemed against them, so it was impossible for Dimensional Master Dimensional to not retaliate. It was just a matter of how he would retaliate. Jiangxing remained silent and pretended not to hear. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign arrived with a smile on his face. His golden robes made him look extremely noble. Chen Lu, Gan, and Su Heng hurriedly greeted him. They were all juniors, and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had been an extreme powerhouse for much longer than them. With the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign here, they couldn't talk about hyperspace. Lord Gan still insisted on asking Su Heng to help persuade Lu Yin. If you really want Xian Qi to go to the Wood Universe, Lord Gan might as well wait for Senior Su Wuwei to come. Senior Su Wuwei is Xian Qi's guide, Dan Jing said. Lord Gan's eyes lit up. Senior Su Wuwei is coming. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign was also surprised. Su Wuwei is coming. Dan Jing smiled. Yes, I've already received the notice. He'll be here soon. The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let's take this opportunity to chat. On Floating Island, the unique music of the Lost Clan sounded. Everyone watched, waiting for the moment to change their cards. Not long after, Su Wuwei arrived. Everyone greeted him one by one, and even the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign didn't put on airs. Su Wuwei's status in the Void God universe was equivalent to the Three Monarch status in the Reincarnation universe. Both of them had become extreme powerhouses at about the same time, so they were considered peers. I heard that you went to the endless battlefield some time ago. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip about you coming back so soon? The Shaoyin Divine Sovereign joked. Su Wuwei sighed. I can't help it. I'm old and can only rely on my past achievements. My past achievements are enough. I'll find a place to cook some delicious food and train 2 passable disciples. This is life. Lord Gan praised, Senior's disciple Xian Qi is quite good. Only Senior can train such an excellent disciple. Su Wuwei raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. He's not my disciple. I don't have any disciples at the moment. I'm just his guide. Chen Lu smiled. Who doesn't know that Xian Qi has learned Senior's Taixian realm? With this move, he's been successful in capturing spies and has made great contributions to mankind. Even if Senior isn't on the battlefield, his contributions to mankind are no less than anyone else on the battlefield. Well said. Senior's contributions are obvious to all. Jiangxing also praised. Su Wuwei had a headache. All of you are praising Xian Qi so enthusiastically. Do you really know him? He remembered what happened in ultra space-time. Bai Qian had replaced He Ran. Although Xian Qi didn't seem to have done anything in the process, at most, he framed He Ran. However, this framing had no effect on the outcome. It was the Yu family who attacked Master Wei, and Master Wei won in the end. Logically speaking, Bai Qian shouldn't have been able to replace He Ran, but Bai Qian did in the end. Su Wuwei didn't know much about it, and he wasn't interested. The main reason was that Xian Qi didn't use the virtual god spacetime. Su Heng, Su Leng, and Su Wuji didn't interfere. Otherwise, he would have found trouble with him. The only thing was that Xian Qi used the reputation of Heaven's View House to frame He Ran. It was a fact that Master Wei appeared. He did interfere, but he didn't use the virtual god spacetime. No matter what, Xian Qi was related to ultra spacetime. Bai Qian won and He Ran went missing. This was a fact. He was one of the few people who knew that Xian Qi supported by Qian from the beginning. Therefore, He Ran's disappearance might be related to Xian Qi. Su Wuwei had a headache thinking about this. Lord Gan said, "I don't understand. I hope Senior can give me a chance to understand." Su Wuwei didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Shenlu suddenly exclaimed, "It's starting." On the central floating island, the lost tribesmen retreated one by one. The entire island was empty, and only the original creatures remained. The surroundings were silent. An ancient voice boomed from above. "The upper 3 sections, begin. Enter the island." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the people on the surrounding floating islands rushed towards the central floating island, afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were too slow. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the saber. He took a step forward and headed towards the central floating island. Along the way, the little food saint saw him. "Xian Qi, let's compete again tomorrow. I've already won against everyone. Let's arm wrestle." Lu Yin didn't even look at him and stepped onto the central floating island with ease. He looked up and saw a quiet forest in the distance. He breathed in the fresh air of nature. Figures stepped onto the island one after another. The central floating island was huge. There were hundreds of thousands of outsiders participating in the upper 3 sections, including the lost tribesmen. However, they were scattered across the island and didn't even have that many living creatures. Furthermore, any place on the island could attract a card as long as the card itself was attractive. As for how attractive it was, it varied from person to person. Just as Su Wuji had said, some people let themselves go and really attracted a card. In the forest, Lu Yin saw a man shouting something in front of him. The man was excited and didn't stop even when he saw Lu Yin. His face was flushed red, and he listened carefully. The man was narrating his own legendary history, a history that he believed to be legendary. Then, in the distance, someone sang. Lu Yin had heard from Su Wuji that singing was considered ordinary. It had nothing to do with how good the song was, but the worse the song, the more attention it would attract. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27:19. Lu Yin took a step forward, traversing thousands of kilometers. This island was indeed very small to him. He quickly saw Saruzin, who was sitting cross-legged and muttering something. Lu Yin walked past him without even opening his eyes, and his withered arm seemed to wither even more. Lu Yin felt that if he could use nature's opposite on Saruzin, the arm might be able to recover. Actually, there was no need for that. With Saruzin's cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to recover. It could only be said that everyone had their own perseverance. It took a lot of willpower for a normal person to raise their arm high and let it wither. As a cultivator, it took a lot of willpower to recover an arm but still maintain it. In terms of willpower, Lu Yin knew that he might not be able to compare to Saruzin. He looked back and saw that Saruzin's expression had become even more sacred. He then saw Luozong, whose face was glowing with confidence. His hands were clasped behind his back as if he was controlling the void. It was obvious that he was faking it. Next was Jiang Xiaodao, who was shouting crazily at the top of his lungs. Next was Wen Sansi, who was reciting a famous article from the Fifth Mainland. It had to be said that with the Fifth Mainland's history and wisdom, they might actually be able to attract a card. Little Lian was vexed as she pleaded to the void, almost as if she was praying. It was very cute. Bao Feather was very straightforward. He bent down and shot arrow after arrow, each one of them shooting into space with all his might. This was still considered normal. Lu Yin saw people taking off their clothes and running around, waving their arms. He saw people crying and kowtowing to something. When he got closer, he smelled a foul odor. It was a farting bug. Along the way, Luin saw all sorts of ways to let go of themselves. It was so strange that he thought they had all gone mad. Suddenly, he stared blankly at the sky. A figure passed by, expressionless and blindfolded. Was that Woodcut? Luin hadn't expected that Woodcut to come to the central island. Did he also have a lost clan card? Did he need to change his card? The upper 3 sections didn't forbid anyone from changing cards, so everyone could come regardless of their cultivation. However, Luin had never thought that a progenitor, one who was said to be comparable to Su Wuwei, would come. Outside Levitating Island, Su Wuwei and the others were also looking into the distance. When did Woodcut arrive? Su Wuwei asked. Dan Jing replied, about the same time as those outsiders. Reverend God Shao Yin was shocked. I thought he had given up on the power of the card, but I didn't expect him to want to exchange for another card. Why? Does he want to exchange for a primordial card? Is your lost clan willing to do so? Dan Zhang's expression was solemn. Anyone who has obtained the lost clan card, unless they have betrayed the human race and committed evil deeds, can participate in the first 3 sections. No one is an exception. The Shao Yin divinity smiled. I'm also interested in the card civilization. Can you let me try? Su Wuwei said indifferently, you are already the 3rd venerable, why are you still fighting with these people? Isn't Woodcut here too? His strength might not be below yours or mine, Divine Sovereign Shao Yin said. Shanjing said, Senior Woodcut already had a card when he was young. If you wish to cultivate our lost race's civilization, please ask Grand Elder. The Shaoyin divinity did not speak, and his gaze shifted from the wooden carving to Luin, who was standing very close to it. He frowned. Had this kid disguised his appearance and cultivation? He stared at Luin. This person was Xian Qi. He had seen images of Xian Qi, but no one had mentioned that this person had disguised himself. Thinking of this, he said indifferently, Brother Wuwei, this disciple of yours is not weak at all. Su Wuwei looked over. Not bad. I'll say it again, he is not my disciple. The Shaoyin divinity did not say anything else. If he could see through the disguise, it was impossible for Su Wuwei not to. Since he could see through the disguise and still allowed this person to do so, and even taught him the Taishan domain, there was no problem with this person's disguise. There were too many people in this starry sky who were good at disguising themselves. He had often disguised himself when he was young, and if he was not scheming, how could he become one of the 3rd venerable? This person was able to capture spies, so he must be very scheming. On the central floating island, Luin watched the wooden carving leave. This person had not looked at him from beginning to end, but Luin was uneasy. Was it him? Was that Dao Feng from that night? It was very likely that he also used a knife, but why? He should have seen through his disguise, but he did not say anything. He even slashed Luin 81 times and left the knife to Luin. Why? Was this person good or bad to Luin? As the wooden carving disappeared, Luin stopped thinking about it. No matter what, that person had not shown up, and he could not find out who it was. He could only take one step at a time. He looked outside the floating island and wondered if any masters of the lost clan had seen him. If there was someone comparable to Senior Su Wuwei, they might be able to see through his disguise. He did not know that the Shaoyin divinity had seen through his disguise but did not pursue it because of Su Wuwei's attitude. Coincidentally, the Shaoyin divinity had not seen Lu Yin's true face. Otherwise, he would definitely have recognized him. It could only be said that although Lu Yin had offended the 6 Paths Guild and ridiculed a Yuan sage, he had not directly confronted the Shaoyin divinity. Those who could recognize Luin would not be able to see through his disguise, and those who could see through his disguise would not be able to recognize him. However, as he climbed higher and higher, the day would come when he would be recognized would come sooner or later. Luin was ready to start. He wanted to try to attract cards, which was his purpose for coming here. He did not expect to attract an immemorial card, but at least an ancient card would be good. First of all, strength. He had many advantages, and his strength was especially outstanding. Far away, the little carnivore saint was currently displaying his strength. He ate while bombarding the void, displaying his strength to his heart's content. No one dared to approach him, and his strength formed visible ripples. Luin clenched his fists and suddenly exerted force. He did not bombard anything, but the surrounding void shook and turned into ripples that spread out. Soon, he released his hands. It was useless. Was his strength not enough? Then, he could use his domain, spiritual force, and so on. As long as it did not attract the attention of those extreme powerhouses, he could use it. There had to be one that could attract a card. Unfortunately, Luin had thought too much. A card was not Mr. Mu and would not be attracted by his innate strength. Some people could attract cards by showing off their muscles, and some people could also attract cards if they sang badly. Cards paid more attention to oneself. After trying for several hours, Luin still could not find a way to attract a card. At the same time, someone had already attracted a card. It was a child who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. His innocent eyes looked at the card descending from the void, and he was somewhat at a loss. Luin had noticed before that most of the people who came to exchange cards were adults who had their own ideas. Children were rare. He did not know how this child had managed to get a card, but it seemed like he had not done anything. Outside Levitating Island, Danjing smiled. Sure enough, putting little 6 in had been useful. This child was a descendant of his bloodline and had a unique innate gift. He had thought that the card would be attracted by this child's innate gift, and he had been right. Someone else immediately got a card, but when that person saw the card clearly, his face was filled with despair. Changing cards did not mean that one would become stronger. They could also become weaker, as no one had ever said that a new card would definitely be stronger than one's original card. Of course, one could choose not to change. This person immediately gave up on changing cards, but at the same time, he lost the right to continue. There was only one chance to change cards. On the day of the upper 3 festivals, half the day was for the Lost Clan celebration, and the other half was for changing cards. In fact, they did not have much time left. Luin used all sorts of methods, but they were all useless. He did not dare to use some of them for fear of attracting the Lost Clan's attention, such as the primogenitor scripture and the power of his heart. There was no doubt that once these powers were used, they would attract the attention of extreme powerhouses. Although the Lost Clan was xenophobic, they were still one of the 6 directional societies. Luin looked up at the sky. Forget it, there was no need to use these powers. When Sansi, Luozong, and the others were all talking, so it was time for him to talk as well. Where should he start? Luin sat down and looked up at the sky. He was silent for a long time before he opened his mouth. He controlled his voice to only be heard within a 10-meter radius. Whether the card could hear him or whether it would be attracted was up to fate. He took out the 7-star hidden mountain card. I am Luin, the young master of the 5th mainland's Lu clan. I was framed and left stranded, lost my memories and cultivation, and became an ordinary person. I started from scratch, and ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, I entered the combat academy, became the champion, and battled the 10 arbiters. I have never been defeated. I have controlled the heavens from the outerverse, led a war against the astral beast domain, resisted the sixth mainland, schemed against the four directions balance, and was the Tao master of the Ascension sect. Sirius Palm borrowed the power of the invincible progenitor Chin, stepped on the stars, and used the Grim Reaper's transformation, obtained from one of the six Taos of the three realms during the era of the Ascension sect, the power of the human Grim Reaper. Luin continued to speak, but his voice was annihilated within a 10-meter radius, but there was no response. He recounted all of his accomplishments, but unfortunately, it was useless. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Luo Zong. He was overjoyed, as being able to attract the card was not important to him. What he cared about was being noticed by the Lost Clan and the overall situation. He hoped to use this card to contact the Lost Clan. However, when he saw the card, his entire body felt unwell. The one-star era card, the Lost Clan's worst card. It was without a doubt the worst card. He looked at the card speechlessly, as if it wanted to jump into his hands. He resisted the urge to shatter the card and walked out of Levitating Island. Elsewhere, someone was ecstatic that he had obtained a satisfactory card. This scene would be recorded by the Lost Clan. 2 hours passed, and Luin continued to speak, but there was no response. None of the cards were attracted to him. He was helpless. Is it because you don't understand what I said? Then let's talk about what you understand. Following that, Luin forcefully recounted everything he knew about Progenitor Chin, the Grim Reaper, and the others. Another hour passed, but there was still no response. Ha 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 ha, I got it. I got a card. My dream was right. My dream has succeeded. Someone shouted excitedly in the distance. Luin looked over. Dream? Life dream? Was that even possible? It seems like you like listening to people talk about their dreams. Then tell me about your dreams. Luin thought about it. My dream is to lead the above heaven sect to stand tall in the universe, where no one dares to offend us. My dream is to lead humanity to defeat the everlasting tribe, where we will never be threatened. My dream is to save Ming Yen, where we will live a happy life. My dream is to avenge the Lu family and kill the Shaoyin divinity. As soon as he said this, Luin inexplicably saw the lines in space distort, and a card suddenly appeared before disappearing in an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2720. Luin was stunned. What was the meaning of this? No matter what he said earlier, the cards had not reacted, and he could not find any trace of them. Why did they suddenly become excited when he mentioned that he wanted to kill the Shaoyin god? Did these cards hate the Shaoyin god? No. His eyes flickered. They did not hate the Shaoyin god, they had seen his true self. This was his true self. The people who had attracted the cards had all revealed their true selves, and he truly wanted revenge. He wanted to kill the culprit, the Shaoyin god. This was his true self, but it was still not enough. He stood up, sensing a problem. He had been in disguise for so long and was used to hiding his true self. It would not be easy for him to open his heart now. What the cards needed was his most authentic self. In the distance, a card appeared in front of Saruzin, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire island. Everyone looked over in shock. What card was that? Why was it causing such a commotion? Outside the island, Danjing exclaimed, 7-star ancient card, Radiance. The Shaoyin god was astonished, 7-star ancient card. This kid is not bad. Although it's only an ancient card, it's a 7-star card. If used well, it can rival a primordial card. Lord Gon praised, it's Saruzin. Ha, I knew he wouldn't disappoint. Danjeng was shocked. He's Saruzin, the junior who left his name behind in the wood humanoid scripture. Lord Gon nodded. That's right. Danjeng was envious. He actually got a 7-star Ancient Radiance card. This card will allow him to use it until he reaches the extreme realm. The power of light is quite powerful, second only to the primordial card, Aurora. He seemed to be conflicted about something as he spoke, but after some thought, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Su Wuwei sensed something strange and asked, Danjeng, what are you doing? Everyone looked at Danjeng. Danjeng gritted his teeth. I want to give it a try too. Su Wuwei felt strange. You want to exchange cards? Danjeng nodded and was about to take another step forward. Get lost. A stern voice rang out. Danjeng hurriedly retreated in fear. Grand Elder, I want to give it a try too. He had been scolded by the Grand Elder. Su Wuwei laughed. Stop fooling around. You already have the best card. If you try again, you'll be the Grand Elder. Danjeng was bitter. I just want to improve. How do you want to exchange cards? Empty words. The Shaoyin divinity said, as far as I know, your lost clan card can see through one's heart. Showing your true self can only attract its attention. To truly attract it, it still depends on the compatibility. The compatibility between your external performance and the truth of your heart is the key to attracting the card. Danjeng looked deeply at Reverend God Shaoyin. I didn't expect Reverend God to know so much about my lost clan. The Shaoyin divinity shook his head. I don't understand. I really don't know how the card sees through one's heart and how it achieves the degree of compatibility it knows. Some people like to speak empty words, which can't attract the card, but some people can. Danjeng said, being the same on the outside and inside is the greatest charm for a card. Well then. Reverend God Shaoyin looked at Danjeng. What are you going to do? Danjeng was distressed. I don't know. Back on Levitating Island, Luyin was unaffected by Saruzin's influence. Light shone on his face, and his shadow covered the tree trunk. One day, I will wipe out the enemies of the Lu family, be it the Shaoyin divinity or the Grand Empyrean. At the peak of starry sky, looking down on everyone. Following his words, a card quietly appeared and slowly descended in front of Luyin. Luyin looked at it. It was a 3-stars archaic card, which corresponded to the progenitor realm. It was not bad, even if it was not 7 stars. Luyin did not cause much of a commotion when he attracted the card, and no one paid attention. Only Su Hing kept staring at him. When he saw that Luyin had attracted a card, his face lit up. He did not know what card it was, but if Luyin had changed it, then it must be an ancient or even a primeval card. After all, Luyin's 7-star Hidden Mountain card was already the best ancient card. He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly widened as he saw an unbelievable scene. The card that had just appeared in front of Luyin was pushed away by another card. That's right, it was pushed away. He stared blankly. How could this happen? Luyin was also stunned as he stared at the second card that had suddenly appeared. The moment this card appeared, it pushed away the first card. Not only that, but a gloomy aura of destruction descended, dispersing the light that had been born from Saruzin's card. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds covered Levitating Island. Everyone was drawn to it and looked over. Danjeng was shocked and cried out in shock, "Eternal darkness." At this moment, countless people from the Lost Clan who saw Luyin's card were shocked, as if they had seen an unbelievable scene. Beside Danjeng, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold. 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness. Everyone else was shocked. It was actually a 7-star archaic card. So far, the only known 7-star archaic card existed in the hands of the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. That card was called Heavenly King. With this card, the Lost Clan's Grand Elder Shan Gu had dominated the boundless battlefield. Countless people had confirmed that he could rival the Wood Spacetime Ruler and the Chrono Spacetime Ruler. On the surface, the reason why the Lost Clan could join the Six Direction Association was because they had fought with the Reincarnation Spacetime and buried the Reincarnation Spacetime's powerhouses. In reality, only a few people knew that Grand Elder Shan Gu had personally gone to the Reincarnation Spacetime and met the Grand Empyrean. After he returned to the Lost Clan, the Grand Empyrean had recognized the Lost Clan as one of the Six Direction Association. Without the Grand Elder, Shan Gu would not have the Lost Clan today, and his power came from the Heavenly King card. This was the only 7-star archaic card. No one had expected another 7-star archaic card to appear in the upper 3 sections. This was a major event that would be recorded in the annals of the Lost Clan. Even the Shaoyin divinity was shocked. An extreme powerhouse with a 7-star archaic card brought about an incomparable shock. Once Lu Yin stepped into the realm of extreme powerhouses in the future, he would definitely surpass ordinary extreme powerhouses. Dan Jing wanted to go in and try exchanging cards. He wanted to see if he could exchange for a 7-star archaic card. His card was only 6-star. Six stars and 7 stars seemed to be only one step apart, but the difference between them was like heaven and earth. 6 stars were nameless, while 7 stars were famous. The surroundings of Levitating Island were silent as everyone stared blankly at the card in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin also looked at the card. When it appeared, the surroundings turned dark, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was clearly a cultivator who could fight against a progenitor, but he still felt cold. This card gave him a sense of crisis. It was a terrifying card. Whether it was a seasonal card, an archaic card, or an archaic card, any 7-star card would have its own traps. Lu Yin felt a sense of crisis. The trigger came from the card itself. It was called Eternal Darkness. How did this kid attract this card? Shan Zheng was shocked and filled with envy. He wanted this card. No one could answer him, as Lu Yin had not done anything earth-shattering. Lu Yin himself did not know how he had attracted such a terrifying card. This card had forcefully pushed away the archaic card from before, as if it could not wait to belong to him. What had he done? He had only said a few words that sounded exaggerated, but no one would believe him. Who would believe that he was above the 6 Paths Society? Who would believe that he had reconstructed the heaven above earth's sex glory? No matter how one looked at it, he was just bragging. If bragging could attract cards, then he would have obtained all of the Lost Clan's cards. It was not that simple. The appearance of the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, attracted the Lost Clan's Grand Elder. As a strange pressure descended, the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign's gaze turned cold as he looked in one direction. Su Wuwei also looked over at the same time. Chen Lo and the others were a step slower, but after a few breaths, they also looked over and saw an old man in a plain white robe. He had a white beard and eyebrows, like an otherworldly expert. Shan Jing quickly stepped forward and bowed, Grand Elder. This person was the Lost Clan's Grand Elder, Shan Gu, an existence comparable to the Master of Wood, Master Dimensional, and other spacetime masters. Shan Gu turned around and looked past Shan Zheng and the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign to Su Wuwei. This is Xian Qi, your prospective disciple. Can you let him join my Lost Clan? Su Wuwei's attitude towards Shan Gu was completely different. Shan Gu's seniority was too high, and he was an existence who could sit and chat with the Void Master. Su Wuwei answered Shan Gu with respect, you have to ask the Void Master. The reason Xian Qi can join my Void God universe is because he passed the Void Gate and met the Void Master. Shan Gu stroked his long white beard, it seems like it's time to meet an old friend. Eternal darkness cannot be left outside. Su Wuwei looked at Levitating Island. He did not care whether Lu Yin stayed or left. Back then, he had forbidden Lu Yin from joining the Void God universe. If he had not passed the Void Gate, Lu Yin would not have joined. Now that Shan Gu wanted to take him away, it was exactly what he wanted. The matter of hyperspace was a thorn in his heart. On Levitating Island, Lu Yin stretched out his hand, and the Eternal Darkness card slowly floated over. He knew that this was an extraordinary card, and he had exposed his true self to these cards to attract this card. However, he did not finish speaking. Since he had exposed himself, he might as well say everything that was on his mind. His trip to the sixth mainland had given him an almost impossible but depressing idea. Is the universe we're looking at real? Perhaps there's a pair of eyes watching us from an unimaginable height, or a hand controlling this spacetime and setting the rules. Actually, I want to reach that height. If there's a fake sky, I hope to restore the original reality of this universe, just like how the fifth mainland was replaced by the sixth mainland. This was Lu Yin's thought, and he had had this idea for a long time. Back then, the Frostwave Weave was an untouchable existence. The Great Yu Empire could do anything to make Earth believe that it was a miracle and broaden Earth's horizons. Who can guarantee that what we're looking at now is the real universe? For ordinary people on Earth, firearms can destroy a mountain or even a planet. This is the limit of their imagination. For cultivators, the progenitor realm can change the world and even change the rules. This is also the limit of their imagination. But is this really the limit? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-21. Lu Yin watched as the Perpetual Darkness card slowly fell into his palm. If what I think is true, then I hope that one day, I can lead humanity to break through this false sky and see the true starry sky and the true existence of space. I hope that one day, I can let everyone set their own rules and restore their true freedom. With a cautious sound, the sky opened. A streak of darkness appeared, extending into the endless distance in everyone's line of sight. This was the Void Realm, and it had inexplicably appeared to split open the sky and the earth. It had exploded everyone's imaginations, as if the world had been split in two. Shan Gu, Divine Shaoyin, Su Wuwei, and the others all looked up in shock, not understanding what was happening. There was no enemy attack, and there was no attack, but the sky had split open. More accurately, the space that they could see was neither the sky nor the universe. It was the firmament that everyone saw, the objective existence that they recognized, that had split open. On Levitating Island, Lu Yin was startled. That thunderous sound seemed to have exploded in his mind, and his hand trembled as he almost dropped the card. He looked up. Was the Eternals attacking? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the sky. The black crack was like a giant mouth that stretched across the entire universe, about to swallow the entire region. At that moment, a white light flashed out from the black crack. Was that a corner of the card? If this had happened elsewhere, no one would have thought of the card. But here, everyone recognized that it was a corner of the card. A corner of the card had appeared in the Void Realm, and when it appeared, the Perpetual Darkness card in Lu Yin's palm suddenly trembled and then disappeared. It had slipped away. Lu Yin looked over. Had the card slipped away? Above the firmament, within the Void Realm, cards continued to descend, as if they were about to appear in this region of space. On Levitating Island, cards that had originally been hidden and invisible appeared from time to time, as if they were worshipping something. This scene left everyone at a loss. Why would a card appear from the Void Realm? It seemed to be struggling to break free from something and was difficult to descend. It was like the king of all cards, accepting worship. No one could understand it. Only Shan Gu looked at the card with an extremely sharp gaze. He was also extremely excited, and his entire body trembled. It was true. The legends were true, and such a card really existed. The Lost Clan definitely did not have such a card. Shangu suddenly stared at Lu Yin and saw that the perpetual darkness that should have been in Lu Yin's palm had disappeared without a trace. It was Lu Yin. He was the one who had attracted the card. It was him. Just as everyone thought that card in the firmament would descend, it suddenly retreated and disappeared. The void realm that had split the universe slowly disappeared as well, as if it had never appeared. Space returned to normal. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. They all looked at Shangu. They didn't see wrongly, that was a card that came from the world of nothingness. This was the Lost Clan. What exactly was that card? They hoped that the Lost Clan could give them an explanation. More importantly, who had drawn out that card? Shangu suddenly acted and sealed off Levitating Island. Everyone, the first 3 sections end here. Please return to your own space-time. Please forgive us if the Lost Clan has not treated you well. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on Levitating Island was forced to fly out. They were all outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections. Divine Lord Xiao Yin's gaze was stern. Senior Shangu, the first 3 sections never ended in advance. Is what happened now related to that card? Can I ask about that card? Shangu's voice rang out before he could finish his sentence. Senior Xiaoyin, this is a matter of the Lost Clan. It has nothing to do with you. Please return. Xiaoyin's expression changed. Shangu's attitude towards him was not friendly. Su Wuwei smiled. It seems that the Lost Clan really does have a card that surpasses the archaic card. The Void Realm actually has a card. Interesting. He then left without asking any more questions. Chenlu glanced at Levitating Island and left as well. Then, Jiang Sheng and Lord Gan also left. Mu Feng also stepped out of Levitating Island. Xiaoyin was not satisfied and wanted to ask something, but Shanjing came in front of him and gestured for him to leave. He could only leave with a sullen expression. In the end, only Su Hing remained. He frowned. Where is my brother, Xian Qi? All outsiders who had participated in the first 3 sections of Levitating Island flew out in an instant. Only Lu Yin was not present. Su Wuwei noticed but did not care. Chenlu also noticed but did not care. Only Su Hing stayed behind to ask. Shanjing said, the Grand Elder has his own arrangements. Brother Heng, go back. Don't worry, Xian Qi will be fine. Su Hing took a deep breath. This was his first time participating in the first 3 sections. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He did not know who had drawn out the card that could exist in the Void Realm. What would happen to Xian Qi? My brother drew out the 7-star archaic card. It might make things difficult for the Lost Clan, but please do not make things difficult for him. After all, he was personally seen and confirmed by the Void Master. Su Hing reminded them and then left. He wanted to find Su Wuwei and ask him to contact the Void Master. The importance of the 7-star archaic card to the Lost Clan was self-evident. If Lu Yin was left behind, there would be trouble. They had not seen the Eternal Darkness card disappear. Only Shangu had seen it. This was also why Shangu had suddenly sealed off Levitating Island. He did not want others to know that the Void Realm card had scared away the Eternal Darkness card and that it had been Lu Yin who had drawn it out. At this moment, only the Lost Clan members and Lu Yin were left on Levitating Island. Lu Yin looked around blankly. Where was the archaic card? It was gone. It had completely disappeared, and the Void Realm card had not appeared. What did this mean? Did he not get anything? He wanted to leave, but he was suppressed by a force. Xian Qi, right? Shangu walked out and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was startled by Shangu's sudden appearance, but he did not hesitate and quickly bowed. Junior is Xian Qi. May I know who Senior is? He was apprehensive. This old man looked like an otherworldly expert, and it was likely that he had seen through his disguise. This was troublesome. Shangu sized Lu Yin up. Do you know what the card that appeared in front of you was? I do not know. That is the 7-star archaic card, Eternal Darkness, Shangu said. Lu Yin was shocked. 7-star. Shangu stroked his beard and said, in my lost clan, there have only been 3 7-star arcane cards, and Eternal Darkness is one of them. It represents darkness and extinction. As long as the owner can drag the enemy into the card, even if the enemy is extremely strong, they may be buried. This has nothing to do with the owner's strength. Lu Yin said bitterly, that card is gone. Shangu nodded and looked at Lu Yin with deep eyes. Yes, it is gone. That's because a 7-star archaic card is gone. It must have been scared away. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at Shangu. Scared away. Shangu and Lu Yin looked at each other. What do you think? Lu Yin probed. Is it the legendary ancient card that surpasses the archaic cards? Shangu looked solemn. The corner of the card that appeared in the world of nothingness represents the ancient card. Lu Yin was at a loss. As far as I know, the peak that humans have reached is the realm of the strongest. Every parallel universe has a different position for the realm of the strongest. The one who is really recognized as the peak is the great celestial master of reincarnation, time and space. Even so, the great celestial master is called the strongest. Is this ancient card beyond the great celestial master's level? I don't understand. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Shangu smiled. Human beings are too insignificant. What are they in the universe? The strongest can change time and space to cultivate, but they can only do that. Can they bring people back to life? Can they change people into another species? Can they transform plants into humans? Can they turn people into plants? What I'm talking about, can an extreme expert do it? Of course not. Progenitors were said to be able to change the heavens and the earth, and they possessed unfathomable power. However, this so-called power only represented strength, and changing the heavens and the earth was also a form of power. It was a method for others to cultivate, but it was impossible to fundamentally change the form of a living being. Living creatures could change their forms by themselves, but they could not be forcibly changed by the strongest. How could the progenitor realm bring people back to life? How many progenitors could heal Ming Yan's injuries? Shangu sighed. The strongest are not omnipotent, but living creatures do exist and evolve. They are full of diversity and infinite possibilities. Have you ever thought about why? Lu Yin saluted. It's not up to me to think about these things. Shangu said, with your talent, one day you will become an extremely strong person. In the virtual God universe, you will reach the virtual Tai realm. When that day comes, try to think about how humans, creatures, plants, and everything in the universe exist and how they operate. These are the questions that all extremely strong people think about. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. These were the sequence particles. Transdimensional had been studying the sequence particles, but their research could only prove the existence and modification of the sequence particles, but they could not find the reason for their existence. The propositions raised by the old man in front of him were beyond transdimensional's research and the limits of human imagination. Lu Yin saluted the old man deeply. Thank you for your advice, Senior. If I can really become a strongest in the future, I will think about Senior's words. When can I leave? Shangu laughed. Don't you want the Eternal Darkness card? Of course, Lu Yin didn't want it. He just wanted to leave and get far away. The old man in front of him must have seen through his disguise and said so much. He couldn't figure it out. The disappearance of the card means that I failed to attract it. How can I still want it? Shangu said, you attracted it, but it was scared away by the ancient card. Are you willing? That is the Eternal Darkness card, a 7-star archaic card. Luin said bitterly, this is my fate, and I will follow it. Shangu shook his head. Do you want to leave? Luin hesitated and didn't know how to answer. Join my lost clan. Shangu suddenly said, startling Luin. He looked at Shangu blankly. Join the lost clan. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-22. Shangu solemnly said, this old man is the Lost Clan's great elder, Shangu. I formally invite you, Xian Qi, to join the Lost Clan and become a member of our Lost Clan. Luin had merged with the bodies of many members of the Six Direction Association, and he had also done a lot of research. Although he didn't know much about the Lost Clan, he still knew a few things. It was acknowledged that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, but how xenophobic was it? The Lost Clan could give out cards to outsiders, but they had never given out the identity of their clansmen. This meant that almost no outsider could join the Lost Clan. At least, this was what the information that Luin had gathered so far had recorded. Perhaps some of the information was incomplete and did not record any confidential information, but this also showed how rare it was for outsiders to obtain the identity of a member of the Lost Clan. He had also heard of the name Shangu before. This was an existence that was on par with Dimensional Master, Void Master, Ruler of Wood, and other masters of time and space. He was the leader of the Lost Clan and an expert who had lived for a very long time. He had not expected this old man to be Shangu. It was as if he had met the Void Master in the Void God space. Dangu smiled when he saw Lu Yin's stunned expression. What's wrong? Surprised. Lu Yin laughed dryly. So it's Great Elder Shangu. Of course, I'm surprised. I'm just a junior, and I never thought that I would be able to meet the Great Elder one day. Ha, since you were able to draw out the ancient card, this old man naturally wants to meet you. How about it, Xian Qi, join my Lost Clan. This is much better than staying in the Void God universe. My Lost Clan will treat you as a distinguished guest. Whatever you want, just tell me. Shanguyu's tone was very gentle. Luin was curious, how can I join the Lost Clan? Shangu pointed to the sky and said, based on the fact that you can attract the ancient card, this is enough. Luin smiled bitterly, that ancient card appeared suddenly and did not descend. How can Senior be sure that it was me who led it here? Shangu said, if it wasn't you who led him here, why did Yong Dark run away? Luin had no rebuttal. Senior, since Junior has joined the Void God universe with the Void Master's permission, I can't leave at will. Otherwise, how is it different from betrayal? Please forgive me, Senior. Shangu asked, if Su Jia agrees, will you be able to join my Lost Clan? Luin was confused. Fake. Jia from Jia and Su Jia, is the Master Su you speak of. He didn't even tell you his name. That's right, this name is taboo for him, and very few people know about it. Shangu suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Lu Yin's shoulder. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to resist, but he forced himself to restrain himself. The person in front of him was on par with the Void Master, and facing someone like this was even more terrifying than facing the three sovereigns. How could he possibly escape? They could only let Shangu do whatever he wanted. An ancient hand pressed down on Lu Yin's shoulder and tore through the void. It didn't take long for him to clearly see his surroundings. Was this the void god spacetime? However, he had never been to this place before. The richness of the surrounding virtual god power shocked him. The virtual god power took on various forms, similar to the symbol ancestor's ability to create something out of nothing. Su Jia, an old friend is here. Come out and meet him. Shan Gu shouted. Lu Yin's expression changed. Senior, are we going to meet the Void Master? Shan Gu said, don't you need Su Jia's permission to join my lost clan? Then ask him for him face to face. Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. He had only been making an excuse, but he had never expected that Shan Gu would directly bring him to see the Void Master. This was going to be troublesome. The Void Master knew that Lu Yin had come from the origin space and had come into contact with the Wutian stone tablet. However, he had not asked much at the Void Gate. Now that they were meeting again in front of Shan Gu, what would Lu Yin do? For a moment, Lu Yin's thoughts were complicated. Shan Gu. Why are you here, old man? A familiar voice rang out. It was a man whom Lu Yin had met at the Void Gate. The man was the Void Master. The Void Master appeared and saw Shan Gu and Lu Yin. He was surprised. Why did you bring this little guy here? Did he get into trouble? Shan Gu put down his hand and stroked his beard. You and I are friends. Let's not talk nonsense. How about you hand this little guy over to my lost clan? The Void Master looked at Shan Gu. What's the reason? Shan Gu looked pensive. It's just a little guy. I came here personally, and you still want to ask for a reason. It seems like this little guy is really important to you. The Void Master smiled. He's not that important. He's the descendant of an old friend of mine. I have to take care of him. Shan Gu was curious. Which old friend? First, tell me why you want him. Did he offend the Lost Clan or something else? The Void Master was curious. Shan Gu stared at the Void Master and slowly said, this kid drew out an ancient card from the upper three fragments. The Void Master's expression changed, and then he was shocked. An ancient card? You really have an ancient card? Shan Gu's expression turned ugly. Did you think that my lost clan was bragging all along? Nonsense. An ancient card corresponds to our realms. Old man, your strength is terrifying, and you're not any weaker than mine. Although Grand Empyreans surpass us, they're still on the same level. After all, we can see the difference between us. But now, you're telling me that an ancient card really exists. I'm curious. What realm is above us? Who was the one who left this ancient card behind? Tell me clearly. The Void Master was anxious. Shan Gu smiled. I'm not lying to you. Reverend Shaoyin and Su Wuwei saw this scene. I believe that this news will soon spread throughout the Six Direction Society. As for your question, I can't answer it. You can only rely on him. The Void Master looked at Lu Yin. Shan Gu was referring to him. Kid, can you answer my question? The Void Master asked in a daze. Lu Yin was at a loss. This junior doesn't understand. The Void Master looked at Shan Gu. Shan Gu's expression was serious. This kid drew out an ancient card. If you want to answer these questions, the ancient card must descend. Perhaps this is the opportunity for the humans to defeat the everlasting tribe. After so many years, no one from your lost clan has drawn out an ancient card. If there is, do you think it won't appear? Do you think that Kid Reverend Shaoyin can give my lost clan any face? I've already destroyed the Grand Empyrean's tea party. The Void Master thought about it and agreed. But this kid isn't from your lost clan. How can he draw out a card? Shangu shook his head. I don't know. He then looked at Luin. This kid has always insisted that the card wasn't drawn out by him, but I'm sure it has something to do with him. The Void Master stepped forward and stared at Luin. Kid, tell me. What happened? Being stared at by the Lost Clan and the Void God Spacetime, Luin was under a lot of pressure. He had expected this day to come, but he had not expected it to come so quickly. He had only participated in the upper 3 sections and said a few words, so how had he managed to draw out an ancient card? Under the pressure of the two, he could only tell them what he had said. Of course, he hid the part about killing Reverend Shaoyin and other things that would expose his identity. He focused on his experience and the last inexplicable sentence. He had said those words out of his own heart and had not thought much about it. His experience in the 6th mainland had made him think too much, so it was a good time to say it. The Void Master was puzzled by Lu Yin's words. Could he have drawn out an ancient card just by talking? Impossible. He looked at Shangu. Shangu's gaze was strange as he looked at Luin deeply, as if he was looking at an inconceivable person. This gaze made the Void Master feel that Shangu knew something. That's all. I don't know how I drew out an ancient card either. Luin smiled bitterly. Shangu retracted his gaze and thought about it. It seems like that ancient card likes you very much. It has nothing to do with what you do. You only need to appear to attract it. Was that so? Luin was doubtful. The Void Master casually pushed Luin a kilometer away and spoke to Shangu with his back facing Luin. Luin could not hear anything at all. He did not know what the two were talking about, but it seemed like they were arguing. After a while, the Void Master waved his hand, and Luin walked over again like a marionette. This feeling was very uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Whether it was the Void Master or Shangu, they could kill him with a single thought. No matter what methods he had, he could not escape. The two looked at Luin. Kid, you must have attracted the ancient card. There's no need to deny it, the Void Master said bluntly. Luin was helpless. But I don't know how. Even if you give me another chance, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to attract it. Shangu said, you really can't attract it. He paused and then added, at least for now, you can only attract a small part of it at most. Once you break through to the extreme realm, you will be able to bring down the complete card. So, are you willing to join my lost clan? Su Jia has already agreed. The Void Master stared at Shangu. Don't call me by my name. I'm the Void Master. Shangu shook his head. It's sad that you don't dare to face your own name. The Void Master narrowed his eyes. Xian Qi, you can choose not to join. Shangu smiled. Void Master, your name is actually not bad. The Void Master's expression softened. Luin looked at the two's conversation. They had reached an agreement, so what should he do? His biggest concern now was his identity. However, what Shangu said just now caught his attention. Both Shaoyin Deity and Su Wuwei saw it. This meant that both Shaoyin Deity and Su Wuwei were present when the Eternal Darkness card was changed. Did this mean that both of them were staring at him when the Eternal Darkness card fell in front of him? There was a period of time between the appearance of the Ancient card and the appearance of the Eternal Darkness card. During this time, everyone's eyes would be attracted by the Eternal Darkness card and would be staring at him. Then, his disguise would definitely be seen through by the Shaoyin divinity. Would the Shaoyin divinity recognize Lu Yin's appearance? Luin kept thinking. If the Shaoyin divinity recognized him, Xian Qi's identity would be useless. If not, what would his disguise mean to the Shaoyin divinity? Luin curled his fingers. If he had known this would happen, he would not have gone to the Lost Clan. He now felt that he had been completely exposed. Shan Gu and the Void Master looked at Lu Yin. Xian Qi, it's up to you to choose. Lu Yin hesitated. On one hand, he was worried about whether the Shaoyin divinity could see through his disguise. On the other hand, he was considering the situation in front of him. If the Shaoyin divinity saw through his disguise, joining the Lost Clan could be a way to restrain him. The more valuable he was to the Lost Clan, the more the Shaoyin divinity could not touch him. Is your hesitation related to your identity in the origin space? Shan Gu suddenly asked. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll add more chapters, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-23. Lu Yin suddenly raised his head and looked at Shan Gu. He subconsciously looked at Void Master, feeling a little nervous. Void Master said, the Six Direction Society's attitude towards the origin space originates from the reincarnation spacetime. The reincarnation spacetime has influenced most of the Six Direction Society, but only most of them. The Lost Tribe cannot be influenced because they have never come into contact with the origin space. Lu Yin was shocked, never come into contact with it. Shan Gu stroked his beard, it seems like you are really hesitating because of the origin space's avatar. My Lost Tribe has never come into contact with the origin space's sect above. The arrogance and dominance of the sect above have nothing to do with us. When we came into contact with the reincarnation spacetime and the wood spacetime, your sect above the origin space had already been destroyed. Thus, my Lost Tribe does not care about your identity. Void Master also said, the one who cares is actually the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin was puzzled. Void Master and Lu Yin looked at each other. For some reason, the Grand Empyrean has a lot of opinions about your primogenitor. This attitude affected the reincarnation spacetime. Thus, when the origin space was destroyed, those who followed the Grand Empyrean tried to smear the origin space. Among them, the Grand Empyrean was the one who did the most. Some people thought that the more they were dissatisfied with the origin space, the more they smeared the origin space, the more they would be appreciated by the Grand Empyrean. This was their initial thought, but as time passed, no matter what kind of thought it was, it would be deeply rooted. Now, most of the Six Direction Society is dissatisfied with the origin space and even hostile. Time is a terrifying weapon, it can change a group of people's thoughts. To be honest, I look down on people like the Grand Empyrean. They can't defeat the everlasting race, so they blame the sect above the origin space for not helping them. It's just like blaming others for not helping you when you can't defeat them. Childish. Lu Yin understood, no wonder Senior didn't care about my identity at the Void Gate. Void Master said, Wu Tian and I are good friends, why would we be hostile to the origin space? However, I am curious, what is your identity in the origin space? With your age, cultivation, and skills, you are very unusual. I wanted to check before, but I forgot. Shan Gu also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He couldn't hide in front of these two. Junior Lu Yin greets the two seniors. Shan Gu was not surprised, but the Void Master was surprised. You are the current Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, it is my honor to be remembered by the Empyrean. Shan Gu was puzzled. There are still heavenly sects in the origin space. The ethereal master exclaimed, you don't care about the outside world, so the origin space doesn't bother you. Of course, you don't know. This little guy in front of you is not simple. His name has already reached my ears. The Void Master knew a little about Lu Yin. With the Void Master's status, it was only natural that he knew about Lu Yin's legendary past. Shangu was also surprised by these experiences. After hearing the Void Master's words, Shangu looked at Luyin in surprise. Xian Qi, no, Luyin, your experience is even more wonderful than mine. Luyin bitterly replied, if I had a choice, I wouldn't have gone through all of this. It's all due to luck that I was able to survive until now. He heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the attitudes of these two, they shouldn't be hostile towards him. One had never come into contact with the above heaven sect, while the other was good friends with Wu Tian. Not everyone in the Six Directions sect viewed them as enemies. If it were God Shaoyin, Lord Luo, and even Master Wei, they would have attacked him directly. In that case, only the God of Wood's attitude was unclear. Void Master stared at Luyin. You are the Path Master of the above heaven sect. Why did you hide your identity and join the Void God universe? To avenge your Lu family, you should go to God Shaoyin. Luyin had already thought of an answer to this question. He knew that once his identity was exposed, he would definitely face this problem. The Path Master of the above heaven sect was one identity, and the son of the Lu family was another. Shangu didn't understand the enmity between Luyin and God Shaoyin. The Void Master didn't mention that Luyin was from the Lu family, and Shangu didn't know much about the origin space. Luyin looked solemn. Among the Six Directions sect, I can only join the Wood dimension and the Void God universe. The reincarnation dimension has a grudge against me, the lost family is xenophobic, and the three monarchs dimensions are plotting to invade the origin space. The Ultra dimension is not good at cultivation, so I chose to join the Void God universe. Then, what about the Wood dimension? Why didn't you go? You passed the Void Gate and joined the Void God universe. You are very enthusiastic. Void Master said. Although he didn't care about Lu Yin's identity, he didn't want Lu Yin to use the Void God universe. Lu Yin had no choice but to tell Void Master that Su Wuwei recognized his disguise. If I go to the Wood dimension and face Senior Wood carving, I may not be able to explain it. I have already explained it to Senior Su Wuwei, so I am more willing to join the Void God universe. Void Master understood. No wonder you didn't ask me to be your master, nor did you let Su Wuwei be your master. You were afraid that I would ask, and Su Wuwei would be wary of you. Then, in the matter of revenge, what is the position of the Void God universe in your heart? Lu Yin didn't hesitate. Not an enemy, not a use. Void Master smiled faintly. Obviously, he didn't believe it, but he didn't pursue it. Senior, why does the Great Heavenly Venerable have a problem with the ancestor? Lu Yin asked Void Master, not only to change the topic, but also to know the contradiction between the two. Was it a deadly hatred or just a dispute of ideas? If it was a deadly hatred, his attitude towards the reincarnation dimension would change. In the past, he hated the reincarnation dimension for helping the four-way balance to banish the Lu family, and the real source was Divine Master Shaoyin. Now, he wanted to see if the source was Divine Master Shaoyin. Void Master shook his head. I don't know. Would God should know. He is old Gu of the Six Directions Union, second only to the Great Heavenly Venerable. He has participated in many wars in the origin space. He must know. Wood God was the master of wood. Lu Yin asked, what is Senior Wood God's attitude towards the origin space? Void Master and Shangu looked at each other. We used to be friends, but now, I don't know. Void Master replied. Lu Yin saluted. Thank you for telling me. Shangu said, since the identity problem is solved, now. He was about to ask Lu Yin to join the Lost Clan, but suddenly remembered that Lu Yin was now the Taoist master of the origin space. Regardless of cultivation, Lu Yin was comparable to them in status. He felt it was wrong to ask a Taoist master to join the lost clan. Void Master looked at Shan Gu with amusement. Lu Yin was helpless. Thank you for your kindness, but I have to be responsible for the origin space. Shan Gu sighed. I don't know what to say. Void Master said, rejoice. This boy represents the Lu family to take revenge. If he joins the lost clan, what will you do when you face the great heavenly venerable in the future? Shan Gu said calmly, so be it. What else can we do? You are very confident. Void Master praised. Lu Yin said seriously, don't worry, Void Master. If I really face the reincarnation spacetime one day, I will not implicate the Void Master. Spacetime. Void Master laughed. Do you really think I'm afraid of the reincarnation spacetime? Not afraid. Shan Gu asked. Void Master pointed at Lu Yin. As long as he is in the Void God spacetime, I can guarantee that this boy will be fine. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. You are so domineering. Shan Gu shook his head. I'm just coaxing a child. With this boy's strength, he will at most offend people like Divine Master Shaoyin. Why would you care about Divine Master Shaoyin? If he angers the great heavenly venerable one day and runs to the Void God spacetime, I'll see what you can do. I'll try. Void Master did not care. Lu Yin felt that he had one more way out. The biggest gain today was to confirm the attitude of the Void God spacetime and the Lost Clan. His enemy was not the entire Six Direction sect, but only a small group of people. Shan Gu opened his hand, and there was a word made of strange metal in his palm, Shan. Take this single word command order. Lu Yin took it, puzzled. Shan Gu said, it's impossible for you to join the Lost Clan. Since that's the case, you can just be an extraterritorial clansman. This single word token can prove your identity. If something happens to you one day, my Lost Clan will try to protect you. He knew very well what it meant to be an enemy of the reincarnation spacetime. He was worried about Lu Yin, but also admired him. As an extreme master, it was rare to admire a young man like Lu Yin. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior. If I break through the extreme master one day, I will go to the Lost Clan to get the ancient card. Shan Gu nodded. It's good that you have this intention. The help brought by the ancient card is not only for the Lost Clan, but also for all the humans in this universe. When an existence beyond the extreme master realm appears, the eternal clan is nothing. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Yes, if there was such a person, how different was he from the Creator? What was the eternal clan? And this? Shan Gu hesitated for a moment and took out a card. Eternal darkness. Lu Yin blurted out. Void Master was shocked. 7-star Archean card. The two looked at Shan Gu, not understanding what he was going to do. Shan Gu said helplessly, I can't let anyone know that you have something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. So, this eternal darkness is still yours. This card came from the Lost Clan. It was an ownerless card, and Shan Gu could get it. It was reasonable to say that these ownerless cards could be given to others, but the Lost Clan's rule was that they could get the card themselves. If they couldn't get it, they could exchange it for another card when their cultivation increased. Not everyone could exchange for a good card. For example, Danjing wanted a 7-star Archean card, but he couldn't get it. Lu Yin had obtained Eternal Darkness, but it was pushed away by the ancient card. Now that the ancient card had not appeared, the Lost Clan could give him Eternal Darkness or not. Now, they gave it to him to prevent others from knowing that he had something to do with the arrival of the ancient card. Lu Yin took the card excitedly. No matter what the reason was, the value of this card was endless. A 7-star Archean card was equivalent to Shan Gu's realm, and Shangu was comparable to Void Master. This meant that as long as he became the owner of this card, even if a progenitor was dragged in, the possibility of him coming out alive was not high. The Lost Clan was really a mysterious clan. The Eternal Darkness card felt no different from the Hidden Mountain card, but it could kill a progenitor. Shangu could tell Void Master that he was the one who pulled out the ancient card. Their friendship was not ordinary. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 27-24. After obtaining the Perpetual Darkness card, Lu Yin returned the Zhongshan card to Shangu. Whether it's Perpetual Darkness or the Zhongshan card, they are all life to the lost clansmen. Xian Qi, I hope you can respect this card, Shangu said seriously. Lu Yin replied solemnly, rest assured, senior, I will definitely do it. Void Master was envious, you're really lucky, kid. The power of a 7-star arcade card should not be inferior to Shangu's Heavenly King card. Once you use it, there won't be many people in the Six Direction Society who can match you. Lu Yin asked, how can I use it? The Zhongshan card only corresponded to the emissary level, so he could use it as soon as he obtained it. However, this Perpetual Darkness card obviously could not be used casually. Shangu replied seriously, if you want to use Perpetual Darkness, you'd better raise your cultivation to a higher level. Even if you don't reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse, you should at least reach the level of an ultimate powerhouse. Otherwise, even if an enemy is dragged into Perpetual Darkness, without your cooperation, it will be easy to escape. A card is equivalent to life, but it is only a support. The person is always the master. No matter how strong a card is, it must be coordinated by its master, and Perpetual Darkness is the same. Try it yourself. The first person who enters the card is its master. It won't do anything to you, but it won't be easy to use it. Lu Yin nodded and solemnly put away the Perpetual Darkness card. From now on, he would have another trump card, but he really needed to find time to familiarize himself with it. Alright, we've finished our discussion. You can leave now. Void Master urged and then looked at Lu Yin, kid, I'd like to see how you will avenge the Lu family. Although the Void God universe does not hate the Genesis space, we will not help you against the Six Direction Society. Humans cannot have civil wars anymore. Many people had said this before. Civil wars would only benefit the Eternals. I understand, Lu Yin replied. Wait, there's something I forgot. Void Master seemed to remember something and looked at Shangu. Do you remember Xiaoyin's suggestion? Shangu frowned, let the Genesis space become one of the endless battlefields. Lu Yin was shocked, what? The Void Master looked at him and said, you didn't hear wrongly. The Xiaoyin Supreme God suggested to make the origin space one of the endless battlefields. Once this suggestion succeeds, you will be in deep trouble. Think of a way to solve this problem. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with murderous intent, as he had never expected Xiaoyin divinity to be so vicious. Lu Yin was well aware of how terrifying the endless battlefield was, as it had used a special method to connect 62 parallel spacetime continuums with the Eternals. This had forced the Eternals to focus most of their forces on this battlefield. The Hexagon Society and the Everlasting Race were fighting in the boundless battlefield. The parallel universes here were all battlefields, and it was hard to survive. Once the primordial space became one of the boundless battlefields, the everlasting race would swarm in, and so would the Hexagon Society. When that happened, the fifth mainland and the starry sky tree would become a battlefield. How would the people there survive? Fighting would make the entire origin space the most unsuitable place for living. The Xiaoyin Supreme God is so vicious. Lu Yin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He rarely wanted to kill someone so badly. The endless battlefield needs to be expanded, or else it will be difficult to fight against the everlasting race. This is for the sake of the Hexagon Society's 6 parallel universes. It is selfish, but this is how the universe works. Only the fittest survive. Right now, there are people in the 62 parallel universes who can stop the everlasting race on their own. If any of our Hexagon Society's parallel universes have a problem, we will find the strongest person in the endless battlefield to come out. Fill in the gaps. You are from the primordial space, so you think that he is vicious. In fact, most of the Hexagon Society will agree. Lu Yin understood. Senior, how will Shaoyin Supreme God's suggestion be realized? Shan Gu said, more than half of the Hexagon Society's leaders agree. How many of them agree? Lu Yin asked. The Void Master looked at Shan Gu, who shook his head. My lost clan is against the Shaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. I haven't agreed either, the Void Master said. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Void Master shook his head. Don't think too much. It is hard for you to reject. First of all, the Grand Empyrean will agree. In fact, there is no need for the Grand Empyrean to agree. To a certain extent, the 3 sovereigns can make decisions on behalf of the Grand Empyrean. The reincarnation spacetime has agreed to Shaoyin Supreme God's suggestion. The hyperspace's dimensional lord and the 3 sovereigns universes Luo Jun have agreed. Only the Wood universe's Wood deity is left. I don't know if the Wood deity will agree or not. You can't know unless you have a way to find him. Don't count on us, we can't find him. You can only wait for the result. Lu Yin frowned. The 3 sovereigns universes Luo Shan also agreed. What's so strange about that? The 3 sovereigns universe is too weak. The reincarnation spacetime will agree to anything, the Void Master said matter-of-factly. Lu Yin pondered. Luo Shan must be unwilling. Otherwise, why would he try so hard to open up that channel? Wouldn't that be the same as pulling the 3 sovereigns universe into the endless battlefield? He had always wanted to make the primordial space the next 3 sovereigns universe. He should not have agreed. It seemed that something had changed. When did Luo Shan agree? Lu Yin asked. The Void Master said, not long ago. Now, everyone's agreement is just wishful thinking. The Shaoyin divinity is canvassing for votes. As long as he can ensure that more than half of them agree, he will formally ask the Grand Empyrean. Only then will there be a result. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. If it was not considered a formal result, there was still a chance. What you can do now is to determine the Wood deity's attitude, but it will be difficult for you to find him. You can only wait for the result, the Void Master said. Lu Yin looked at Shan Gu. All this time, the Grand Empyrean has forbidden anyone from entering the primordial space without permission. Why would he agree to the Shaoyin divinity's proposal? We don't know. We're just telling you so that you can be prepared. You can't stop the Shaoyin divinity's proposal now. Alright, go back. The Void Master said. Lu Yin hoped that Shan Gu and the Void Master could help him, but this was not a battle. For other parallel universes, the reincarnation universe was obviously more valuable. Lu Yin left and was thrown to the Red Domain by the Void Master. What happened to the Lost Tribe shocked the 6 Paths Society. Lu Yin obtaining the 7-star Eternal Darkness card should have been the most sensational news, but it was overshadowed by the Ancient card. The Lost Tribe had always claimed that they had an Ancient card, but their Grand Elder Shan Gu did not even have one. Shan Gu was the ruler of spacetime, and if he really had an Ancient card, it meant that there was a realm beyond the extreme realm. This was something that not even the Grand Empyrean had come into contact with, so no one believed it. Now, however, the appearance of the ancient card shook the world. The Shaolin divinity had seen it with his own eyes, and it brought about an unparalleled shock. Everyone was guessing what was above the extreme realm. Was there really a god? A god to cultivators? Over the next period, many extreme realm powerhouses visited the lost tribe to find out more about the ancient card. They wanted to know who had lured the ancient card down, but they had failed. The lost tribe was xenophobic, and they had become even more so. They had sealed off the entire tribe and did not say a word to outsiders. The more they did not say anything, the more certain people were that the ancient card had descended. Many people said that the lost tribe might surpass the reincarnation universe, and that Shangu would replace the Grand Empyrean as the leader of the Six Paths Society. The lost tribe was bustling with activity, and the red domain was similarly lively. Su Wuji stared blankly at the Eternal Darkness card in Lu Yin's hand, almost drooling. This is the 7-star ancient card. Lu Yin was pleased. Yes, this is Eternal Darkness. He wanted to proclaim that with Eternal Darkness in his hand, the ancient card had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain Eternal Darkness when the ancient card appeared. As for Eternal Darkness and the ancient card appearing at about the same time, it would arouse some suspicions. However, Lu Yin had already taken out Eternal Darkness, so even if there were suspicions, no one would think that he had another ancient card. That was impossible, as even Shangu did not have 2 cards. Various sources speculated that the person who had lured the ancient card was a member of the lost tribe. Can I touch it? Su Wuwei was envious. Lu Yin pursed his lips and took out a box from his cosmic ring. This is small. Senior Fangyi asked me to bring it to you. Su Wuji took the box and placed it in his cosmic ring without even looking at it. Let me touch the Eternal Darkness card. Don't worry, I won't steal it. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The texture is the same. What's there to touch? Su Wuji longed for it. That's a 7-star archaic card. If the ancient card did not appear, then yours would be the strongest card. As long as you use it well, even I would die if I went in. Xian Qi, you're too lucky. How did the lost tribe allow you to bring it out? Speaking of this, Lu Yin felt a lingering fear. Everyone came out except for me. Fortunately, the lost tribe kept their word and did not force me to hand over Eternal Darkness. Not only that, but they also recognized me as a member of the lost tribe. He then took out a 1-word token. Su Wuji's eyes widened. A 1-word token. You know it. You're too lucky, kid. This is a 1-word token. You're not just a member of the lost tribe. To a certain extent, you're even more of a member of the lost tribe. If anything happens to you, the lost tribe will help you. Is that so? The Grand Elder did not tell me. Su Wuji was about to go crazy with jealousy. Su Heng and Su Ling came to ask about Lu Yin's situation. Su Heng had personally witnessed Lu Yin being sealed on Levitating Island and could not be taken away. Not long after, Lord Gon arrived. This was Lu Yin's biggest headache. Fortunately, Lord Gon did not continue to invite Lu Yin to the wood dimension. Instead, he asked about the Eternal Darkness card. Many people wanted to get clues about the ancient card from Lu Yin, but Lu Yin said that he did not know anything. Right now, Xian Qi's status in the Six Direction Society was growing higher and higher. Putting aside the fact that he had the backing of several extreme experts, just the Eternal Darkness card alone was enough to put him on par with any extreme expert. Everyone knew that once he reached the level of an extreme expert, with the help of the Eternal Darkness card, he would be able to look down on everyone else. Even if he was also an extreme expert, there weren't many who could fight him. Even if Xian Qi was slightly weaker than Shangu, he would not be too far off. More importantly, he was exceptionally talented in the cultivation of Void God's force. No one knew what Xian Qi's peak would be, but it was certain that he would reach the level of an extreme powerhouse. At this point, he already had the influence of an extreme powerhouse. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.